Seems like we got a pair of poopin' ruds running late. Whatever. Oh. There's an Andrew. But I can't hear him.
Can you not hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you were saying anything ahead of time.
I was only asking what you've done on the stream here.
It's we watched Among Us the movie.
I did hear that's where this came from.
Yeah.
Of course, Jerry is not here today.
Of course. Because his people just had to be good at soccer.
Well, it sounds like they just partied so hard that he slept over at the friend's house and is unable to attend the stream now. So overcome with Korean excitement.
Surely we feel just as much pride about our team.
I mean, if I thought they were good, they did win their other games, so they made it out of this the first knockout stage.
I saw that.
But also a lot of weak teams are somehow beating stronger teams, so it's a very interesting World Cup. If that's in your world, if it's in your culture, it's a very interesting World Cup. So who knows? Maybe it's going to be one of those things where the U.S. is kind of just getting lucky, and these weaker teams are somehow knocking out stronger teams. Then we'll end up at the end playing like they really should, and then somehow the U.S. just comes through and wins it all.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, Cameroon beat Brazil today, and Brazil's supposed to be the best team in the world, and Cameroon is not the best team in the world.
There's Steven.
I'm here.
He thinks because it's his birthday, he can just do whatever he wants.
No, my body's just trying to murder me.
This is true. We have a very special day today because it's a certain someone's special birthday. That's right. Amaranth was born December 2nd, 1993.
Oh, what? No way.
Shit.
What?
Wait, you say 1993?
The exact same day.
My exact same day?
You are twins with Amaranth.
Oh.
The exact same day. Can you find out the birth minute?
I probably, but I don't really want to.
We need to dig deeper into this. Let's see just how close they were.
Yeah, I just stumbled upon that today. I was like, oh, no shit.
That's an interesting tidbit of information.
Also, I guess it's
that you were
Steven's
that
birthday.
close to having that kind of lifestyle, Steven.
Yeah.
Well, I should start hot tub streaming a little bit more, I think.
Imagine if y'all switched. You were the Amaranth, and she was just some good-looking guy.
Imagine if Amaranth was the one having trouble opening Parsec right now. Wouldn't that be?
She doesn't have that kind of problem.
It's not.
But I'm glad that you said you were having trouble, because now I can start to just try in general.
It's just like...
It upsets me that Jared's movie has been the best movie so far. Also, happy birthday, Steven.
Best movie so far, you say?
Are you saying this was the best movie we've seen so far?
I guess I should always be sure to come prepared to disagree with Pomo in any instance.
That's part of the game now.
5 out of 10. Woohoo!
It's spicy.
But also, Jared had other movies, right? Or is this the first one that you picked?
This is technically my third movie. I had Alien,
What were the
Your
other
Name,
ones?
and this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
Keep forgetting how far behind I am. to never be picked.
Yeah, it was
was your
technically
name
mine,
yours?
but Mastiff boosted my numbers.
That is true. You had an assist.
Since I'm not allowed to do that with my infinite points.
Nobody ever helps me.
You can help yourself.
I guess I could.
And no one else
I
is
want to
allowed
win
to help.
naturally. I don't want there to be an asterisk next to my win.
Why is happening?
You not getting into Parsec?
Well, now it's just like not letting me log in.
Oh dear.
Oh. What a day, what a day.
Well, it all started with, for some reason, Twitch like logged me out too.
Oh,
I don't know what
God.
the fuck happened.
It's always a shame when services that I use pretty often, and so often that I forget about my login info, suddenly log me out.
Yeah, that's what's stupid. Do I really not?
And the world just won't let me use the same password for everything anymore.
Nope.
My goodness.
We're just gonna
So
around
this
here.
movie's graphic is now a GIF.
I don't know. That one might get too distracting. But I'm keeping
The
it there
first
for
one
now.
to have movement.
Yeah.
Now, if you go through and animate all of them, then okay.
Only if the sandwich gets animated.
It can be like the
Lord.
talking sandwich on the Muppets, or Muppets from Space.
Ah, yes.
Ah, yes.
You can go ahead and eat me now.
You know what I hate about Parsec? That their
Everything.
password requires 12 characters.
Yeah.
So now okay, I guess I'll just do that. Okay.
It's usually annoying when I have to like do an update on my PC and then it just fucks with all of my audio settings.
Yeah.
Literally, it wiped out my. Oh. And it did it again.
Completely wiped out.
On. It just turned off all my microphone filters. So,
Hmm.
that's cool. I was peaking like a motherfucker like for 2 weeks. And no one told me.
I wouldn't know.
I know.
You know how useless chat is.
Bum.
Least helpful people.
Oh my god, Parsec, just let me log into your fucking service. Your app is garbage. I might have to like reinstall this shit.
Jesus, really?
Oh god. Failed request.
Oh my goodness. Steven. Hopefully the rest of your day hasn't been this obstacle laden.
Well, it all started. Well, all right. Most of my day was fine,
Uh-huh.
and then I fucked up my dinner.
Oh, no.
Oh no! What did you try to do?
I made burgers, and then they were quite red in the middle, but there's no salvaging them. So I was like, well, shit. I already grilled the onions. I guess I'll just make some bacon and just have a grilled onion and bacon melt.
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
And now I'm dying.
You just ate onions and bacon.
I just ate grease for dinner.
It sounds like basically a homeless shelter stew. That's probably something that they would do. Just a bunch of onions and then some fatty meat tossed in there.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
You know what, Boats? That sounds like an excellent contender for something that we do during a New Year's stream.
Hey, some co-op stuff.
On a Boats local co-op game in a couple weeks.
Ooh. You know, fuck it. I don't need Parsec for this.
All right.
Is it really causing you that much trouble?
It just won't let me log in.
That's
It's just
absurd.
like
What?
the whole thing is stupid.
Do you want to try to restart your computer? We can we have plenty of time.
Yeah. Okay, I'll
Just restart your computer. You don't have to settle right now.
I hate it.
It's fine. We'll be okay.
What a ruining my birthday.
Just know, everyone, that you always have the option to watch Amaranth instead of us.
She is doing a birthday stream.
If you wanted to watch anyone's birthday, you had the choice of Stephen Rudd or Amaranth. Also, hello, Diesel. Jared, how does it feel? It's December now. We're just like
Jesus
2
Christ.
weeks away from basically heading back.
I need
when are you going back to
the
Michigan?
16th.
2 weeks.
I need to make a lot of Christmas gift orders. Basically all of them.
Oh. Do you know what you're gonna do?
Not
at
a
least?
goddamn clue.
Oh boy. Okay, so who all is on your? How many people are on your list, like roughly?
5. 4 family members and the goddaughter.
You tend to stick to the
I don't even
core
get
family.
gifts. I don't even get gifts for significant others, and I'm certainly not getting a gift for my nephew, who doesn't even know what a gift is. What's up?
When you say you don't get gifts for significant others, you mean your sister's
boyfriends,
toy,
wives,
right?
whatever. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Nope, just immediate family and
those always feel like pity gifts anyways.
Yeah, seriously. Because I don't know you, really.
No.
Every time I've gotten a gift...
They don't have an empty lap on Christmas.
Yeah, every time I've gotten a gift from, like, someone else's, like, boyfriend or significant other or whatever, it's always just been, like, Fandango gift card and shit like that.
It's an acknowledgement of your existence.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
That's it.
It can't really be any more than that. I've always felt cringy when someone's sibling gave me a gift. I'm like, what do you want me to do with this? I would have actually preferred you not give me anything.
Yeah. Oh my god, has it actually reset all of my fucking settings again? Cool!
Wow, I'm having no problems today.
I'm completely unfiltered again. Great. I guess I'll just turn on the compressor. That's it. And then I'll reset everything at some other point.
Just reset it all. We're just going to talk about Christmas gifts right now.
No, it's not like just hitting a reset button. It's me meticulously going in and setting values to tune my equalizer and compressor voice and all of that shit.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I update my computer, it's all zero now.
Let's reset all that. You didn't need those, right?
Oh, I sound so shit without them.
Our natural voices aren't that attractive. We need the filters. Oh, is Steven getting Windows updates? Is that holding him back now?
Yeah, I don't know. Hang on.
Oh yeah, he did. He put up a screenshot. That's some bad timing.
That's fucking hilarious.
On his birthday!
I'm back already. And
it was relatively quick though.
Sounds like you were having a great time.
Well, yeah, I just had a good laugh once that screen came up. I'm like, oh,
yeah, of course.
What fun! Also, it didn't fix anything, but
sick.
You know, we're just gonna have to reinstall at some point. But not doing
really
it right
that bad? What the hell?
I guess.
Very cool.
I don't know what error 800 means. I'll have to look into it. But I guess I don't need to see Jared's live reactions. It's not a big deal.
It's important though, because it's like when you're talking to a kid and you start to see their reaction to something you're saying or the cadence of your voice, so you change your inflection to try and get a better reaction out of them.
Ay. But yeah, I have to do basically all
Jared's got all of his Christmas shopping left to do, but it sounds like it's for a pretty small group.
Because I don't have time to do any of that this weekend. I have all of my
what you got this weekend?
Final stuff going on. We have a presentation for Rockstar on Tuesday. I need to record a trailer video for our game that we'll be presenting next Friday. Which, by the way, my university is going to have. This is for Chad. You guys already know this.
Plug.
Yeah, my university is going to be showing off all of their games that are being made in their program, which includes the team that I'm working on.
Jared's game.
Yes, and a bunch of others.
And Mastiff.
And fun, it's going to eat into our regular stream time because my segment goes from like 6 to 7:30 or something, like for my cohort of people. So stream might be late on Friday, or definitely will be late.
If it's late, but we get to go and participate in your class Twitch stream, that makes up for it.
So I got to do that. I have a final game project due on Monday that I have to start. What else do I have?
Oh, a busy weekend. Also, hello, Bad Cop. Dance, crab, dance.
After the voice recording, the video editing, prepare Rockstar thing, record gameplay footage, do a game survey, and the final game prototype. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. So after all that, goodness. Maybe I'll put in some orders for some Christmas gifts. Maybe.
Oh, woof.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Listen, at least you're not on the schedule Steven and I are on for the
I was going to ask, how's Red Family Christmas going? I've caught you guys a couple of times just chilling in the Red's private closet chat.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, you knew about that?
Well, you'll see us. You'll see us a bit more tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, it's really tough because this is definitely the first year that Steve and I will be doing this in separate time zones and obviously separate apartments. But it makes it so that our only time to work together really is the weekend. We don't have the benefit of doing some things during the week together.
With that in mind,
and obviously both Steve and I have full-time jobs. So
yeah. With that in mind, are there going to be any stream days that you're going to want to skip out on? I think you did that last year as well. And Jerry and
I don't want to say that we have to do that yet. Based on our schedule, if everything works out the way we intend it to, we should be okay. Like maybe there's a Saturday, Steven, between now and then where we say no, we need the whole day. We can't just jump off right before. But we'll know more after this weekend.
Basically, if we fall behind in our
this
schedule.
Weekend, yeah. So it all starts with this weekend. We kind of made our plan last weekend, which I think is solid.
I kind of wish I was able to get more like stuff done during the week, but
oh, don't worry, I don't have time either.
Don't we always?
Neither. I think both you and I are in a similar position.
I did one solid like main thing at least.
Did you? Oh, very cool. Well, we can talk about this stuff tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't want to spoil it, but it's,
no, because there's obviously things we're excited to make.
I can connect to Parsec now. Let me in.
Oh my god.
See, all it took was time.
All it took was me uninstalling it and reinstalling it while we were talking about other shit.
Perfect. See, I knew it would be okay.
Because guess what? Fuck everything.
Happy birthday,
no, just
bitch.
relax. It's your birthday. It's gonna be okay. Did you take any time to yourself, Steven, besides the time you spent eating just bacons and onion for dinner?
I talked to mom and dad when I got home.
Oh, you did a phone call with them. Yeah, that's a cool birthday.
That pretty much took me into dinner, which I.
Oh, that's
also
wonderful.
just.
Why didn't you hold on? Why didn't you treat yourself to something tonight? Why'd you cook?
Listen, I had fries in the oven that just got done, and there was a bunch of others, and I was like, you know what? I'll just go out to eat tomorrow. And so I just dealt with it. As
long as you do, that's the one thing. Even when you're trying to save money, at least treat yourself on your birthday. Come on.
It was mainly laziness, because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make burgers. This is gonna be great. And then it kind of went downhill from there.
Was it worth it?
And then I was so deep in, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do this, and then tomorrow I'll do something better.
See, because I have a bad temper, if I was you, and you know this, Steven, the second those burgers came off and they were undercooked, I would have thrown them in the garbage and immediately went to the car to go drive somewhere and get food.
Yeah.
Well, I would have not found some compromise with the situation.
It's been a while since I've fucked up a burger, and I think the problem is I didn't get the tube meat this time. I got the stupid in a package. Yeah. I need the tube meat. I need the packet, it for some reason
the way that the meat is packed.
Yeah, it's easier to smash the burgers down into thinner patties, which is so I'm used to cooking them quick.
That looks awful.
So you still cooking these? What are you cooking them on?
I have a cast iron skillet.
Cast iron? Do you have one of those smashers?
No, I just I use my spatula and then I just use the potato masher thing
to press it down.
Basically what I think we used to do that.
I think it would be a benefit if you were going to keep doing this, because I would have wanted it too if you were around here and I still cooked and I wasn't such a piece of shit. But if we were going to do burgers, to definitely get a smasher.
Yeah, I want like a burger weight, basically. You put it on.
Exactly.
And it's made of cast iron. So that's a
good thing to ask Mom for.
We're doing Secret Santa at work.
Are you really?
Yeah. So I put that. We're supposed to make a list. I'm like, I don't know. It's literally this website, and it just suggests a bunch of things based on your age and gender. Okay. I was like, because I was way too lazy to actually go find my own Amazon link. So I was like, whatever, I'll just scroll through here. One of them was a cast iron burger weight smasher thing.
Yeah.
So I put that, and then I was like, I don't know. I have no idea what else to do.
It was like his pet.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Gross. You can hear the wind coming off the cheeks. So they don't, when they do Secret Santa, it's not just let's see how well you know the person or get them a goofy gift. Like the only stipulation is a $20 limit. They actually give a list.
$25 limit.
25?
Big money.
Well, y'all rich?
Well, okay, so I think the wish list is like in case that person wants an easy out, you can just select one of these things and order
instead
it
of having to be clever or think.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll put a couple of those on there, and then under hobbies, I'm just like, literally just buy me anything weird you can find, and I'll be happy.
True.
Like, just what do you think I would like? Because I'm more interested in that.
Prove
honestly.
how much you know.
I want to see. Well,
the social exchange is far more valuable than anything they could buy you.
But I also didn't want to be the asshole who didn't put anything on there and just like gave someone a hard time. So
deal with it.
Yeah.
Let's hope you know me. See, this is why I don't buy Christmas presents anymore. I don't like to do it. I prefer the way we do it now because you remove that whole having to know somebody.
You just make whatever weird shit you want as long as you put their face on. It's like, you made this for me?
It's personal. It's personal. Yeah.
You haven't weirdly like randomly seen Drive, have you?
So funny thing, or not funny thing.
did.
No.
Oh, here we go.
I updated.
Maybe he knows.
Did that not work? There it is. I figured out that IMDb has a watch list, a want to watch list. So I filled that with a bunch of movies that I'm interested in. I think Drive is in there.
Okay, well I'm
not seen
doing
it.
that as my suggestion.
Yeah,
because I feel like I remember you talking about the music at one point or something.
Yeah.
At least aware of that movie.
Or at least knowing about it. So I'm like, I can't remember if you've seen it or not, but I was pretty sure you haven't.
Yeah, there's if anyone ever struggles to think of a movie that they want to suggest, you're pretty much safe picking anything from the watch list there, because I have guaranteed not seen these.
But then that's basically a you suggestion. Then it's like,
there you go,
movies you want to watch. That's
but it's also for people who like are blanking out. It's like, I don't know any movies, and then there's like, oh shit, yeah, like fucking, I don't know. Let's pick a random one.
I should put Deja Vu 2 on there.
There's a 2?
Actually, if you put
they should have just called it Deja Vu.
It would have been worth it just for the
Actually,
joke.
that would have been funny if I just put Deja Vu on there again.
It's like, wait, didn't we already watch this?
Did we?
Haven't we already seen this? I don't know.
Are we doing 2 Christmas movies like we did Halloween?
What would you do if you had to watch the same movie again?
I'd try. You never know what someone else to watch.
You know what? Probably not, Pomo. So here's what the schedule kind of looks like for December.
Curious.
This weekend's going to be normal. Next weekend on the 9th, I'm going to be showing up on the University of Utah Twitch page to promote my game, as well as all of other people's in the cohort.
All the class. How many games total will there be?
More than ours. Like, we're just like, the graduate program is like a small segment of it, and we have like a 6 to 7:30
the whole
slot.
school.
Undergrad too and stuff.
Yeah, it's like a whole undergrad, the Gap Lab that I work. It's a whole big thing, but our slot is like evening Mountain Time, and that's going to bleed into stream time, so we'll be starting a little late on Friday, but you can still see at least me on a different
you better
channel.
Believe I'm gonna be in that chat, so you guys can join us and be extremely honest with the things you see on there.
Yes, don't hold back.
Especially on
don't be malicious. Just honest.
Just honest. Give your honest opinion. Because,
rate the games as if they were a game you wanted to play.
Some of these kids need it.
They desperately do. They're not getting the guidance that they need.
So Saturday, I believe Saturday might be normal, depending on how the Ruds do with their Red Family Christmas. It'll either be a normal stream or a Jared adventure.
Maybe you finish It Takes Two.
Yeah, that's the thing. But after that, next weekend, God, I'm peeking like a motherfucker. Next weekend,
Peaky Blinders.
I am flying back home for the holidays, so there will be no streams.
Next weekend.
No, sorry. The weekend after that.
2 weekends.
Let's say like, holy shit.
That is only 2 weeks away though.
Crazy.
So streams will be offline from the 16th to the basically Christmas, essentially.
Yeah.
Wow.
We will have, though, a New Year's Eve stream / New Year's Day
We absolutely
stream,
will.
with the 3 of us all together. So
in person,
look forward to
just
that.
like on Thanksgiving.
I can touch you now.
So Normal weekend this weekend.
Languages.
Kind of weird weekends next weekend, and then no streams for 2 weeks, and then New Year's Eve stream.
It's gonna be crazy. It's just crazy.
It's crazy.
Crazy what's going on out there.
We got a lot of stuff we have to do before New Year's. I'm just looking at all the things that have to happen for all of us between now and the end of the year.
Just talking about
Trust
timelines.
me, I am keenly aware. Keenly aware.
Brutal. I'm gonna really enjoy post Christmas and New Year's night.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna really enjoy New Year's because I'll know that everything's done. We're gonna get turned in person.
We're gonna get turned.
Turn live in front of an audience.
Maybe even Jared's drunken family will make an appearance in the background of the stream.
You never know. Yeah.
Anything can happen.
You might meet, God forbid, my parents.
You know who
God willing.
you won't meet Jared's dog.
No, you won't. He has been
He's
dead
dead.
for... It'll be almost 3 years.
Famously dead for 3 years.
3 years?
No way. Has
Two,
it
actually.
seems
Two.
like
No, you're
It
two.
seems like it was only yesterday.
Two.
Jared's
Because
cousin.
my
She wouldn't even fit in through the door.
my dog died when I came back for the holidays in 2020. Just to add a little
Damn.
shit little
perfect.
cap on the cherry on the year.
Year of the pandemic.
Yeah.
It was a red letter year.
For
You
some
will
reason,
not
I
see
was-
my
I was
cousin.
thinking
She
that
lives
that
in
was-
Wisconsin.
All the way over there with those tits.
Give us the rating.
Never.
We'll get a number on New Year's.
On New Year's, we'll get him drunk.
We're gonna do a countdown, like
What about
5, 4, and then
other-
Jared stops on the number that he rates.
Yep.
What about your
Man,
other cousin?
No extended family will be there.
Damn.
Why do you keep saying cousin? It's driving me crazy. You guys are killing me.
Well, Pomo, it's understandable. He's not. the
He's
smartest.
not
But
left.
Mastiff. Like, come on.
No excuse, Mastiff.
Your
You're
second.
second.
You're a second cousin,
No,
if you
I
I
will.
don't think I have.
If
Oh,
so-
I might have a second cousin.
There's no risk of mutation with the second cousin, so
That is true.
That's-
It's right in the sweet spot. It's right in the sweet spot.
keep it in the
Listen,
family, baby.
we're all related to some degree. So at what point, where do you draw the line?
If I'm describing anybody with the same words that I would describe a family member. Second
That could
cousin,
be
third
people
cousin,
out in
yeah.
the world.
Then yeah, I wouldn't. There you go.
I don't draw the line.
Bad cop doesn't draw no lines. I don't want to live in a world of boundaries.
Yeah, let's just live free and do what we gotta do. You know.
How about you stay out of
Including
my way
cousins.
and you let me rape my cousin's boobs and we all just move on, okay?
Did you Spy Kids 3?
I
That
do
was,
not remember a single thing about Spy
Is
Kids
there
3.
incest in Spy Kids 3D?
Is there?
Everyone is your family. Oh wait, is that?
I thought you were
sort of
talking about when Elijah Wood dies at the end of Spy Kids 3.
Elijah Wood dies at the end of Spy Kids 3D?
I forgot who was the celebrity
He's the
cameo
guy.
thing. Yeah, he's the guy.
What?
Yeah.
The only reason I remember this is
How do
because
you remember this?
so one of our producers at work quit, and that was his way of telling us. He showed a clip. He's like, I can no longer be the guy.
What?
It was interesting. It was in a meeting. It was funny though.
That's kind of amazing. This makes me think of Shark Boy and Lava Girl and
Oh,
the
man.
amazing fan
Should,
fictions
because
that
I'm
exist
pretty
as a
sure-
result.
I'm
You
pretty
know,
sure
that
it's
would be
the
a
same
perfect
director.
candidate for the hate wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
So
What
I
about?
actually-
I don't know if
actually had a
you've-
couple of ideas for themed movies. You got guilty pleasure, strictly comedy, hate watch, underrated or overrated.
Okay.
Because if
These
we
are
did an
interesting.
underrated wheel, I would throw Robert Downey Jr.'s Sherlock Holmes immediately on there.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. And National Treasure.
But I also
Need
know
more
for a
love for
fact that
National
if we
Treasure.
did overrated movies,
feel
only,
like
Mastiff
overrated
would
is going to-
slam in Citizen Kane. He does not like that film.
Oh, I hate that movie too.
I've never seen
so.
Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane. I feel like I've never seen.
I definitely.
I know we owned it.
To be fair, the only time I watched it was when I was sick and I was just at home from school.
And it was one of the movies. We had a handful of these old VHS,
Listen, it was either
adult
For
VHS.
that or watch Sabrina, and I wasn't about to do that. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the teenage witch. So.
What other Sabrina is there?
Just the movie called
Harrison
Sabrina.
Ford. I don't even know what that movie is about.
I have no idea. I feel like I can picture the
I know the cover. If you pull up the cover. It's a white cover with like a woman leaned up against a wall, and it's a handwritten Sabrina. She's got a hat.
No, hang on.
No, not Bam. Sabrina the bitch.
It's the one from '95.
This one.
Oh, it's Harrison Ford is the one doing the leaning.
Look at that hat, baby.
What's he doing there? What's he up to? Wait, is Sabrina a horror movie? Oh, what am I seeing down here? I don't know what
this is.
I have no idea.
Oh no, this is a different Sabrina.
That's a different thing.
There's no way our parents watch this. Okay. Oh my goodness. Looks like a foreign film there. What? This looks. This is an even older version.
Cylindrical head.
Well, that's Humphrey Bogart. He is the classic black and white movie stud.
That's the epitome of male handsomeness. That's what everyone should strive to be. Yeah.
Every man wanted to be Humphrey Bogart.
Look at him. You wish you were that.
He was the hottest man alive. He was the Brad. Imagine growing up where your Brad Pitt is Humphrey Bogart.
Oh.
This was the guy.
Imagine if you just looked like just.
He's the Chad Pitt.
Chad Pitt.
Yeah, if your body proportions were this. And I have a feeling he's not actually very tall either.
Oh, they just stretched him out to make him look
I think people were shorter back then.
What a bizarre looking man.
Hey, but that was the stud. That was the stuff of legend. You wanted to look like this man. You wanted to have a glass of whiskey and a cigar.
Wanted him. All the men wanted to be.
People were taking like vices to their head to try and get it into the shape of Humphrey Bogart's head.
Yeah.
His head makes him a normal height. Yeah, he's got the Easter Island head.
Oh gosh.
Pretty sure he was in movies where they would smack women around.
That sounds about right.
He looks like
that old era of movie.
You know what? I changed my mind.
Where it was cute when they said no to a man and. He said, I don't take no for an answer.
There were simpler times back then.
Should we talk about a movie?
We can talk about a movie. We can talk about Pomo's favorite movie.
The Thing.
The Thing.
His words.
Wait, I was indisposed while... What?
Oh, Pomo said that... figures that the best movie we've watched so far has been a Jared suggestion.
The best movie we've watched so far.
He believes
Pomo's
that
casually
the best
dropped
movie
this.
that we have watched so far. That he has watched, I guess.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I find that very interesting. But yes, Bad Cop. By the way, The Thing is the movie we're currently going to discuss.
Yes. The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing.
The Thing.
That is interesting that Pomo has that opinion. Because my thesis statement for this movie is I thought I was going to like it a lot more than I did. I liked it, but I thought I was going to like it a lot more than I did.
You thought it was going to be like an Alien level.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you did not like it as much as you had intended to. Got it.
Yes.
I will say like the parts that I did like about this movie, I really liked.
Yes.
I think we're all going to be in agreement about that specific thing.
Yes.
It's the effects, right?
There's a thing this movie did that was a lot of fun to watch, and then there was the movie as a whole.
Yeah.
Those are the story and the acting that are completely. You got to separate them, you know.
Look at them separately.
So there are some things that this movie like
Palmer was just irritating to me.
Dude, all of them.
I could not stand
them.
Palmer specifically. I could not stand anytime he started talking.
All right, you're gonna have to help me because there were like 12 guys.
Palmer is the one with the vest. Oh, hold on. I'll just have to find a picture.
That was my problem. It had a lot of these characters had.
I might be even okay. He's the one where his was the blood that got. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the stoner. The stoner.
Was he the stoner? I thought
the one whose blood activated was the stoner.
Yeah, that guy.
Because he had the ripped up denim jacket. He was the punk. He was the punk.
Yeah. Can we have a Okay.
Maybe.
Weirdly enough, I feel like I'm gonna remember like at least 70% of the names. Maybe.
Yeah.
It took me almost 3/4 of the movie to figure out the name of the guy with glasses. Windows.
Yeah. Oh, Windows.
Oh, Windows.
There were a couple of guys with glasses.
The radio guy.
Yeah,
honestly,
who also had just some of the greatest acting.
The only time that the names really sunk in for me was during the blood test scene where I could read them.
Well, yeah, because they said, here's the name, you can read it, and then it's associated immediately with the actor whose name.
You don't remember McCready? Mac for short?
I at least remembered McCready, but okay, what's the name of the rollerblading black dude from the beginning?
I think that's either Childs or the other black guy.
Okay, so Steven, do you remember that, Steven, because of the jars of blood?
I think that's Knowles.
Because that's the only time I ever saw his name.
Probably. So the people who I don't remember their names are the fat guy who like couldn't breathe and then he turned into the thing.
I'm pretty sure it was Cooper or Copper or something. Maybe.
Something like
I'm gonna see if I can find.
He just was pretty unimportant for most.
He was nobody. He had almost no lines.
Yeah.
And obviously, like Childs was Keith Davis, and he's awesome.
Yeah, I mean he's famous. I remember. Childs.
I'm gonna remember him. I'm like, oh man, young Keith Davis, hell yeah.
Yeah. Like I can remember the most famous guys. You know, the only two that survived.
Well, did they though?
I don't know. This movie's genius.
Where was one of them the thing at the end?
Wait, what?
Spoilers.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. This is a spoiler alert to anyone who hasn't seen The Thing. The movie from 1982 or 83.
You know what? Honestly, every time, like a lot of people talk about this movie, and every single time they did, I would always like skip the discussion or skip past YouTube video stuff because I tried hard to avoid spoilers for this movie because I've wanted to see it for a while.
Were they really crossing your path that often?
Sometimes.
Really?
Not often, but like enough for me to just be like,
never.
Not this.
The closest I've had is people bringing it up. Just, oh, have you ever seen the movie The Thing?
Yeah, I want to say that I like wasn't 100% sure about like The Thing, like knowing exactly what it was.
Well, I didn't either.
The whole point of the movie, I understood.
I immediately knew I immediately knew that it was like a shape-shifting thing. Like 2 seconds of the movie, I'm like, oh yeah, that's dog.
I knew like, that. That's the only thing that I knew going in. But I also, knowing that, I thought like a big part of the movie was never really knowing who is infected or who's the thing or whatever. So I wanted to try and
honestly,
I didn't know about that part.
I didn't expect to see it so soon.
Oh really?
No, me neither.
Like when it started eating the dogs, I was like, oh shit.
I thought it was gonna stay hidden.
I thought it was gonna do more of those things where it was like showing the dog walk into the room and you see a guy sitting like his shadow and like, okay, clearly he's getting changed, but we don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Sort of deal. But that's okay. The movie's
Jared,
not about
quiet,
it's storytelling.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you are a bit quiet. I did notice that as well.
All right, no worries. I can fix that. I'm still fiddling around with my reset fucking settings. All right.
My settings.
This might be better.
There was a moment at the beginning of the movie. I think it was the very beginning, like the first like scene even, with the UFO. Like, crash. Yeah, I was like, that really. I was like, man, I don't have high hopes anymore. But
yeah,
I know.
Luckily,
that's what I'm saying.
That was the only time they used like CG, like
straight up computer.
There are some things in this movie that have just still look amazing, but there are other things that
do not look amazing.
But yeah, the stuff that looks amazing, I'm like, holy shit! If I was watching this in the '80s, I would have been fucking blown away.
Yeah,
they do some amazing things.
Yeah,
but there are some equally bad.
And then sometimes
things that
you hear a super compressed stock punching sound effect.
Or they'll just do a freeze frame thing in the middle of a fade because
I did notice that too. I noticed that too. I'm like, why did they freeze it?
or they'll actually my favorite one is where, hold on, I noted it down because it made me laugh. I had to check it like 3 times.
Probably the OG one, Pomo. If we ever describe an issue that you didn't notice or didn't see, then that's probably
we watched the one that's on Amazon, whatever the fuck that means.
Yep.
Which apparently I can't watch 4K off the browser, which is dumb.
Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure the version I watched was widescreen, which leads me to believe that it was maybe the original. I don't know. It was the OG,
Wait a minute,
not the remake.
Now that I think about it, I don't know.
John Carpenter's The Thing, 1980, what, 2?
I definitely know I watched that one.
Yes.
I mean, it's the only one on Amazon Prime, so
That's the one I watched, but I couldn't remember if it was 4:3 or 69 actually. I have a feeling it actually was full screen, but
I'm almost positive mine was full or not.
I don't remember.
Screen.
I feel like I would have. I feel like I would have remembered if it was 4:3.
Yeah,
I think I would have noticed that.
Like most movies were widescreen, anyways. Like,
Jared, you seem like you're about to go check. Just make me feel like I'm not crazy.
Oh yeah, right. You're
but
right.
I'm just gonna... the one weird edit that I was shocked that they kept was when
the 2011 one was a
2011 is a prequel.
Movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that, but I saw it next to the one on Amazon.
Yeah. I obviously didn't watch that one. Like 2011. That's
the way people talked about it. I assumed there were multiples from the 80s that I was gonna have to figure out.
I think there was one from the 50s. I want to say.
I think you might be right that there was some original one. The first time the story was ever turned into film.
No amount of remastering will save the story.
Yeah, this is widescreen.
No,
this is widescreen.
That much. I think that much is just like set in stone. So it's all good.
But they could at least go back into their bag of takes and not use the take where Blair says, "Do you hear we?" instead of "Do you hear me?"
What?
I don't know if y'all noticed that, but when Blair is talking to McCready about you need to keep an eye on Clark, the camera is zoomed in on him and he says, "You keep an eye on him. You hear we?" And he says we. He doesn't say me, and they keep
seriously?
it.
That's because he's already a thing, and they're like a hive mind or something.
He hasn't learned how to talk yet.
Honestly, like it wouldn't surprise me if that was like a thing that people were like, "Oh yeah, that's but it was definitely a mistake.
Maybe it was a mistake, but after in the edit they're like, "Wait, that could be a clue."
So that's why they left it in. Oh,
dude, you're probably right, actually, because it's such a glaring, weird mess up.
I hope it's
somehow intentional that they knew it was there,
because otherwise it's just why.
But yeah, so
there's
the Amazon version was
a lot of things that are
widescreen.
incomprehensible about this movie.
So
like the Norwegians couldn't even understand a damn word they were saying.
Where were the subtitles?
No, they were actually Swedish, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah. McCready said it like 5 times, so just to make sure that joke came across.
Yeah.
So here is the main thing for me, or at least like, I think this is basically why I I thought I was gonna like this more than I did. Was that like, I knew the premise going in, and I expected the story to be some sort of like story of paranoia and like we can't trust anybody and like the dynamics of that, and it was kind of that, but I expected that to be much more I guess just better delivered,
better orchestrated.
Yeah. I was never really left wondering who was infected or anything like that, and that's what I was expecting.
Even when they showed you the ripped McCready shirt,
I was expecting the entire time to just be like, oh, is it like, is this? Oh shit, it's it, like that kind of stuff. But certainly I think this movie was definitely carried by like its gore and effects for sure.
Yes, hands down. No argument.
Which again, but that's the thing was, there used to be a time when body horror and gore would be like my number one thing of I'm not gonna watch this movie. I can't take that.
This. Yeah.
But now it's more of like it's kind of like weirdly, it's in like a dramatic context. Like sometimes just like fun or interesting to see. In the same way that like Tarantino's like some violence is like fun violence, like it's just fun to watch. And so because the main appeal of this movie was it's like gore and effects, at no point was I ever really scared, and I was more just like that looks awesome kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
So like I honestly expected this movie to freak me the fuck out, and it did not. Even remotely.
No, there was never any
I think
point.
the only time that I like maybe slightly got
Cringed.
startled was the blood scene with that.
Ooh,
Mostly because it just got
the jump
just
scare.
because it got super loud. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh god.
Yeah.
It makes that lightning bolt sound from the 80s that you always hear. It pierces through the audio, and they also have a cut that jumps pretty harshly. So it is a jump scare, so it should get you.
It is, yeah.
Even though you know it's gonna be this guy.
But I agree. At no point is the movie scary.
No.
No.
The moment
I
like
was
gore and
expecting
effects
it
were
to be,
happening,
though.
I was like not scared at all. But I was probably the most plugged into the movie. I'm just like, oh shit, that looks good.
Aside from a couple times where they looked like Jim Henson puppets a little bit.
The transformation of Jensen was could have been a little better.
Could have been better.
There's one scene that stands out as great to me, and then most of the others are mediocre, and then a handful are just abysmal.
Well, I just liked I guess the design of like what was happening.
I liked the concept and the monster. Like I loved both of those things.
How they did it.
I wish the
like
execution lived more up to my
shit
expectations.
squirting out of a dog face butthole and
fuck,
like that sort of shit. I was like, oh god, what the?
Yeah.
Cool.
It had me making faces.
I'm still not even sure like how they did like the any sort of like the tentacle or the tongue effects. Like especially
where it's whipping around like that.
Especially the way that in like the hospital scene when the guy's head like falls off and he uses his tongue to like pull himself under a desk. I'm like, how did they do that?
That's impressive.
Cool, and then like the spider legs come out of it like that. I thought
the spider legs coming out was really cool. Yeah. I think in some of these they use a lot of reverse in the camera to get things like that to happen.
I can see that.
But still, there's some that are definitely not having the camera reverse that are really impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is another one of those movies similar to Alien where I much more respect like the craftsmanship of it more so than like the plot and the characters. But this is like expand those gulfs even wider, you know? Like, yeah. Because I still enjoyed the story and characters of Alien, but I mostly appreciated the craftsmanship.
Alien was consistent.
Alien kind of like set up a world.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Like it had world building. This is just kind of like these dudes are in the Arctic, and then there's
a monster.
Like there's really not a lot that they go into about.
It really did seem
pretty
like,
base level.
Yeah, it really did seem like a plot that was set up to showcase these effects. Honestly.
Yeah. Which is
actually my least favorite part, which I think weakens the story completely and immediately throws me into not taking any of the threat or the scaring seriously, which is probably not the intention of the movie, is the alien shit.
Yeah,
the whole everything
yes.
alien spaceship about this is the worst part of the movie because it doesn't help the story at all.
No,
and all it does is make you think that they're trying to explain this as a somehow rational thing. Like, okay, this thing exists, it came from another planet, and it has a motivation. Don't give me that, because now I'm looking for how that manifests in the story. No. And when you look for it, it ain't there.
It doesn't exist.
No, everything to do.
No, it doesn't. If you just honestly, I want to do an edit of this movie where you remove all the alien shit, and this is just some unknowable, incomprehensible dark evil.
Living in a place where humans don't live. Like
that to me is better because then I'm not asking questions. I'm just trying to figure it out at the same time that they are.
You've invaded this creature's habitat and just it's never been discovered.
Yeah, like would you want it to be there, or would you still be cool with it being like dug up sort of thing? Like you
I don't want it. I want it to just show up. I want it to have just showed up somewhere. Because even the digging up, as soon as you start to give storyline to where this thing came from, you have to start filling in a lot of blanks to understand why this thing exists.
Yeah.
If you never step down that pathway and you leave it in this supernatural, like you can't explain it world, then I'm not dwelling on those things. And when I ask it, when I'm stuck in confusion, it's the fear of confusion, not the perplexity of a poorly written story.
Well, I guess with all of that out of the way, we can probably start at the beginning.
at the beginning. And honestly,
I liked this opening.
Movie is packed with stuff to talk about. I have to give it credit.
Yeah.
For better or worse, there's always something either really dumb happening or someone's acting really badly. Or they're doing something visually either interesting or poor on screen.
So let's pretend that the movie doesn't start with a really shitty CG spaceship flying into Earth.
A UFO crash.
But instead starts
let's skip right past that.
With a helicopter chase. Huh?
Well, I'm just like, I remember like watching through the movie, and then just like that scene popping up in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, it's an alien. Oh, I forgot. Shit, that's stupid.
I know.
Like just remembering that it was a spaceship just kind of ruined it for me. And then they were showing the spaceship and everything. I'm like,
I was mad.
Did we watch the same movie?
It became a joke.
Yeah.
Pomo, how about you post how about you post a link to the cover of the movie that you watched? Oh, okay, so you're started with the helicopter. Okay, so the remaster did probably fix some things.
I mean, that's probably a better.
It's a worthless
because I was just gonna say, like, let's pretend the movie starts with this helicopter chase scene, which I think is a very
apparently John Carpenter agrees.
Yeah, a very provocative way to open the movie, because I'm just like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? You're trying to shoot the dog? Like, that's like it's an interesting premise. You just see these dudes in a helicopter trying to chase down a dog in the snow. Like, you're like, what the fuck is what's going on here?
What's happening?
It is the concept. Like, the concept is cool.
But then it has a close-up shot of the guy with the sniper rifle going like this with the gun and making really quiet gun sounds with no muzzle flash.
Everything.
and also like shooting around the dog, but there's no like indication that the bullets are hitting anything.
Nothing.
Trying to throw grenades kind of, at it for some reason.
Making a noise.
Yeah.
The grenades are hilarious.
Well, okay, can we talk about Mr. Butterfingers with the grenade? Like, how the hell?
It was more like Butterfingers and Butterbrain, like, because he was trying to dig it up while it was live too.
Well, no, that was the other guy in the helicopter. The guy who accidentally threw it just ran away. He's like,
gotcha.
His reaction is priceless. But it's really hard for me watching this movie. So that's this is all maybe the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the movie. So you're starting off with a cartoonish UFO landing on the Earth, and then immediately having a helicopter sort of comically chasing down a dog, but ineptly they can't shoot this dog. And the way it's shot is very James Cameron style, where you see everything. There's no clever shooting. There's no good editing to it. You just see a dog that's trained to run through the snow and a helicopter flying overhead, and they show a lot of it over it, and it's long. So you're already starting to wonder what this movie is, and then you follow that up with these like Acme level guys, where you almost expect to hear like whoop, 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 and then hear a banana slip, and then this thing flies out of the guy's hand and gazoink. So how am I supposed to take this movie seriously? I do not understand.
Well, before we get to the Looney Tunes scene. We still had the scene with Kurt Russell playing chess against a computer and then just dumping his whiskey into it.
Dude,
that bitch is cheating. So obviously you got
these are just classic 80s and 90s film styles where you give this character such a dramatic personality that they're unforgettable. Yeah. They just need their moments where you see, wow, oh, I could be that guy, you know? Look at how iconic that guy is.
All they needed for Kurt Russell to be unforgettable is just that hat.
That fucking goofy hat. Dude, his hair and his
I could only dream to have locks that luscious.
My goodness, that hair.
Yes.
No wonder all the ladies loved Kurt Russell back in the day.
He was all hair. The unfortunate part about Kurt Russell is he looks like he's wearing a mask because of the way his face is shaped.
Yeah.
So his eyes are kind of small and his skin is really full, so it looks like he's got a face mask on.
He's got one of those faces where you could really easily draw a caricature of him. Like
he does. He's got very defined features.
Yeah.
The hat be the memento.
I'll put it right on.
There's going to be a lot of good candidates for a movie like
this. There's a lot of goofy shit.
Visual shit. A lot of visual shit.
So the Norwegians get to the American scientific site. I don't think it's ever explained.
National Science. It's the stupidest name. It's United States. What is it? United States National Science something station. It's one of those clearly made up names, which I always hate.
But they're just scientists, I guess.
Sure.
The dog,
But it's not important that you know what they're doing or actually.
What do 70% of them actually do that's like useful with this research?
Yeah, because most of them seem like they're the cook or the mechanic.
They're just the useless people. Like you got the helicopter pilot, sure, whatever. You got a doctor, maybe 2 doctors.
You got a cook, you got a doctor,
you
maybe
got a guy
2 doctors.
rollerblades. You got
some guy who I thought was a sheriff. I thought Gary was a sheriff because the way he's dressed and how he's the one with the revolver.
They called him the captain. So
they did call him the captain.
He's in charge or something.
Killed by the Blair thing in the finale. Spoilers.
Oh wow, this thing actually says when they died.
Seems
Wilford
like
Brimley.
And then we got McCree.
Yeah, I didn't know Wilford Brimley was in this.
Yeah, and I guess like Clark was just the dog trainer or something.
Yeah.
What the hell was Norris doing? Like
Norris,
what
I don't know.
Oh, his name was Norris.
And then like Bennings, like what was his job?
Windows was on the communications.
Yeah,
it seems like
but he
Fuchs was the only scientist.
I think like
Blair was doing the autopsies,
Fuchs,
right?
But that's a doctor. He was a
Blair.
doctor.
Sure.
Yeah, but like the only like research guy is probably Fuchs.
Fuchs was the only one who seemed talked about or was involved at all with a laboratory.
Like, Gary doesn't seem like he does. Gary doesn't seem like he does anything.
Hell
but shoot
no.
people in the head.
That's Gary's one job.
Childs is just
muscle.
the guy in charge of the flamethrower apparently.
Wait, why is Childs not on here?
Top right.
It's top right.
Oh god, he snuck up on me.
He'll do that. He was off trying to find Blair because he thought he saw him. So.
Oh yeah.
Because that's a really reasonable.
Oh, damn it, Childs.
Damn.
Damn it, Childs.
Damn it, Childs.
Did it bother no one else that at the beginning, imagining a helicopter flying in, shooting, and that everyone was just gleefully standing outside?
Like, what's going on here?
Wondering, hey, what's up? And even when they started throwing the grenades, still just, huh?
Whoa,
what are they doing? What does Norge mean?
I think it's Swedish.
I think they're from Sweden.
So the
you idiot.
The dog runs up to the crew. He's like, "Oh, hi!" And here's an interesting shot. So this is where one of the Norwegian guys like grabs a grenade out of the helicopter and is ready to like throw it at the dog. But it happens fast. If you watch that scene closely, he pulls. It's the same shot. Whenever he pulls a grenade out of there, he pulls the exact same grenade out.
They're reusing it. Okay.
Wow.
It's just I don't understand these little editing snafus. They feel so obvious. Is John Carpenter bad?
What was the budget for this movie?
Big. I was reading through some IMDb trivia stuff. Well, one, you might be happy to know that this movie was critically panned when it first released, and then gained popularity as a cult following during like home video release. But as far as budgets go, this movie had a much bigger budget apparently than most horror movies.
Of course.
Let me look at the budget. $15 million.
That's big.
Yeah, but
because I think back then, if you look at other movies from that era, what was the budget for Star Wars Episode 6?
Yeah.
Because this was around the same time.
Yeah. Return of the Jedi. Let's see. I think this also released for the weekend of something else. I forget.
Like a holiday weekend?
Like a big movie.
Oh, or a competitive weekend.
Yeah. Come on. Where are you? 32.5 million with Star Wars.
I mean, that is Star Wars though.
But Alien
that gives you some reference to like
Alien
what
was
movies
what?
cost back then.
Alien
or
was
something.
cheap. Well, 11,000. Never mind. But the thing, I'm just looking at the numbers here. So budget estimated 15 million for the Thing. Worldwide gross, they made 19 million.
Hey,
that's a pretty tight profit.
That is pretty slim, and they
not
had
as tight as the profit's gonna be for the new Avatar movie, where they need to make over $1 billion to break even.
God, maybe we'll pad that a little bit by seeing it.
Maybe.
even though I don't have a genuine interest in seeing it.
No. That over 2 billion.
Oh, over 2 billion to break even. Ah, gotcha.
God.
$2 billion to break. That's insane. That can't be worth it.
You know, James Cameron don't give a fuck.
I'll say it again. James Cameron is not good at making movies.
He got lucky a couple times.
He absolutely got lucky a couple times.
So the Norwegian freaking dies to his own grenade.
Hilarious. The
He's trying to-
helicopter explodes also, and all that's left is a couple of pieces. It's kind of funny how little is left.
In typical like 80s movie fashion, the movie, the universe that the movie takes place in just does not care about how grenades and dynamite actually works.
No, not important.
Who needs it?
They all just explode into gigantic fireballs.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
then as that helicopter's on fire, a bunch of dudes run up to it and start trying to stomp it out because that's what you do.
And
they're like, oh no, we actually do have fire extinguishers. Don't worry. What the fuck are you doing?
My favorite was how many flamethrowers they have.
They had a lot. I expected one flamethrower.
No. They've
one
got
for each
maybe
person apparently.
at least three flamethrowers.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure they had more.
I'm pretty sure they had like 4.
I'm pretty sure
one at the end, like 4. When they were all setting up. Like, or did Gary not have one? So I feel like Knowles, Childs, and McCready at least had one.
I know they had at least 3, but they might have had 4.
I think Childs probably took. Are you talking about the blood test thing or?
No, like the very end after the blood test,
Oh,
like when they're.
Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like they all had one.
4 dudes left. I'm pretty sure they all had one.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Hey, we know that bad things happen when people are left alone, but
let's split up.
Childs, you want to stay here while the 3 of us go fuck off?"
I do not. The movie gives no reason for why, after they've already said multiple times, I don't know who to trust, that they split up immediately after that. The movie gives no reason.
And it's to go talk to Blair, a guy that they can't trust. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
They gotta test them
even
to know for sure.
Even after, so you know when McCready is doing his tape recording about I don't know who to trust.
Yeah,
he's doing this after leaving the group to be alone.
Yep.
Why?
Like, idiots.
Why?
The way to beat this thing is just everyone just
stay in a room together.
Stay in a room. Everyone sit in a circle and just stare at each other. They can't do shit.
And you just wait for a signal on the radio. That's what you have to. If you actually understand now what the threat is, because they do know. They know what the threat is. Anyone at any time could change.
Weirdly enough, they know pretty early on what the threat is. They just do
very
They figure it out. Yeah.
Like almost immediately, they're kind of geniuses at figuring out how this alien works.
But they're like the opposite of genius when it comes to actually dealing with the threat they know.
Yeah, their logic is terrible, but their observation skills are impeccable.
Yeah.
Anyways, some dude gets shot. I think it's Palmer. I don't know who this is. Who is this? Oh, it's Bentley.
Bennings, I believe.
Yep.
It's not that bad. You know, he gets shot in the leg, but it's fine.
Yeah.
He's not even really freaking out about it. He's like, oh.
It just grazed him.
Ow.
And then immediately after that, we get a shot of Gary just like clumsily batting at a window with his guns.
Honestly, any sort of glass breaking like scene in the movie is just garbage.
Just don't do it.
There's that part where Windows is trying to grab the shotgun. He's like smashing into the case.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing?
This must be before they have the sugar glass where you don't have to worry about getting cut or whatever, you know?
They were still being careful.
They looked like actual giant shards of glass that these guys were scared of getting cut on. The way they behaved. It didn't feel like acting. It felt as if this was genuine precaution.
Yeah. But Deadeye Gary here takes out a Norwegian in a single headshot.
Bam! What a fucking shot.
Yeah.
Right through the fucking eye.
The only useful thing Gary does the entire movie.
Besides that part where he starts off kind of quiet, and then when he's tied up, and then builds up and goes, and get me out of this fucking couch!
Yeah.
Aside from Gary.
Calm down, Gary.
Gary, dude, you know what we're dealing with. You can relax.
Childs does the same thing. Like, the only one who doesn't, like, freak out is Knowles because he's just like, all right, I'm good. You can untie me now.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Well, Childs, it made sense to not freak out because he was potentially tied up next to the monster.
Yeah.
So he's like, okay,
like,
get me out now.
Get me out now.
Please, get me out.
Especially since he already saw that happen already.
Oh, what the cost is? Because if you're like Windows, and when the monster appears, you just stand in front of him with when all the flamethrowers, they accidentally turn the switches off, right? Because all the flamethrowers stop working at the same time.
That was so disappointing because the whole setup for that scene, the payoff with like the effects, the whole reveal and thing, all of that I thought was excellent. But once that monster actually started like going around doing shit in that room, it just turned so silly.
It turned into a circus.
Yeah. Kurt Russell's flamethrower just decided to give up for the day.
Okay, all right.
Windows does the classic, like, look at this terrifying thing while holding the one thing that could kill it and stare at it. It gave you like 10 seconds to do something.
It was still morbing, and he was holding the flamethrower.
Starting to morb.
I'm just like, oh man, but this scene started so cool. Oh.
But it doesn't matter because the characters aren't there to act like real people. They're there to be fodder for the monster.
Yeah.
It had the potential to be like the best scene in the movie. But.
Yeah. I was reading around, a lot of people do think it is the best scene in the movie. Which, like, I think it's the best premise, like the best concept of the movie. I liked it.
Sure.
I think it's just the most disappointing execution.
Man, yeah.
That's the whole movie.
Well.
Damn it. Let's see here. We got Nolis coming in on his roller skates.
Yeah.
And then I think this is around the scene where everyone's like they're like bagging up the Norwegian guy, and like we're kind of getting introduced to everyone at this point. They're all talking with each other and figuring out what's going on.
The stoner, we got to go through the list.
Got to meet the stoner and the other stoner, and then the useless guy. And
which one?
All the people who aren't scientists that somehow take up refuge at this Antarctic station.
You'd think that they would all be scientists, but they would just like also be able to do other things. But no, it's very specific roles they have.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they are. After speculating why these guys have been doing this, there's like, let's just fly out to that base and see what's up. Sort of thing. So they go to.
I had an issue with that a little bit because I was wondering why. So these guys flew from another nation's
outpost.
Ice post.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With guns and shit, basically attacking you, and now you're gonna fly back to where they came from
just to see what's up,
just to see what's going on.
I also had kind of a problem with that.
They wanted to make sure that the other Norwegians were okay because they're like, oh, these guys were crazy. They might have hurt their own men. But like,
if that were the case, those men would already be dead.
Yeah, if they're out here and they got nothing else to kill but a damn dog, then every other human that
they must all be dead. Yeah,
it's either that or the other people are alive and they're just as violent as these guys were.
Yeah, if you actually think it through, there's no good that can come from checking it out.
Yeah.
Other than curiosity, I guess.
That's it.
And to give us information about the monster.
Yeah. So they go flying out there. What else happens here? We get some shots at the dog. Who's just a straight up cutie. Good boy. And then we get Nahlis listening to Superstitious.
Oh, this made me mad when Bennings, I think, asks him
I was just
to
shocked
turn
that he turned that down. He's just like,
a very reasonable request.
Yeah.
I've been shot. I'm trying to sleep. Can you please turn it down just a little bit? I'm not asking for much.
Yeah.
And they just like, nah, bro.
It completely ignores it. Don't y'all share this tiny, tiny little space in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah.
And the idea of not getting along or treating each other like this would end in someone getting killed.
Antagonizing somebody like that.
I mean,
oh my god.
Yeah.
People have literally died that very same day. There are dead people around this place, and y'all are joking about or not taking this seriously at all.
It's just insane.
But then we get some panning shots of the basically the whole facility that this takes place in. We see all these empty rooms and things, so you can kind of get a sense of the space. And then you see this mysterious
this is
dog,
when the dog,
wandering the
yeah.
halls.
A doggy.
Honestly, I
like this.
I don't normally notice this kind of stuff, but this dog's kind of a really great actor.
This
I don't know how they directed
the way it
this
came
dog.
around the corner was pretty good.
Yeah.
I did like it. The way it came around the corner.
There's a couple times where you're like, that dog is clearly looking at someone, and one of the major ones is when it walks into the kennel and you're seeing it just be like staring directly ahead at a trainer, and you can tell that it's like kind of creeping in. Aside from that, like
I still thought
good.
that scene was okay, just because like I actually wasn't picturing a trainer of him just looking there. I thought
that's all I was picturing.
Because
it
so
felt
fixated on one direction.
Yeah, but that to me gave me like a kind of uncanny, just like alien vibe to it, of just like, all right, just like kind of like autopilot. I think that's what they were trying to go for, and that's how I at least perceived it. But you bringing that up, it's like, I mean, that's exactly what they were doing off camera.
But when you think about it,
yeah. But
that is the main issue with like having dogs and stuff in movies is it's very easy to tell what they're doing.
They're always looking at a trainer. That's how they know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you ever watch Frasier and you watch Eddie,
never will.
Eddie.
That's all you're gonna notice.
Is him looking out behind the cameras at the trainer.
So McCready we forgot to mention when they get into the helicopter, we see McCready's trademark hat. His 24-gallon hat.
It's fucking like prospector hat
with the big flips on the. Was it front and back flips?
I think it was front and back. Yeah.
But I think the front one was bigger.
It's massive. Everything about that hat is massive.
I just don't know the function of the hat. Like maybe
to show you that McCready is the main character.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the normal helicopter pilot garb. So
he can't fly without
basic
it.
training.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to do what you always do, Ninja.
You don't just get a compi. That's not how this works.
Hey, compi.
Compi.
Campy. Yeah. Wow. This hat is. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are you seeing how big it is now?
I'm seeing it. Oh man, she's gotta get a little refresher.
Are you that drunk?
I think it's shots.
I'm seeing the hat now. Not only is it gigantic, but it also has straps on the side.
Yes.
And they go down to his fucking kneecaps, man.
Wait, what?
What? They go down low. Hang on, let me see if I can grab this.
Jared doesn't have a drink until you do the shots command, and then you can do
I don't know what
nobody's called shots yet. Holy shit.
What you're doing.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a picture of that hat.
It's gonna be
honestly,
a terrible
I've never wanted a hat more than when I saw it.
I actually would love to own that exact hat now.
Like that's where it's at.
That's a cool hat.
There
It
it
made me
is.
respect them. Heyo!
Finally.
This looks like a fucking like Bigfoot photo, but
I don't know. That's how that works.
look how low that shit goes.
Oh, did you put it in Discord?
Yeah.
Damn.
Dude, for real?
Wait, are you sure that's coming from the hat?
I'm
or
positive.
that's gotta be like-
I'm watching it in motion. It's coming from the hat.
Oh. Well, that's just awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, that's kind of cool.
That just makes me like the hat even more, honestly.
McCready.
Hey, McCready.
My name is McCready. I don't know what my role is here at the station. All you need to know is I'm the main character and the hero of the story.
I think he's just the helicopter pilot. That's it.
Which apparently means he gets his own fucking like house.
Yeah,
he gets his own shed. Oh, that's a bummer.
Perfect for an Arctic winter.
Nice on a winter's chill.
Yeah,
if anyone would like to
40 below
re-roll that.
outside. Nope.
It's gonna be 100 below.
So they. Hang on, I guess.
Well,
I'll
next
pour
time
my
just
shot.
have your parents watch the stream and then problem solved.
Oh, don't forget about the silhouette scene. I think that happens before they go to the helicopter.
What silhouette?
Where the dog
with the
walks
dog.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess I just focused on the dog actor, but yeah, he walks into a room, and there's some shadowed guy who like looks at the dog, and then it fades to black.
Who is that meant to be?
So
that silhouette meant to be?
I was looking through the trivia, you're meant to not know. John Carpenter specifically picked somebody who was not a part of the cast to be that shadow, so you wouldn't be able to tell.
I figured because that silhouette didn't match anyone on the cast.
The hairstyle was like, what is that?
Which I think is
for a while I thought it was like the big beard guy. I forget his name.
Clark.
Yeah, Clark.
The dog guy.
Like, I was like, no, like he's.
This is where I start to compare John Carpenter to James Cameron. I think these guys went to the same school, film school, where they don't realize that they can do other creative things with framing that give the exact thing that they want to do without basically giving away all of the gaps and showing you the holes and what they're actually able to film. Yeah. Like, why choose to show if they want it to be so ambiguous that they literally even choose someone who's not on the cast? Choose a different way to do this. You can. There's so many different ways.
Yeah, it's just the incorrect way to do it.
You chose the wrong way. Show that you have any ability as a visual storyteller, because this makes me think that you don't have any ability.
Oh man,
him and James Cameron do the exact same thing.
Yeah. Jared should set this Among Us twerking thing to have collision and butt bounce.
Oh yeah, you need to be able to interact with it, of course. Of course.
Yeah. Like right there, it should have launched me across the screen. I don't know.
Oh well, I know, but I'm not going to tell anybody.
I also know, but I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to ruin it for anyone else.
I keep it to myself. I think it's safer that way.
It's a secret.
It's part of the story of the new God of War. Oh, for real? The Ninja, don't spoil new God of War. You should know better than that. Just because y'all are one of the 10 people on Earth that have a PS5.
Or she wasn't spoiling it, and then Pomo just spoiled it because he's, Pomo.
The Ruds don't know, which makes it.
I'm not really thinking about it, if I'm being honest.
I'm giving it 0% of my brain power.
If that's any indication. As soon as someone's like, "Hey, here's a riddle," I'm like, "All right."
My brain immediately rejects the riddle.
Shut off. I refuse.
Seriously?
On principle. Well, what's the answer to this one?
Which one?
The one Ninja posted.
Let me see. What gets bigger? What gets bigger the more you take away? A hole.
What's a hole? If you're a bear in the North Pole, what color are you?
Probably polar or white.
Polar is not a color, Jared.
Sorry, white. Because I crossed the wires of the train of logic.
That's right.
That was an equivalent to the what type of where does Dracula like to water ski?
I mean, wait, why does Dracula go to Lake Erie's water ski?
No. Lake Erie.
Why did Dracula go to Lake Erie? Where does Dracula like to water ski? Lake Erie.
Yeah.
What are you happy when it dies and clap when it sings? What are you happy when it dies? Clap when it sings.
And clap when it sings. Like Aretha Franklin or something.
No, it's like something.
She died and I started cheering. She probably I start clapping when she's singing. So.
A canary.
What?
Big day today.
I mean, a canary would be good if you're happy that the canary dies,
so
because it kept you from dying in a cave.
Exactly.
I think Jared's answer is the answer, so we'll move on from that now.
Yeah, that's canon.
Oh, we're doing a bottle finish on the Jaeger.
Yeah.
Ooh, finish it.
Big day.
Oh, hold on, get us close up. We need to see it nice and close. I want to see the liquid pour over your lips.
Oh, in the lips.
I want to see it touch every taste bud. Always pouring it right into the back of the throat.
Oh,
disgusting.
God. Oh, the color of it.
Oh, it's so syrupy.
Oh God, there's more than he expected.
That's a lot. It was filling him up. Mm-hmm.
Fill her up, please.
Swish it around. Splash your tongue in it a little bit.
No.
Why is a newspaper black and white and red all over?
No newspaper.
I'm just gonna point out. Hold on. In what way is birthday candle the answer to what are you happy when it dies and clap when it sings?
Maybe like a birthday candle's flame.
Birthday candle sing.
Oh.
You're gonna have to explain the singing
Riddle me
part
this.
of a
How does a
birthday candle.
goddamn birthday candle sing?
Yeah, that one. I'm sorry, your riddle hasn't made any sense.
Perplexed.
Because
your
your
mom.
What? Did you just turn this into a burn? I don't understand anymore.
My mom masturbating with candles? What's happening here?
What?
I think you know.
Oh.
I usually clap when my mom is finished. No, I use the damn internet.
Aha, so you didn't even know the answer.
You should. Oh, you should be careful about your sources then. They are misleading.
Wikipedia is not a good source for riddles.
For riddles. I don't doubt that in the slightest, Diesel. From the minute she showed up.
So McCready and I forget who he goes with. The doctor.
Blair, isn't it Blair or is
no, it's Doc Copper.
Dr. Copper.
They make it. They make it to the Swedish base.
Yeah, the Swedes.
Yeah. Hey, Sweden.
Prawn
and they're kind of just like walking around, like the place is just absolutely totaled.
Is it like shrimp
like
porn?
Prawn.
Now that's a good riddle. That's a fantastic
Googling.
riddle.
Where do shrimps go to masturbate?
Prawn Hub.
There is a Twitter handle at Prawn Hub.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait, Prawn Hub's official Twitter page. Wait, become a prawn star on Prawn Hub? What is this? What is this?
What? Okay, I gotta see this. Is it shrimp? Tell me it's shrimp.
I'm trying to see.
Is there a show called Prawn Stars?
Welcome to Prawn Hub Wiki. There's nothing here. What is this? Hang on. Hang on.
Definitely curious.
This is weird. We got hang on, let me move these things.
This is Prawn Hub.
No, this is not Prawn Hub. This is the Prawn Hub wiki page, which is also incorrect. Hang on, come on, get down there, Among Us. What are you doing? Where did my Among Us go? There it is. So if you'll notice, it says here under a photo of, I'm assuming is Count Dooku,
yes,
founder of Prawn Hub. Is what it says underneath his photo. So this is not like an actual website, but I'm just like, cool. I don't know what provoked somebody to make this.
Why love prawns?
We got Prawn Russian Roulette. Click here to learn the rules.
I would love to find out the rules to Prawn Russian Roulette.
I'm scared of that.
Don't
open it on stream.
Hang on, do I still have my sensor thing up? Let's see. Oh, it's not connected, I think.
Damn.
Oh, it is.
Dang.
All right, let me just take a peek. That's Prawn Russian Roulette.
All right, I still see Count Dooku. Oh, that's a penis.
No, we're good. Prawn Russian Roulette is a chat game played only by the daring. It involves skill and a small amount of luck. Basically, this is how the game works. Become an admin or mod. You must become an admin or mod and enter the Prawn chat. Announce a game of Russian Roulette. State the reward. Usually, it's a ban. Make sure you predetermine the number by here. Your number by here. Watch as people start posting and someone gets shot. They win. Okay, so this is lame.
I don't.
What is this?
Why love prawns? Oh, we'll
why
never know
love
the
prawns?
answer.
Where's that? Why love
I'd like
prawns?
to know the answer.
This is a question that we often get here at Prawn Hub, and the answer is simple. Prawns are simply the greatest, biggest, largest, most beautiful, smartest, happiest, most amazing, coolest, funnest, most intelligent, best creatures in the world.
Oh, so they really are talking about prawns.
What the fuck?
Also,
can we enter prawn chat?
I'll be right back.
Can we enter prawn chat, please?
I don't know. Let's see.
Advanced chatting service.
No such special page.
You mean to tell me that prawn chat is down?
Prawn chat is down. Pack it up. Best prawn on the internet.
Was there not a Twitter? A Prawn Hub Twitter?
There is a Twitter, and it's got the classic Prawn Hub logo.
I need to know if we got some naked shrimp in here.
Yeah, let me take a peek here. This is all spammy garbage. There's nothing to do with prawns here. It's just a bunch of memes and links to scams.
I was really, really hoping for something special.
No, there is absolutely not.
That's kind of a shame.
What a waste of a pun.
I know. This is all because Diesel was trying to flex some slang on us from the 1940s.
From his generation.
Back when Prawn Hub was first founded. Here, did you watch this last night or today? He said he was going to the bathroom.
Last night. I tried to give this movie like the Alien treatment of just like, wait till it's dark, turn off the lights, surround sound. I was not in the mood to set up recording stuff for this, so I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna watch it. So yeah, I gave myself the best experience I could have.
Same.
Granted, I might not have been in the best mood when I watched it, but I don't think it really impacted my experience all that much.
Wait, what had your mood down?
It was just a long ass day and a bunch of fires that I had to put out with the team I was working on. Yeah, school stuff.
Okay.
Why love prawns? Does this work? Hey, cool, that still works.
Would you look at that?
I'd like to know
the answer.
This is a question that we often get here at Prawn Hub, and the answer is simple. I'm surprised I got this one first try on rip. Beautiful, smartest, happiest, most amazing, coolest, funnest, most intelligent, best creatures in the world. Why love prawns? Indisputable. So says Count
I couldn't
Dooku.
hear it because our music is still interacting with it.
How was it? Mubby. We can do this. It is kind of loud. Look at that. Okay. Let's turn.
No, just because we're waiting for Steven doesn't mean we get to start some confrontational subject.
The fuck's going on?
But the answer to that is going to be no.
I did not see the question.
Diesel wants to know if you're getting Callisto Protocol. And
no, probably not.
That's a definite no.
Nope, because apparently the PC port is garbage and I am not getting a PS5 for it. And also, it takes inspiration from a game that I thought was mid.
Yeah, so this game is in no way up Jared's alley.
No, I'll probably watch the death scene compilations on YouTube because those at least looked interesting to me, but that's about it.
It didn't look that interesting to me.
No.
It was one of the causes for laughter during E3, revealing yet another Dead Space ripoff game.
Are you getting Graveyard Shift? That movie, or that sounds familiar.
I have never heard of this, actually.
Graveyard Shift on Steam.
Looks like another Dead Space.
Oh, it's Bad Cop's new game.
What? Nice try.
Definitely yes.
A cute
what did
and
we tell
spooky
chat about
FPS?
trying to plug their own games?
Say less. Congrats on getting it on Steam. That's dope.
Yeah, that's cool.
Reviews have not been good for Graveyard Shift.
Well,
no, it's not the one on Steam. Okay.
Oh, bad.
Oh, it's not the one on Steam. Oh, okay.
You want to like hook us up? What's going on?
Are we supposed to just get a Dropbox link to this game? a defunct Dropbox link?
Listen,
that's how I
we're
first distributed
influencers.
Cypher. Actually, was just sending people shitty Dropbox links.
It's on Itch.
Oh, on Itch. Okay.
Sweet.
Sick. We'll have to check it out.
Is it a thing you're like still working on, or is it finished, or at least like finished for now, sort of deal?
And how proud of it are you? So we know what level to criticize.
Alrighty.
Oh, since Steven left, I will be back in just a second as well.
Oh god.
You can just continue the wait. Literally just a minute.
The GitHub Game Jam. Yeah, I saw. I think it was Outfrost or Brain. I think it was Outfrost and Kuviman. They worked together on like some sort of horror FPS game. Which was like
cool.
30 days. 30 days. Diesel! Thank you for the gifts.
Congratulations, Bad Cop, on being gifted a sub from Diesel. I don't think Diesel's ever gifted a sub before, so that's impressive.
Well, he is now the top of the charts of monthly gifters.
For this month? Oh,
yes,
damn!
Sir.
Look at your name up there. Does anyone want to take his throne?
Go right ahead, Steven.
I haven't even bought an actual just single sub.
Yeah, but that was before you had income.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I'm back.
Anyways.
I'm back.
Anywho, moving on. Change the subject.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine having income.
Just imagine.
Like all of these people.
Couldn't be me in a couple months. Anyways, Kurt Russell and the Doc are exploring the Swedish base.
Swedish hub.
They find an axe in a door and they bust through.
It's a bloody axe.
And then they're looking around this place that looks like straight out of like Day After Tomorrow levels of freezing.
It got destroyed.
Oh yeah.
Years ago.
Yeah, like how
this did not just happen.
Yeah.
I mean, how cold was it? Because it's possible.
The amount of snow inside, the amount of snow filling
and like fully formed icicles,
and everything was kind of weathered. And yeah, the formation of icicles, like meaning that enough weather cycles had to take place where it would freeze and melt to get to that point.
So
that's like saying the icicles coming out of Floyd and Harry's noses in Dumb and Dumber is.
How long did that take? There's snot sickles.
Yeah, like if you're gonna say that's unrealistic, then I don't.
You had 2 pairs of gloves the whole time.
So they're looking around this room, and they see a dead body in a chair. And they're looking at it.
Body. I liked this dead body. I liked the frozen blood.
Yeah, it looked really cool. I didn't think too much about the mechanics of it, but the visuals looked really cool.
So this guy presumably killed himself, right? Like he slit his wrist.
It has to be.
Why would his throat also?
That's a great question.
How the hell did he do that? Like he's
great.
Or why?
Great
like
question.
if you already slit your wrists. Why you slit your throat?
Oh man, this looks so good though.
It would have had to be in that order because you can't slit your throat and then your wrist.
Yeah.
No, he slit the wrist and he wasn't sure he did it right. So he's like, "Oh fuck it, I'm doing it in this one." And when he cut his throat,
he cut.
He went halfway.
He went like halfway through. Yeah.
He's basically nearly headless Swede at this point.
It's like
yeah.
Like when I'm looking at this corpse here. It's not like out of like, oh, that's fucked up or that's freaky or this is really cool. It's more,
no.
I'm more looking at it like some sort of like art piece, almost.
A sculpture. Yeah.
I'm just damn, that is visually provocative. This thing is gnarly, but it does not make sense if you think about it for a second.
No.
And that's pretty much like the theme of this whole movie is like, damn, that looks sick. Don't think about it.
Wow.
Yeah. So for some reason, after seeing that body, they are not like, let's get the fuck out of here. It's like, let's keep looking around and get these like documents and things.
They're acting like they're acting as if their job in Antarctica involves a lot of
seeing this shit,
dealing with death and violence. Yeah. Guns and explosions don't frighten them or give them pause. Dead bodies, emaciated bodies.
One of them's a doctor. He's already seen death plenty of times, and one of them is the most badass helicopter pilot.
McCready. Nothing scares McCready.
No,
not with a hat like that.
No.
I'd fuck him.
I'd fuck the hat.
Is the hat available?
So the doc starts gathering a bunch of Norwegian documents.
These could be important.
Yeah.
I can't read any of these.
And I thought they were going to be.
Also, I found some insulin for Wilfred.
I thought those Norwegian documents somehow were going to be how they figured out how the thing works.
No,
those never come up again.
They were looking at them while they were looking at the videotapes and stuff. So kind of.
Well, they weren't reading them though, right? Like it was Norwegian.
Norris was flipping through them, so it's presumed that he could like read Norwegian because he was like flipping through them and reading them. Yes.
Okay. All right.
You guys even watch the damn movie? It happened.
Well, okay. I don't recall them flipping through those papers. I just remember the footage that they were going through and all that. I remember that.
Where they were doing like a suicide circle around the spaceship before they blew it up.
Yeah, but Norris is also flipping through like a bunch of pages, presumably Norwegian documents while they were doing that.
Fair enough.
This is around the time when McCready discovers the giant block of ice in there. Basically looks like a giant ice sarcophagus thing.
What the fuck is this?
It looks good.
How did they
Like,
perfectly just cut a cube of snow out and bring it back?
That's the thing, man. I'm just like, it
and
looks
then,
good.
And then
Don't think
carve
about
it
it.
open.
These are very
so here's the thing.
An inscrutable foe.
After watching this movie, I went on a little bit of a binge and went through YouTube, and I saw like, because there was one death scene in particular that I remember vividly seeing as a young, like maybe teenager, that freaked me out.
Oh?
And it was a scene where like these two guys were in a helicopter, and the guy looks over at the other dude, and that guy's like face like splits open, and then he like splits in half and just like kills the dude.
Yeah.
That apparently happens in the 2011 prequel.
Okay.
And it does not look as great as I remembered it looking when I saw it. Like,
did you watch it again?
Well, I didn't watch the movie, but I'm just like, where?
That
yeah,
scene.
I watched the like the death compilations. Of the prequel thing. So the story of the prequel movie is apparently just the story of this Norwegian base.
Interesting.
And they didn't like carve out this thing. Apparently, it just melted to a point where it could bust out of it.
Okay.
So that's why they didn't like carve this thing open perfectly. I couldn't tell you why it's like still totally like a lid popped off of it. But
that messes with this movie a little bit if they're actually insisting that that's a prequel to this, because their whole argument with the monster at the end is no, it's gonna go freeze itself again until it's found. Like it's choosing to be frozen and discovered. Again, this is when you start to get into
the weird thing about that is like it has nowhere
monster.
else to go. Just walk in any direction.
And find another station.
To be fair, okay, so it probably was not in human form that first time. So now it's in human form. It wants
the
to be
very
frozen.
first time it landed.
It wants to be like in human form, frozen near a base. So when rescuers come, they pick it up and like take it somewhere to like bury it or whatever, and then it can like do its thing again. Whereas if it just fucks off and goes off in the middle of nowhere,
it might not be found again. I guess you're right. Yeah.
But what does it want though? Because
I think it's just like a hive mind sort of thing. It just wants assimilation,
over, basically. Yeah.
But if it wanted to take over, why is it trapping itself here in this space? If the whole plan is it's smart enough to know to hide, right?
It can't go anywhere, so it's waiting here because there's going to be a rescue team coming. So it's waiting for it to be one of the bodies that they pick up.
No, but so it's smart enough to understand that people are going to come and take it away, but not smart enough to understand that if it basically kills everyone, it can't go anywhere.
So that was one of my biggest sticking points of this movie.
Up a little bit.
And the fact that it's building a fucking spaceship. I mean, what?
One of my biggest sticking points of this movie is that I loved the idea that this alien creature was dangerously smart in the way that it like knew how to hide, and it knew that like
it could read human behavior.
It could read human behavior, and it knew when it absolutely had to reveal itself and when it was best to just stay like behind the scenes. Right. But at the same time, it had the capacity to fuck up an entire room of human beings, and they could do nothing basically to stop it. And it just
it's also it's clear that it's capable of doing everything in secret, but then it could have done that from the very beginning. Just take one guy.
And another thing that I think kind of ruins the premise for me is the fact that I originally thought going into this movie that the thing was something that like it would kill a thing and then it suddenly gains the ability to perfectly replicate that person.
I thought that too.
I didn't think it operated on zombie rules where like if any
it infects you.
It literally like spells out in the movie that on a cellular level, if a single cell of this thing gets on you, it will slowly infect your entire body. And when you know that, you see so many instances of like people's blood getting on each other, or like all of these moments. They should all be infected.
They're all infected. They did not give. And honestly, okay, so I thought about that too.
They all cut each other. They all drew blood with the same scalpel.
Yeah, it does not explain. No, like I cleaned it. Windows cleaned it off on his pants, so he's good. The movie doesn't explain. The movie starts by saying that it can imitate, right? So immediately in my head, I'm thinking what you're thinking, Jared. That this thing kills you and then looks like you now. Yes. Which I thought, okay, that totally makes sense, right? And it's just hiding the bodies or whatever. And then you can kind of suss out
who's the thing because like suddenly people are missing. Yeah.
But then it becomes this idea of infection. So then then the question is, okay, what is the how does it infect people? Is it direct contact? Is it some kind of fluid? There has to be some way to know what it constitutes infection, right? And then I thought, okay, if it is infection, there's no way that at the beginning with the dog when it's spraying it should just do that.
Yeah.
How did people
that
not
dog
know?
licked
even easier, just walk around, just start making out with people. The boom.
Yeah, well, honestly, just lick your hand and touch it on people.
Like, yeah, just like share, like take a sip out of their drink or like do
that's it.
Yeah, like so, anywhere.
Which means the monster is not actually that smart.
Unless it had to be blood or something. But even then, you can just start bleeding everywhere. It's like, oh god.
I don't think it does. I think he just like that whole computer sequence was basically showing it just like infecting and replicating the other cells.
Yeah, but it didn't show how it got in.
And we'll get to that computer scene. No, we'll get to it.
I really want to just like break that scene down.
TLDR, that is what I think is the stupidest scene in the movie. In the almost the exact same way that that exact scene was the dumbest scene in Alien. Like the way that 80s movies portrayed like advanced computers is
it tried to explain something and in doing so made it look really shallow and unintelligent.
But we'll get to that. But yeah, that was my biggest hang up after it's revealed like how exactly the thing works. Like these rules are established now, and I just can't help but like notice all of the times where that is not applying anymore.
Oh yeah, because there's like literally like someone like people share like a liquor bottle or something.
Clearly
that would be
affecting all of them.
Which is a huge deal breaker for me because the premise was the thing that I was most interested in this story. And it was the thing, or in this movie, and it was the thing that I was like hoping that was done the best, the same caliber as like the visual effects or something like that, and it was not.
No.
So.
It was done just well enough to get us to scenes where people exploded into fantastic flesh fireworks.
Yeah.
Yep. And hey, I had fun watching the flesh fireworks.
Yeah,
they went bang.
Good. There were two dudes on
You
track.
don't think as much about the explosion as much as you think about the colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they're about to leave the base and they see this clearly inhuman body. Well, first they were like, is that human or something else? And here's a little foreshadowing. They see all these things of like kerosene and gasoline. So I thought this was the only part of this whole trip to the Norwegian base that felt like significant, or I'm just like, okay, like that makes sense. It doesn't feel too contrived.
The story along.
This is where they basically learn before they encounter the creature that its biggest weakness is fire. The only way that you can kill this thing is fire. But they don't know that that's the premise. Yeah.
Thank you, Sweden.
So that at least kind of helps it make sense how they immediately go to like flamethrowers and shit to kill these things. But what doesn't make sense is why they bring this two-faced, gnarly, alien-ass looking thing back to their base.
Well, because it's the discovery of a century. That's what Benning says.
It's gonna win a Nobel Prize.
What do you think Nobel Prizes are?
You just give them out.
I'm pretty sure it's called the Nobel Peace Prize too. You think you're gonna win it on some like burnt up, gnarly two-faced corpse?
There's different kinds of Nobel Prizes.
Is there different kinds? I'm dumb then.
The Peace Prize is very specific to.
But I don't think you just win a Nobel Prize for just finding a thing.
Oh my god!
If I just found something that no one's seen before tomorrow, I don't just win a Nobel Prize.
You might.
I'm looking.
I guess it depends on what I find.
I'm looking at this hospital scene right now, and I'm just a bunch of thoughts are just flooding back into my brain of just like very conflicting emotions. So they unwrap this thing. It's like steaming up. This thing looks disgusting. It looks really good.
It's a weird, like melted face.
But everyone in the room is just like,
some issue.
Jesus Christ! Like nobody's freaking the fuck out about this thing.
Also, I don't know if I would touch it. No! Go do an autopsy. I'm like, fuck no.
I don't even know if I would be breathing in the fumes this thing's letting off. We got fucking what's his name
coming off it.
I think the steam is just because it came in from like it's cold or something, so it's got like
but it's surely some
seems
particles.
Like a lot. It's a lot of steam.
Blair is like coughing and like covering his mouth and shit. And I'm just like, okay, there's some nasty, perhaps some cells of it in the fucking air coming off this steam.
But then everyone's infected.
Yeah.
You all breathed in the monster now.
So everyone's kind of just like bewildered. No one's going like, "What the fuck is that? Why did you?"
We need to get like we need to get out of here.
Yeah.
We need to literally like we're literally leaving now. We're flying to a nearby station or somewhere. We're getting out of here.
Yeah, but someone has already been turned, and that would have.
They don't know that yet. They don't even know what this is yet.
Sure. But I'm saying
they still go to bed. They still go to bed here later.
Yeah.
And the worst thing they have to deal with is whether or not Knowles will turn the music off.
That's true. And that asshole does not.
He does not turn the music off.
So what were your issues with this body here? Was it the very wax sculptor looking face?
It's very waxy.
Yeah.
I get that it's a hard sculpture is what that is. It's not made out of tissue and things.
Yeah.
There's definitely places where they place tissue.
The parts where they cut into it is oh man, the jelly that like when he was pulling out it was just like just red jello.
I didn't like that. Those are some of the on the edge of the practical effects where I'm like, oh, you couldn't, just go get actual.
Wasn't great.
Go get some like cow organs or something. I don't care. Be as disgusting as possible because that's what you're trying to do. You throwing red gelatin at this just turns it into kind of a joke. But definitely the waxiness of this thing. And obviously someone had a lot of fun sculpting this face torn apart with the tongue split in between. It's interesting looking.
Yeah.
I think it looks like a sculpture.
Oh, it definitely does look like a sculpture. I think I was just mostly like focused in this instance of like, wow, like how long did it take to make this sort of thing?
I know. It was obviously a lot of work.
I was only thinking about the craft of it and like
how
interesting that is. But yeah, like obviously things could have been done better.
Yeah.
And but I also better later in the movie.
So another thing, I was still a bit confused about how things were working with the monster because the way that body was sculpted, I thought it was two people mushed together.
Yep,
that's what it looked like. Yeah.
So I was still under the impression, especially when they first find the body at the Swedes.
Here's the
where
thing.
I thought it was multiple bodies.
This corpse apparently has an explanation in the prequel because there's a you know what? I'll just show it. The thing.
Is the whole movie in Swedish?
No. It actually turns out that the only two people that didn't speak any English are the only ones that survive or some shit. It's kind of bullshit.
That's funny, actually.
Or they go off to do something for the whole movie, and then they come back, and then the movie ends with the helicopter chase scene with the dog.
Flying off against the dog.
Yeah.
Listen, if that's what you're up against at the end, the monster is purely just in this dog, and you somehow fuck that up, you deserve to die.
So
honestly, like that's
how did you fuck that up?
It's only the dog. I mean, I guess technically the corpse was still like alive or whatever.
Prepare yourself for some 2011 CG. And
also, it's already looking good.
And also, if you're not good with gore, look away because this gets kind of gnarly. But
yeah,
this
the prequel is
here's your warning. This is gross.
This is kind of gross. But this is how that corpse came to be. So you have this thing. Let me turn this
oh
up.
man, they really went into just showing a CG body changing.
Yeah.
Why did I?
They go hard in the CG.
I feel like I would have heard about this like movie.
We probably did, honestly.
I probably did, but like I feel like I've only ever like thought of the old like 1982.
What's upsetting is apparently the creators of this movie spent a lot of time doing a lot of practical effects, and the studio execs were like CG it, CG over it.
CG.
That sucks.
Oh, they CG'd over practical effects?
Yeah.
Aw.
So here's apparently how the thing sometimes kills people and assimilates.
Oh.
Okay, I guess there was a little bit of that at the end, like when Blair's like touching Gary's face, and like hand is like
melting together.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that looks great.
What's its reason for doing this,
I don't know. But that is that exact
just
same.
Pulls them away.
That's basically that corpse. So that explains like the two-face thing. Like, so that's apparent according to the canon that this movie establishes.
And I get that at the end of the day, all John Carpenter wanted to do, because he is a genius.
I don't think this one was John Carpenter.
Crazy things happen. Well, no, but that's based off of justifying what John Carpenter did. If this thing, I can't understand this alien. What is it doing? Now, why is it melting with people? Is it just killing people? If it just needed to imitate, it's already done that, you know?
I'm actually not sure how that works, Pomo.
If it just needed to infect, it's already infected people. Why would it need to merge with people? What does it get out of that?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks spooky.
Hold on. Let me think of a really stupid answer.
Okay, if you can find any way,
I'll fix the logic of the movie. Don't worry.
If you can patch that would help. I was actually expecting you or someone to patch up the holes that in this movie.
I got nothing.
To give it time. Maybe we'll find it along the way. Along the way, we'll find it.
Just doesn't work.
You got both for the prequel or this one?
I think he's been watching all of the movies so far on movies 1, 2, 3. or such.
I don't blame you.
That's where I would go.
Yeah. Anyway that y'all can watch the movie, just watch it.
The only reason we rent them is so we can get the highest quality.
That's the only reason.
Except for the orphanage, that wasn't worth it.
Even though I still had to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pay for that.
I paid for a 480p movie.
Woo!
What the fuck?
So now we're at the autopsy scene, where he's pulling out.
These are human organs.
Some organs.
That's a full set of human organs.
Intestines? Like that doesn't look like intestines.
Okay, those are intestines. I'm pretty sure I've seen intestines before.
It's
all
definitely
just
a bunch of like
jelly.
pig guts or some shit. I don't know.
No, they're not. They're not even. It's molded gelatin.
They poured gelatin into a mold and then they started pulling that out like just solid pieces.
Yeah.
Which I was really surprised. I totally expected to see animal organs getting pulled out of there, but they didn't do it.
Maybe that would have been too gnarly. I don't know.
Maybe. Or the color didn't match the stuff they made practically.
I feel
probably because all the blood was pretty cartoonishly red.
It was very red,
bright
and
red, thick. I think.
Yeah, syrupy red.
It was like corn syrup.
Yep, just corn starch and food coloring.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We got two boys smoking up doobies while watching different VHS tapes.
I've seen the end of this one.
I've seen this one.
Like, well, I haven't. The fuck, man! I was waiting to see if she's gonna choose door number 3.
We get some. we get
that
some
was
weird.
The most upsetting part of it.
Jump scare-esque thing where Bennett freaks out because the dog like runs under or walks under his legs or some shit.
Contact.
Contact. Exactly. Just like.
But no, it's
not
infecting him.
So if
it's only when it's convenient for them that it actually.
If each individual component of the thing, down to its fucking blood cells, is a living organism that wants to survive, husky dogs shed like a motherfucker. Like
just shake.
Its hair is everywhere at this point.
Absolutely. Anyone who ever touched this dog is infected.
Yeah. But he tells Clark to put that dog where the other dogs go.
You're infected. You're infected.
So yeah, he's putting that little pooch in there. I don't know. I still like how this dog is acting here. I'm watching it still now, and even if I'm picturing a trainer, I'm just like.
When it walks straight in, through the door,
like
and then lays down, still looking straight in that direction.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It makes it look kind of. Alien. I think what helps is
it's the other dogs that gets me.
It's the other dogs that are kind of just laying around, and this is like it looks extremely abnormal, just like sitting down there. Ooh, okay. So there's a shot where like it goes like a top-down view of the cage, and you see that entire cage. The dog's just fucking staring straight at a wall. So like that, I guess that kind of was what sort of sealed the illusion for me of just like. This dog is.
There is not a person there. Yeah, that's fine. To me, it's the way the dog is looking. It's got such eye contact with something that
it's very clearly looking directly at something. That's just and it's unavoidable, you know.
Right, for sure. And I'm just not. I'm not adept enough at seeing that, so I kind of liked this little scene. I'm just like,
it's not the biggest deal in the world.
I'm very familiar with dog
because obviously
I got very confused.
I've seen Homeward Bound like 8 times, so I know.
I think I know trained animals.
Trained
because obviously at this point I knew that like something was fucky with this dog. I didn't expect them to turn it up to 11. Just like right out
immediately.
the gate. Oh yeah. The dog's face just rips open.
I did think it was
super cool. They don't waste any time.
The dog's skull like falls out as its face opens. I thought that was pretty sick. I was like, whoa!
Yeah.
I was wondering what that was. I thought it was an accident.
And
I think it was on purpose.
I thought it was a piece breaking off of the model. I thought it was a mess up because it was so quick and it just looked like a hunk of something.
Oh, it's just like
is it the skull?
That's the dog's skull that like just like falls out. Its head
is
like yeah.
Whoa. I just saw a red mass fall and I thought it was something breaking off of the end and it just looks like gross to me.
The dog's like skull just like tumble out basically.
Man, this.
Are you looking at it, Jared?
So good. Oh, sorry. Let me look at the skull thing. I was just watching the sequence. Like, I liked it.
I didn't like.
I didn't like the part where the dog was like trying to rip off parts of a chain link fence, but.
Try and break out.
Yeah, I know, but
skull fell out as they do.
All right, let me take a look.
As they are wont.
Dude, imagine being one of these dogs. this thing is just like flipping. For all they know, this thing's real, and it's just squirting shit at you.
Yeah, the skull just falls off. Yep.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes like an orifice with a tongue.
Yeah. This is just such a confusing scene to me, though. I don't understand. I don't understand this scene.
Well,
I know that
reason for doing this, I guess.
I mean, I guess if you think about it,
sense.
Like when I say like it's just visually, I liked this.
Well, even visual, but it's hard for me to enjoy the visuals when they just seem like a collage of flesh.
Sure.
It honestly feels like a bunch of newspaper cutouts all pasted together to make something strange. It's just none of it seems to have any purpose to it. It's just a bunch of weird, crazy shit. And it really threw me off because I was trying to understand the movie I was already starting to doubt the seriousness of the movie.
Yeah.
But at this point, I was first of all shocked that they were immediately revealing the full nature of the alien.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, all right, well, this is it now. But and they didn't hold back. James Cameroned it. They literally pulled back and showed the whole camera of it instead of an indication of some fuckery. Yeah. And then you cut away and you come back and see the aftermath of it. At this point in the movie, that's when you do that. So you keep me as the audience guessing about what's going on and what that could look like. So I'm waiting for those moments and it hits harder.
This one I was just like,
what the fuck?
This is definitely the moment where the movie basically establishes that this is more of like a roller coaster ride than it is like an intense thriller, I think. You're much more here for the spectacle than you are like the intrigue and the anxiety of it.
But it doesn't even have the benefit of a roller coaster of some consistent thing that you follow. There's nothing to follow. You're just waiting for a trigger, and that trigger sets off the next gore explosion.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish that all of the everyone didn't just see this thing transformed. Like,
I mean, that's
maybe only one person saw it or something, and they're like, oh shit.
They don't believe him because it's so crazy. Like what's happening is so insane. It's so foreign that the fact that everyone is on board with it right away after not having any reaction to anything is just weird to me. It throws me off. This whole movie.
Y'all are essentially describing like the movie that I wish that this was. Or like maybe like the dogs in the cell and they'll visit it periodically and for some reason someone starts to notice like didn't we have like 6 dogs? Like
why are there only 5?
Yeah. But all that being said, I don't know why, but I still enjoyed the visuals. Like,
did it not throw y'all off? Like did y'all the dog waits to get into this cage, and then as soon as the owner's away, it feels comfortable to open its body up. Okay. So it's been
anything other than the visuals that I see happening on screen does not make sense. This alien creature wants to remain hidden and among its the organisms until it has no other option, and then it lashes out and attacks for survival. This was strictly here just to show some fucked up shit.
What do you think about this?
Yeah,
but it's such a weird way to do it. It didn't make. It took me actually till the end or beyond the end of the scene to actually realize Because I still at this point was thinking that it was a monster that kills things and then becomes those things.
Yeah.
So the way it's cut and the way it's edited, the way it's shot, I don't know what's happening.
Sure.
I know this dog. I think this dog is an alien, and I think it's going to just kill the other dogs. But then I think, is it absorbing other dogs? Because it's cutting, and now there's things coming out of it. Like, oh, I think it just absorbed a dog.
Yeah.
But it's so visually confusing.
Sure.
And then it has these James Cameron style shots where it's fully pulled back, and it just shows a tub of hair and blood with little tentacles flailing all over. What am I looking at?
So,
I was getting angry because none of it meant anything.
I don't know how to explain my perspective, but just imagine, like, from the moment that dog enters the cage till, like, I guess it dies from a flamethrower. Take that whole sequence, throw it up on YouTube, and like somebody watches it, like imagine like watching it without any sort of context and just seeing that. I still just enjoyed like the fucked uppery of what I saw. As long as it is completely taken out of context from why it's doing this, how it's doing it, what it's thinking, how the characters are reacting, nothing except for that looks technically impressive from my perspective. That's the only reason that I enjoyed this.
It's just hard for me to be impressed by something that has no purpose.
And I'm not saying that all those visuals like made up for this scene. I'm just saying I wasn't completely turned off negatively from it just because I had fun seeing what was there.
Yeah,
that's pretty much my opinion of like the whole movie. Whenever there's like a big effects thing, I was like, don't think about why it's happening, how it's happening, whatever.
Just look at what's
like,
happening.
Ooh, that's kind of, how'd they do that? That's all I'm enjoying.
Well, see, I'm much more able to do that when I think that the goal is just mayhem, and
Sure.
like the point of the movie is mayhem. But up until this point in the movie, this is the one that I have probably the most issue with, because up until this point, the movie is still trying to insist there's something to glean from everything that's happening.
Sure.
There's a mystery afoot that needs to be solved, and these guys, and through many deaths, we will understand this alien better.
Yeah.
But in the very first time you see the alien do its thing, it seems to have no reason. And honestly, to me, it doesn't even. This does not rank in the better visuals of the movie for me. It ranks in the lower of the visuals for me. The only thing impressive is the flailing little tentacles, and they're clearly just on like strings that people are flinging all over the place. You know?
I think the close-up shots were pretty great. When you see it like pulled back, it kind of looks a little puppety.
The James Cameron shots are the worst.
The face opening up,
They should have.
and the skull falling out was my favorite part, and then it just went downhill the longer the scene, and it was pretty long.
It was pretty long.
Spraying a dog with acid.
Yeah.
I started laughing at that. I'm like, because I just started thinking about that poor dog just being squirted with whatever goo this was, freaking out. Like, oh no!
Think about them actually making that scene and what it was like to be on set.
Yeah.
And then there's like things like squirting shit out of its butthole face.
It's
like, whoa.
it wasn't cool looking to me. It was just gross. I typically with that, I want it to look cool still, you know?
They've been like squirting this stuff out. Like I was like, oh, maybe it's like acid. No, it's just goo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really upset about that pulled back shot.
Like,
just showing,
oh man, let's melt a dog or something. But
well, it just looked like a stuffed cylinder. The proportion of the thing was stupid.
The more stuff
it was a bag of
started
garbage.
coming out of the more stuff that started coming out of it, the worse it started looking. It's just like
it wasn't a well thought out prop that they made.
It was literally just a mess of stuff.
It was a mess.
They threw a bunch of moving tentacles in there, like. Ooh.
But this is why I say this ranks lower, because there's scenes later where it seems like there's some purpose to there's design to what's happening, and those I actually enjoy, because then I don't have to question everything. There's intention to what they're doing. It's not just make a bunch of crazy shit happen. It's the same as when you see those what people consider fine art paintings, where it's just a bunch of random paint splattered all over the place. That's what this was.
Well, those are good because other people say they're good. So.
Yeah.
That's literally all art.
That's art.
Yeah, let me fast forward through here. I still personally like these sequences, but also there was another part where I'm just like, oh, that looks kind of neat, but let me see if I can see it here. So it's climbing up to like the ceiling essentially, and it's like breaking out of there. McCready is just
I was confused about, like, it seemed like it was escaping, but then it just started hanging there, just like
stood
chilling.
there, yeah.
Because again,
what are you doing there, bro? Just leave.
I cannot
go into the rafters and then being like, oh shit, where the fuck is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of being like, hey, we killed it, got him.
It's over.
Like, and so I think this was one of the things for me too, of just like, you see this giant pulsating mass in the rafters, and it opens up with like a little eyeball thing, and then that splits open into like this giant gaping maw thing. Yeah. I see this thing, and I'm just like, this thing could fuck up this entire station and not have to hide at all. Like,
easily.
It
was spraying acid. It has projectile.
And that's the unfortunate thing, is that there is no rational reason for this thing to hide at all.
No,
it can just go full alien mode and fuck up this place in minutes. So I wish there was some aspect of this monster that provoked it to hide and incentivized it to hide, because it was the only way that it could actually accomplish its goal. This thing looks like it can just generate additional mass wherever it wants, and
it was really strong. It was really strong.
Fucking muscular.
Strong and fast. Like there's no reason for this thing to hide, which sucks, because that was the part of my original impression of this monster was, that's what this movie's about. Like, is this thing that hides amongst its allies and picks them off one by one. But no, this thing does not need to hide at all.
Zero reason to hide.
So I was...
Especially considering to infect people, it's just exchanging
just getting
any sort of genetic, any material, any cellular material. Just
start having sex with people, and then boom.
Which funny you say that, because the very next scene is the doctor, or Bennett, whatever his name is. What's his name? Blair.
The old man?
Yeah, Blair doing an autopsy on this dog, and he is wearing gloves that cut off at like his wrists, and he is going like elbow deep into this thing.
Yeah, he's going.
And I guess maybe you could argue that this is when he gets assimilated, because we never really see that happen, but like he is not taking many precautions with all this fluid.
Okay, where were y'all's heads at this point when Blair? Because I'm still confused in the movie at this point. Because when Blair is talking about imitation.
Yes.
He's saying it imitates, and he's saying, "Look, it was almost finished turning into a dog."
Yep.
What?
It was a fucking dog, though.
It started as a dog.
Why did it need to assimilate other dogs? It didn't. It was the same breed of dog too.
Unless the original one had already left, and this was like a new one that was like sprouting up, trying to turn into a dog or something. So that
we saw the dog's face split open. It was already a dog.
Well, I'm saying that dog that originally split open infected another one, and then that one was in the middle of changing. That's the one they killed, and the original one fucked off somewhere else. That's the only thing.
But locked in that room were dogs.
Yes.
So those were the only candidates available to turn into dogs were dogs.
Yeah.
What is the movie intentionally trying to confuse me?
No reason to attack those dogs.
First of all, it had no reason, but why in the dialogue is Blair saying it was almost done turning into a dog?
It's so later when Benning is like half turned, they could be like, "Oh look, remember when we were talking about the dogs being imitated and only partially look at his hands, and he just starts screeching?" And I don't know.
I mean, honestly, that part is cool without the dog stuff. I actually like that. I like that scene.
The dogs. So the only thing I can think of, like, maybe the thing was just hungry. I don't fucking know.
So
or maybe it just wanted more numbers, so it was trying to like make more dogs.
It doesn't make. But why is Blair why is the dialogue of the movie of them, is he supposed to be wrong at this point? But how can he be wrong? Because he has the information we have.
So here's
no
the
explanation.
Thing. Let's walk through this scene here, because he's doing the autopsy on the dog. He opens the thing up, and then he like looks down, exasperated. Freeze frame, fade to black.
Oh, that freeze frame. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
And then when it comes back, I'm just gonna play out the scene, and I will read off the dialogue as he says it. First thing he says, as like the scene opens back up and it's looking at this creature, he says, "You see, what we're talking about here is an organism that imitates other life forms." Immediately, right out the gate, he knows that.
Yes, he's
imitates them perfectly.
To be fair, he has a really advanced computer, so
sure.
He just
he's pointing at this half-formed dog paw as he says it. He's like, that imitates organisms and imitates them perfectly. Yeah. When this thing attacked our dogs, it tried to digest them, absorb them, and in the process, shape its own cells to imitate them. He's just opened this thing up and saw a dog paw. That's
another dog
all
inside.
That's happened so far. And he's walking around it, he's looking at it. This, for instance, that's not dog.
No kidding.
It's imitation. We got to it before it had time to finish.
Imitation crab?
Finish?
Finish what? Says somebody. Finish imitating these dogs.
It was already doing
I'd have to get done imitating these dogs.
He already successfully imitated the perfect dog.
That's the whole scene. It cuts to them like caring for the other dogs now. So now the whole crew knows exactly how this alien operates from that autopsy.
They know every bullet point.
Maybe at this point it still has a dog's intelligence because it took over a dog. So it's just being real stupid.
It's acting out of pure instinct without any understanding of why it's doing what it's doing.
It has no idea what's going on.
But
it's like must imitate. That's what I do. I am a dog.
What I'm saying is take out that whole dog scene, the whole logic behind it, or the lack thereof. How the fuck did they figure all that out in a single scene just by opening it up and looking at it?
From an autopsy, they understand.
Not even an autopsy. No. They just opened it up and saw a dog paw. It's like, oh, this is exactly how this whole thing works.
They don't just assume, oh, it's just eating dogs. They think, no, it's imitating. Yeah, because what is the evidence? What is the evidence that it's imitating? I don't understand. What is the evidence that it's imitating?
He's specifically talking about like imitating their cells and shit. They haven't brought out like a microscope or anything.
No.
Like, you guys have heard of imitation crab.
It's basically like they're speed running the premise so that they can get to like the cool shit.
The gore. Like, yeah, they don't want you figuring. We don't need to talk about this anymore.
It does come completely out of left field where it's just like, I solved it. Like,
huh?
This early. I thought he would just be wrong or make some assumptions.
Oh, okay. So like they just know now. All right.
That seems like some big information that you could use. Yeah. But you don't. At all.
Yeah. And so they cut after that autopsy scene, and they're like treating the dogs that have been injured but are still surviving. And this is the point where Blair is like, how long were you alone with that dog? He's like, that dog was roaming around for like an hour and a half.
2 hours?
An hour.
He's like, no, nothing. So he's obviously
do you not understand the severity of the situation we're in?
Imitate humans and shit.
Well, if he knows this much about the alien, he knows it can imitate humans.
Yeah.
Which you would almost think that this guy would have some sort of like insider knowledge and like maybe knew this thing existed in the world or something, for how familiar he is with how this thing works.
The level of detail to which he could describe the alien's behavior.
I think it made it seem like they were trying to do like an alien sort of thing where there's like someone new and they were like betraying it, but that wasn't the case.
In a matter of minutes, from the span of the entire crew sees this fucked up blob of mass that used to be a dog, to this scene, he's just like, one of us is not who they seem, who like they are. It's being imitated by this giant alien that copies people on a cellular level and can imitate their voice and thoughts.
I don't think that would be my first assumption.
3 minutes of development and all this gets established.
How could you? That's a really big leap, considering they could. It's more likely to assume that this thing, you couldn't possibly know it's infecting things at this point, right? So you would only assume that you killed the organism. You have its dead carcass here in front of you.
And you find dogs inside of it. It was attacking and eating dogs. Like
even if this thing was eating my dogs, we killed it.
Even if you could somehow assume from that it was, even though it was turning from a dog into a dog, that's retarded. But even if you could somehow draw the conclusion that yes, it can reform itself to look like anything, it doesn't matter. You killed it. It's dead. There is zero evidence to support any conclusion that this can infect other things, and it is still a threat.
Well, hang on now there, Andrew.
Then why the hell were you still holding on to it?
We'll get some evidence later in the movie when we see some computer shenanigans. So anyways, best part of the movie.
Best part.
So yeah, that whole suspicion scene goes around. And then they start watching the footage from the Norwegians.
The Norwegian footage, yes.
Who are setting up
and
a bunch
apparently
of,
reading the documents.
All right, let me take a look at this here. Let me take a look here. Yeah, so the dude who dies of a heart attack, and then
the fat dude,
he's like looking at him, and then he's just like and starts watching the video. So like he's holding them, I guess. But let me see if they actually reference them.
He says something. It makes it seem like he got that information from the paper. Otherwise, how the hell would he know it?
Hang on. It seems like they were spending a lot of their time in a little place in the Northeast, 5 or 6 miles. Okay, I guess he is reading them. He's looking at papers.
So he's getting like the maps or coordinates or something from there at least.
Sure.
They're able to locate the exact spot where the UFO is.
Once again, I'm correct.
In the most like nothing scenes where things don't really matter and aren't important. Yes, Steven, you are very adept at remembering these details.
Steven remembers the things that you don't need to remember.
They are integral to the story.
And then accusing everyone else. Did you even watch the movie?
Steven will remember a quote from a commercial from 1997, and not even the main tagline of the commercial, the setup for the punchline he'll remember.
No, to be fair, the only time when I'm like, oh, did you watch the movie? It's because you're using it as a point of like negativity towards the movie, and I'm like, no, they did this. You just weren't paying attention.
Because ultimately
they didn't even use those notes. I'm like, yes, they did, you idiot. That's why.
Jared, this is why you just keep an eagle eye on every time Steven has any chance where he forgets.
Like when he watches a movie without subtitles, even though an entire scene is about speaking Korean.
Guess what? I knew more about that movie than you did, so.
There were no polar bears in that movie.
No polar bears whatsoever.
That is still up for debate. Respect the super.
Let's ask the polar bear.
Oh, I see it on the helicopter here. It says U.S. Antarctica Research Program.
Yeah, they have or something. Like, does that sound?
That's just it's just some generic science team.
It's something that when you read it, you know exactly what goes on there.
They go to Antarctica to do research.
That's all you needed to know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
But they take this helicopter out to go to the site that they saw in the footage, where they come to another scene where that literally out loud made me go, oh. Because when they're looking at this fucking gigantic matte canvas painting of a spaceship.
Real quick.
I'm not really one to notice matte paintings like all that as much as you guys like always pointed out.
For sure.
But I see this, I'm just like, oh,
crazy obvious. Yeah, anything involving the spaceship, which is bad.
Awful.
Really bad.
I'm like, and unnecessary. And then honestly, I forgot to mention it back when we were at the Norwegian base.
Yeah.
Like the first
Swedish.
time. Swedish. McCready walks past like a bunch of like beakers and like stuff like that, like chemistry stuff. I'm like, oh man, did they create the thing on accident or something? No, it was
it came from space.
That's the part where I was like thinking like, oh man, did they actually create that? I'm like, nope, there was a spaceship at the beginning of this movie. Fuck.
Right. There was a spaceship.
What a great call it must have been to remove that opening scene from whatever remake they did of this.
Seriously.
I wonder if removing that, did they also remove the UFO? Because you could actually remove all of the scenes with the spaceship, and the movie does not change.
Yeah, easily.
All of it, including the tunnel. You would think that the weird hidden spaceship would be a big deal. No, you could totally remove that.
And it's just so they can blow up a shack.
Yeah.
They just
That's
and
it.
I think that was
That's
also
it.
meant to serve as like confirmation evidence of like
that Blair was
this dude's a thing. Yeah.
thing. I guess.
Which
But
somehow
there's
it's able
other
to,
ways
like,
they
It's
could-
still, but
build
it's
a
still not
replica.
really confirmation. It's
something I was confused about. Why did he have just a noose tied in there? Then no one mentioned it.
That was
That
pretty
was super
fucking
weird.
hilarious.
And it's like when he's like, "Hey guys,
What a-
I want you to let me out now." Which
That was
so
such a
my
fucking
thinking-
hilarious smash cut to me.
My
Yeah,
thinking
same.
is that like originally when Blair was put in there, he was human. And then he was tying the noose to like kill himself, but then he got infected or something
Ooh.
before he had the chance to do that.
Man, like,
And then that's when he starts like saying like, "Hey, I want to go back inside."
I wish this
It's
was
like-
shot
it's
in a
like
way where you
weird-
could read that subtext.
Like
That's
that's
what
like
I'm saying.
me kind
It's
of
like-
reaching, but I kind of hope that's what the case was.
I feel like
Yeah.
that there could be justification for that. I just wish like the rest of the movie was that kind of clever. Then
agree.
then
Yeah.
then it would just be like all of these pieces coming into place, and it would actually be the movie that I wanted it to be.
Oh yeah. Suddenly you're
Like,
looking.
all of
see,
the-
this is a movie where you don't want to look at the background because that's when you see the cracks.
Yeah.
But if this was a kind of movie where when you start to pay attention to the background,
Yeah.
you start to understand what's
Where, like,
actually happening in these more secret or
When
covert
the
ways.
when the thing is revealed, it's like a genuine surprise the first time you see it,
Whoa,
and then when you watch it again, you notice it's like, oh, that's when he changed right there. He's already gone because this, and this. Like,
Yeah.
if they had scenes like that where like you could feasibly argue that noose was him in the process of killing himself, and then he gets assimilated, like that would have been dope. But
Yeah.
It's just
the rest of the
poorly
movie
filmed.
is not
Poorly
built
filmed.
around like that kind of tone, which is what I
No
wanted. That's what I was expecting it to be like, and I was disappointed when it was not.
Yep. Yeah, quite the bummer actually, especially when you start to imagine the movie you could make with that material.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're looking at this this matte painting
When-
here.
When
And
they
then-
go down into the spaceship,
The scaling is all off, man. It doesn't
I mean,
look good.
it is
Nothing
all
in this
over the
scene
place,
looks
for
good.
sure. Not a single thing. And there's some weird, Steven, how much did it bother you when the quote unquote, like, where was that shadow coming from that was crossing over the spaceship? And then it was erasing snow from it as it passed over?
Yeah.
I just
That really confused me. And, but at this point, I had already seen enough of the cracks of the movie that I just thought, wow, they just really struggled with.
It's just one of those
These
things where I'm like,
effects.
I was seeing, I'm like, oh, this just looks bad, and I just stopped caring to even. pay
Yeah,
attention.
same.
yeah,
I didn't feel like I caught them. It was like, oh, that's just.
No, like, yeah, it wasn't like, oh man, I see where you messed up. It's like, no, you just,
they are making it the highlight of the scene. Like,
yeah, it's like front and center. So
I'm
like,
sure
well,
in
weird.
1982 this looked great.
Maybe?
Not
sure it did.
so much now.
Maybe? I don't know. I used the Alien rule. Alien came out in 1979.
It still looks great.
Well,
like,
There are.
I'd
people-
like to refer you to
our
one
souvenir?
of our mementos down
Yeah.
there.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
but
There are a couple scenes like
I
that
wish-
in Alien.
I
There are,
wish
there are.
that when they would like do stuff with the thing, they would do it the similar way that it was with Alien, where you just see like some really close-up shots, but you rarely see the full thing, and you're just like, "What
Please.
the fuck is that?"
Let our imagination take over and fill in the blanks instead of James Cameroning the whole fucking movie.
And then wide angle, please. Wide angle.
I want to see all of it. Are you sure, John? Like,
All
this is
of it.
really unfinished work. I want to see all of it.
Zoom in on Arnold Schwarzenegger's fucking mannequin ass face.
Yeah, I want
God.
to see. I want to see that eye. And don't. Okay, we'll make it like a quick shot in the edit. No.
No,
I want you to dwell on that shot for a good
Linger,
12
baby.
seconds.
I wanna
That
watch
way,
it.
anyone who even thought in the first 5 seconds maybe that is a real head knows for a fact by the end of the 12 seconds that is not a human head.
But at this point though, when they're walking around like the spaceship area, they find a mysterious like chunk of ice missing near the spaceship.
Oh no!
It's like, oh, this is where that block of ice came from. Immediately jump cut back to them at the base talking about basically
Voodoo
everything.
bullshit.
I cannot believe any of this voodoo bullshit.
Child's.
Just Shut up.
Wasn't Childs there when the dog was?
I think so.
Aciding other dogs.
Yeah.
You buying any of this voodoo bullshit?
He's the one who brought the flamethrower in.
Yeah, he was.
Proceeded to not do anything because he was scared shitless.
Yeah. And so, like, but in this scene, McCready is just like, yeah, this thing is an alien species. It crashed down to Earth 100,000 years ago, was frozen in the ice, and then these Norwegians broke it out. Here's the whole fucking plot. There's no mystery here.
That's everything you needed to know to make the movie work.
It's written in this.
They're really, again, they have amazing observation skills, and they're really good at jumping to conclusions that are absolutely correct. Unfortunately, their logic for getting in between the first thing they see and what reality is completely wrong.
They're really good at picking up cues, really bad at critical thinking.
Yes.
Disrespectful men be tossing their soiled long johns in the trash can.
Ew.
Who did this?
I mean, you say that about their observational skills, but nobody gives a fuck about this. Like, McCready's kind of just like holding it and sniffing it and looking at it, but like, nobody's putting the pieces together of just like, fuck. Oh, fuck. Like,
wait a minute.
Yeah. What is this? Yeah,
we're the advanced technology is coming up.
Oh boy, is it time? Oh, we got another freeze frame fade to black, but yeah. Oh my god, this is fucking.
Are they doing it on purpose?
Scene.
They might be.
This scene is the dumbest one of the whole movie. This is where I completely lost hope for this movie being what I expected it to be. This thank you. This
thank you.
This computer simulation scene. Let's completely remove the mystery of this organism and do it in the most contrived, most unbelievable way possible, essentially.
Please.
So we see.
Let's just like have the computer label everything very specifically and very correctly.
Pointing it. What is this cell?
It's just
dog,
like
and it's
just
moving like it's a fucking Atari game. And
it's a program that reads the director notes and turns it into motion graphics.
Oh. And so we see this thing on a cellular level, allegedly, assimilating the cell of a dog and turning into a dog. And this computer is advanced enough to say assimilation complete, cell, dog, and imitation. And he's just looking at it and he's like,
confirmed.
And I think he hits a few. Oh, and then it shows that an imitation cell going by another cell and infecting that one. And it's basically showing the process of how this thing, like on a cellular level, assimilates himself. And fucking Blair over here is watching this simulation with a fucking timer, as if this computer is going to tell him approximately how fast this happens in an organism.
Yeah.
And it's not like just some like cool animation that he just coded in his free time. There's no fucking way a computer in 1982 can even. There's not even way a computer in fucking 2022 can do something like this.
You cannot do this. You do not. You can't
just. It has no information to work off of.
And then the computer says
a foreign body
probability that one or more team members may be infected by intruder organism. 75%.
75%.
And I'm literally on my couch and it's like,
what?
No! This is dumb!
It actually sounds like what you read right before you play a round of Among Us, and it says it in the game notes before you press play.
It's the population thing, like where it's like, if it reaches that,
how is it?
I'm like,
is it based on this on?
I mean, Blair, did you make this program? Did you make this? What did you?
But it's built specifically for this exact situation.
Well, what I'm saying is the world population, thing of how long it would take for the world to that's semi-reasonable. Yeah. So I'm like, that's just timeline stuff, whatever, and but the
you're running a bunch of simulation
crew,
statistic things of
whatever.
very, very non-deterministic series of events. What the fuck are you talking about?
But the crew, no.
God.
No.
There's no way for it to know that. It doesn't work like that.
But again,
they can't just know information.
This scene essentially mirrors a very similar scene in Alien, where Ripley is typing some shit into the computer, and the computer's just probability of survival of all the crewmates with this alien, like 0% or something. Yeah. And like time it takes for the alien to conquer the world or some shit. Like,
but it's a super advanced AI though.
I guess it's still dumb to me, but it's especially dumb when I see it in this context.
I had less of an issue with Alien because Alien is like
way in the future,
right?
Like way in the future. I'm like, all right, they got crazy advanced. They have like legit AI shit.
It's literally called Mother,
right?
You know,
which is like why even though I think it's dumb, it's understandable.
I can rationalize it.
I am gone. You have shattered my suspension of disbelief with this fucking program here. I now accept what this movie is. And I'm disappointed. This scene, exactly this scene, like, broke me for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, well, this is when you switch your brain off, right?
Yeah, I'm just here for some gory fun at this point now.
That's it. Yep.
And at the same time, it's like, all right, I'm accepting this now, but also, damn it, because I wanted to like.
What's
this
a
movie.
shame?
Yeah. Oh man.
Missed opportunity.
So yeah, he sees these shocking statistics and immediately goes for the gun in his drawer. McCready is still just fetishizingly fawning over these ripped up long johns, just like caressing them and just like manipulating them in his hand. Yes, and he's just like straight up swigging from a bottle of whiskey. Somebody calls him over for something. Where's he going?
Oh yeah, Fuchs is like, McCready, you have to talk to me alone. He's like, oh, no, not right now.
You alone.
You have to talk to me alone.
Can we go outside?
Let's go into the car or whatever. They go somewhere and sit in a closed space alone together.
Yeah. But Bennett and the other dude here are taking care of like the Nobel Prize winning corpse.
Hey, that could win a Nobel Prize.
Yep. So it's like I need to talk to you outside because this isn't some critical information that the rest of the crew definitely needs to know.
Oh, what if they've already turned? So
then they already know, but the rest of the crew should know. It doesn't matter.
Maybe the thing can learn a little bit about itself. It's just as confused as everyone else. Yeah.
Well, it's like when it turned into the dog and it had dog brain. It just has the kind of thinking of the person it imitated.
Exactly.
So, yeah, this is where the seer's like, maybe we should just burn this thing. He's like, you can't burn the find of the century. That could win somebody a Nobel Prize.
Prize.
So then I think this is Windows. Who's the radio guy? Fuck.
Windows. Which again, I could not figure out his name. I thought it was Willis Windows. Then I thought his name was Gary for a large part of the movie.
Yeah.
No, that's the other guy.
Also, did y'all enjoy the literally 2 whole scenes of Windows doing the exact same bit on the radio of I can't find anyone. It's like
can't reach anyone.
Yeah. And then exaggerating just how bad it is that he can't find anyone here in the middle of nowhere.
Well, keep trying.
You keep trying.
That's too damn bad. You keep trying.
Class acting.
Just incredible acting.
Like master class.
And then the fact that they did the same scene twice. They did it twice.
In case you missed it the first time.
Here's another little piece of trivia that I read on the Things IMDb. Thomas G. Waits says that he showed up during rehearsals wearing sunglasses and said to John Carpenter, I want everyone to call me Windows from now on. For a reason that none of the actors ever found out, Carpenter agreed and left that in the film.
Huh? Is this just how it worked in the 80s?
I guess so. Everyone was on cocaine, so you just kind of do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Absolutely. You just walk up and tell people your name is fucking
I'm Windows now because I really like PCs.
I'm a good friend of Bill Gates. Have you heard of him?
We're chums.
Yeah, so Windows and Bennett are talking, and Windows like hears or sees something. He like looks at the corpse for a second. He's like, must have been the wind. And then he just leaves.
Of course.
We get a shot of the corpse. Let me see if it actually moves. No. So the corpse is still, but then we go to a macro shot of some blood slowly starting to drip out of the.
It's dripping.
Yeah.
It does move before like he turns and looks at it.
Okay, let me double check that because I remember there being like a sound effect, like a moving sound effect.
Like it kind of like lifts up, like it's
I feel
got
like
a
I noticed
direction
something
or
like
something.
that. Yeah. Hang on. All right,
There's just someone under there lifting.
It's just
fabric.
it's just tenting up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it a little boner?
These are the levels of subtlety that I wish I was like the whole movie.
This movie needs subtlety desperately.
Yeah.
It does not have it
because
though.
I feel like if it
opposite.
had if it really relied on that subtlety, that would make these explosive scenes of gore that much more shocking, coming out of like nowhere.
Suddenly things ripping apart
Because-
and having any amount of justification would make it mind-blowing.
Because if you think about like you're constantly like having your eyes out for these subtle hints and clues that shit might be off, and you're constantly looking at things.
And you're looking for small things.
And the whole time you're anticipating shit to get fucked royally at any moment. Like with these explosive, disturbing scenes. Like if you just kept it with this subtle stuff and didn't have like these close-up shots of like this ooze slowly starting to come out there, and Bennett, he's got his back turned. Is he gonna? No,
Bennett.
Of course he's not. Like this movie is explicitly telling you, it's like, look out, you're about to see some fucked up shit in like 2 to 3 minutes. Like,
now I'm ready for it.
Yeah. So.
You primed me.
At this point though, like I kind of understand what the movie is, so like I'm not as like intensely disappointed as I'm watching it as I am right now, because I'm more of just like I'm gonna see another effect shot soon. Like I'm looking forward to the visuals.
Holding you down in the roller coaster seat anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the visuals now, and at this point, any sort of like potential for fear gone. I'm just like, ooh,
absolutely gone.
Can't wait to see what happens next with like how's this guy gonna die? I bet it's gonna look fucked. And that's all I'm like looking forward to.
Yep.
Which thankfully the movie pays off with occasionally. But
it delivers a couple of good pieces.
The main reason why I wanted to watch this movie is unfortunately dead and gone at this point.
Well, yeah, unfortunate.
But now we cut to McCready and Fuchs talking in the caterpillar or whatever this thing's called.
Okay, so they are. It's cute to me that Fuchs wants to just get McCready alone.
Why?
And McCready kind of says no at first. And then Fuchs is like, I really gotta talk to you.
Please, man, I cannot.
Steven, you're good at this. Please give me a reason as to why Fuchs needs to talk to McCready alone to deliver the information that he delivers.
So my only guess is that for some reason, I mean, he just thinks, like what we were saying earlier, he thinks other people could be already.
Why wouldn't he do this to like the whole group of people?
And then see how they react.
Because he trusts McCready. I guess like he just doesn't trust like the group being like panicked or something. I don't know.
Okay, so he didn't want to cause a panic. Because I was going to say,
what I'm assuming,
what would be the risk of making this information public? Because the thing already knows how it works.
As soon as you say like it could be any one of us, then everyone's like trying to kill each other.
Or maybe I just had
I guess he's trying to avoid that.
Maybe if he announced this to the group, which obviously would include whoever has been thingified, that thing would just be like, well, shit, the jig is up.
Time to kill everybody. Yeah. Oh, y'all making me skip to this already? All right.
I mean, I could have done this at any point, but I guess since y'all figured it out.
Guess it's now. Yeah. Well, I also thought it was funny when Fuchs and McCready were in the tractor. He's just like, it only attacks alone in the dark. They both look at each other. I'm like, well, someone fucked up.
This maybe wasn't the wisest of decisions, was it?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be alone with you anymore.
Yeah.
We should probably never be alone again.
But also,
maybe
the major like piece of information that this guy wanted to deliver to McCready was that like something to the effect of this thing isn't dead. It's like each individual part of it down to a cellular level is like a living organism. So like parts of this thing are still alive. And he, knowing this and knowing that Bennett and Windows were handling the corpse of this thing in that room.
How are
He's
they
like,
not your first suspicion?
let's get very far away from here so I can tell you this information so we can frantically run back because we suddenly understand the gravity of it.
Right.
Yeah, because Windows comes running out. He's like, it's Bennett. He's missing. He's gone.
It's like,
What are you talking
well,
about?
I probably know why that happened, but let's go check it out.
Whatever.
Like, yeah. It needs to be alone and in close proximity with a life form to be absorbed. The chameleon strikes in the dark.
Is that what Fuchs says?
That's what Fuchs says inside the
He's
caterpillar.
like, no.
Yeah.
Listen to this part. Listen to this part.
Oh, Fuchs.
He's a pretty worthless character, honestly.
God damn it. There is still
He's the only
cellular activity
he's
in
the
these
only
burned
proper
remains. They're
scientist.
not dead yet.
Oh.
Then
Well,
get it out
that's-
of the fucking complex, you dum-dum.
Pretty important information you got there, bud.
Well, yeah, he learns it only to go off and waste just enough time so that it doesn't matter that they know it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
So
we
it's like,
get
well, now anyone.
some literal, like, so we cut to Windows going back into the storeroom. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, Bennett, let's go to, and then we get a
Oh,
close-up
Bennett!
shot of, well, before
Oh,
we see
God.
Bennett, we get a close-up shot of, like, his clothes draped over a chair with some, like, Fruity Pebbles
Oh,
maple
man.
syrup ass looking blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is like pink blood,
It is like
basically.
fluorescent.
On some
And
politely ripped
thick.
clothing.
Yeah. It was, yeah, not great.
Why
Not
is it
great.
just leaving the clothes draped over the seat?
And then he looks over
Folded.
and he's like, what the, holy shit, what the fuck?
And then Ben is just in a corner.
Yeah.
getting slurped.
Bennett's
It's
getting
like the
fucked up.
it's like the devil's snare. It's like if you relax, it'll kill you.
Only
slowly.
kill us faster.
Oh, now I can relax.
The whole Bennett thing with like a tentacle coming out of his mouth looked fine. I'm still trying to understand. I think I forget if at this point I still thought that the thing operated on like devour and
It's
then
killing
imitate.
you and then becoming you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I completely understood.
I still was thinking about that.
So yeah, I don't think it gave you a reason to not think that. at this point
Because
yet.
interestingly, now that I think about it, Bennett had all his clothes ripped off, and he was essentially naked when we saw him like covered in those tentacles, right?
yeah.
The very next shot we see is him stumbling around in
Yeah,
full weather
running out in
gear,
the snow.
in full weather
Fully
gear,
clothed.
fully clothed.
yeah.
Well, it's cold. It's cold outside. You gotta gear up.
It did look like something had wrapped around him, killed him, and then left him there, and then taken his clothes and run
Yeah.
off.
I don't know. But this was a neat
But-
scene when everyone's like going around him, and he's like lifting up his hands.
Yeah.
I
That
did.
is- Actually, listen.
Weird tentacle hands, and then he like looks up and just starts screeching. Like that was cool.
That I actually liked that
That's
scary
one of my
fucking howl.
That's
one of my
it's
favorite
It's pretty
scenes.
horrific. Like
It was
yeah.
actually
Oh my
shot like pretty
God,
well.
what the
too.
hell?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought-
So
I
here,
thought
and
that was cool.
here's the thing.
Good
Remove the fucking dog scene at the beginning. Get rid of them knowing
This
what's
is the
going on
first
5 minutes
reveal?
into the movie. This should be the
That would've
first
been-
time.
Yeah.
They should.
Yeah. That would've
Dude,
been
see like Windows coming in and seeing Bennett being like killed.
Oh, God, what
It's,
the fuck?
it's scary because he's like,
Yeah.
guys, something's going on. They still don't know what it is, but Bennett is clearly dying.
But then
And
they
then the next
suddenly
time they see
him.
Bennett, he's fully clothed
Yeah.
and not dying, but running. And
Oh,
then he
hey,
like
Bennett,
is,
you okay?
But when you
and
get
then he's
too
kind
close
of weak
to him,
and he sits
yeah.
on the ground and everyone's sitting around outside in the cold and then this thing looks up you slowly and starts howl. Dude, that's actually scary. I would actually feel that. As I would feel some empathy with the characters.
And
of,
also,
shit, we are stuck in the middle of nowhere with
They
this.
probably wouldn't immediately torch him in that instance either. They'd be like,
No, because they would think it's Bennett.
yeah.
yeah, they'd be like, what's going on?
And also, this would be a great reveal to like a great way to immediately solidify in everyone's minds, fuck, this thing can imitate human life. And now
Yes,
it can
now
be any of us.
shit's serious.
That's how
Yep.
they figure it out, is by seeing
Yes,
this,
yes.
having this experience with Bennett.
It actually only makes sense for them to see the reality of it and then gain the knowledge instead of understand the theory as knowledge right away.
Yeah, they just open up a thingified dog corpse and just be like, oh,
Yeah,
here's
it
exactly how
imitates-
this thing works. Let me just write up a quick computer program to simulate this exactly.
That'll
Looks
work.
like
That'll
I
work.
was correct.
Haha, I knew it all
Man.
along.
Man.
I do work in Antarctica.
I have been to the
Yeah,
Arctic.
because like everything you just described there is what I thought the movie was going to be.
I know. And how great would those little moments be and they would feel surreal too, especially with, I even am cool with his hands being all fucking crazy.
The hands are cool.
That's actually, that type of lighting that they had there was solid too. That really cold light around this fucking guy who actually handled it well with the acting. Just be like, make this fucking face. All of those pieces worked well.
He almost weirdly looked like conscious of his situation and was trying to like call for help, but all that came out was like the thing's sounds.
Which makes it even better. Which makes it even better because you're not sure if it's human or not. Those are the things you should be asking in the movie.
And another thing is like that would mean that we would reveal at least a little bit of this creature 45 minutes into this movie rather than like 20. Like you keep it a mystery for a lot longer.
Which is how
it definitely be to the benefit of the movie.
Because unfortunately what the movie does is it corners itself early on with every time we show it, it needs to top what we already showed. So it's literally there's
no build up to any of
this thing is like, jerking off full speed at the beginning of the movie, and it's already come twice by the halfway mark. Which is why we'll get to it later. We'll get to why the ending has sort of no energy, no power to it. Because how is it supposed to keep topping what it's showing? It's crazy. They opened it up way too early, and to the detriment of the build of the movie.
Now that we're talking about this a little bit more, I think I'm more on your side in terms of being upset about that dog scene. I still think visually
from how
it was
cool other things are.
I still think like visually, like in the tightest of vacuums,
isolated.
In the tightest of vacuums,
isolated.
it still looks fine. But now I think I wasn't as upset about that scene as a part of like this whole movie until like we've been discussing this a little bit more, and I'm getting more to grips.
How much better it would be without that scene?
I'm getting more to grips about the movie that I expected this to be versus what it was.
Yeah.
So.
Just especially when we arrived at the Bennett death scene, which I think is one of the better ones.
Yeah.
It's actually it's the best subtle execution.
It's the only subtle one.
I think there's some other more entertaining ones.
Oh yeah. We'll get to the defibrillator scene.
There's more entertaining ones. But as far as
that was like, I love that. I don't know, like I don't care. Great. I don't care how like stupid it is. I thought that was just the most fun thing.
Fuck the blood test scene, hospital scenes where it's at.
That's the one that stands out.
Like, his stomach is just gonna open up into this maw, just chop his arms off.
I'm sorry. Mark that down as the one thing I definitely did not expect to happen.
I did not see that
coming.
Which is good. Like it was fun. I was like, whoa!
His head just gets ripped off and turns into a fucking spider. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. That's 10 minutes or a little. Like it's probably like 5 minutes of just solid. Like, okay, I'm entertained by this now.
Yes.
So that was another thing where I'm like, oh man, is McCready a thing this whole time? Because he was very clearly saw the heads like crawling around and then just like right past them.
Why didn't I thought for sure it's like this is foreshadowing. He's like the thing and he's wanting his specimen to get away.
He's wanting this thing to get away, and it's only when someone else notices it that he torches the other heads. He's like, well, I have to like make sure they trust me. I'm like, oh man, that'd be so sick, but that's
no, that is not the level of subtlety this movie is operating on. But it was more so that like they had this admittedly very fucking cool looking effect with this spider head, and I feel like they wanted to capture it in all of its glory, but the way that they shot it made it seem like this was happening right out in the open where everyone could see it. And it
walked right past his legs, like underneath his legs, and then it
that
wasn't
was so weird.
But the movie was trying to suggest that this thing was being very sneaky and almost got away. But there was nothing in the visuals that would suggest that this thing could possibly get past these dudes.
Okay,
it's also like another reason why I was like, oh man, McCready's bad was like when he's torching it and he stops. He's like, no, hold on, and he's like stops people from like going in there or something. I'm like, why? Yeah, we'll just go and torch the thing.
Yeah, he's like, hold on. So the way that whole scene shot, and we'll get to it, is like, he's like, hold on, while this thing is going batshit, and it's not until that head gets under the table. It's like, all right, get in there.
All right, yeah. I'm like, well, okay, so he's clearly making sure no one else sees it.
Yeah.
But then it's not. I'm like, oh.
What the
fuck? I got excited for a second. I'm like, oh man, I discovered it. McCready's bad. He's a thing the whole time. But nah.
Damn it.
Nah.
Yeah, that was rather confusing.
Like that would have been a fun, like, I guess, like little twist where it's just like, oh man, like the main character you thought was like
he was supposed to be the hero.
The hero
He's
and the
actually
most
been,
competent
like-
person on the team is actually
Yeah, like,
he's
he's actually
competent
been the thing
because
the whole
he's trying to
time.
survive.
Yeah, like he's an imposter, but he's just really good at it, sort of thing. Like,
Yeah.
But you know,
He's rolled imposter more than a couple times.
yeah.
There was more than chess on that computer. It was also a 1982 version of Among Us.
They had Among Us in VR probably.
Among Us.
So they torch Bennett's body, and everyone is gathered around this thing, and then suddenly someone's just like, "Where's Blair?" And it's like, "Fuck him, he's dead now. If he's the only one not here," I'm just like, fucking martial law rules, bitch. Bring your fucking flamethrowers.
At this point, yeah, if you were not in the room when we had the question of where are you, you're dead.
Yeah.
That seems fair. I would
And
be fine with those
also,
rules.
when you see, okay, so this was another part. Like, damn it, this movie kept giving me moments of just like, even when I say like that computer seems like that killed the movie for me.
Yeah.
Fuck this movie. There's still a couple of moments where I'm just like, ooh, because this is around the time. This is around the time like McCready and Fuchs have a bit of a chat, and then McCready is cleaning some stuff up, and he sees some silhouetted person coming out of the helicopter. And then so McCready goes to the helicopter and sees like these busted up controls.
It's all shredded.
Yeah, it's all shredded, and my brain was getting excited. It was like, oh shit, this thing's smart. Like, it understands human technology, and it knows to cut off like routes of escape, and it's trying to isolate these people here. Oh, these people are fucked. Like,
Yeah, right.
But
it's trying to trap them here.
Yeah.
It's just Blair.
It's just
Just
Blair
being an
being a
asshole.
human saying like, no, somehow knowing that this thing will bring about the end of the world because he wrote a computer program that says
his
it will.
computer told him.
And then being the only human in the world that would actually sacrifice himself to
It's
save
like,
the
no,
planet.
we all have to die here to protect the world. No
And
one
I'm
one
just
would
like,
actually do that.
That's
Yeah.
so much lamer.
Yeah, it
Damn
is
it.
way lamer.
I liked the idea of this thing like having the intelligence of a human being and using it to secretly sabotage the group throughout the whole thing. And everyone trying to question
that amps the fear up more of thinking, man, this thing, not only, how can you possibly know any more than it does because it's in control? You're constantly on the losing side of the threat.
Right. Man. But no, immediately it's just like, Blair's got a gun, and they're going in, they're like basically trying to subdue a manic Blair who's just like shooting indiscriminately and breaking all the machinery so that they can't contact anyone and get out anywhere. Which, like, I guess there's something to be said for, like, in a situation like this, even if, like, a person isn't infected, they could still be detrimental and dangerous to the group just based on the situation. But this whole premise is not approached in any way of, like, nuance or subtlety that makes it interesting.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It's immediately
I get-
Looney Tune-ish. Like,
I can see the conclusion, like we've said, of someone thinking I've got to save the human race. But his manic behavior, there's no justification for it. You don't see him. There's no unwinding.
and there's no build up to it either. Last we see
No,
him is him
we're
just
not
like
seeing him-
looking at the computer, and he's just like,
He's going
and
from
grabs
being a
his gun.
fucking mega
Well,
genius.
I guess I just gotta start smashing shit.
He goes from being the guy who, the first human to ever dissect one of these creatures, immediately understands its innate nature and behavior, to I'm killing everyone. It does. There's
gun by
no,
like pointing out my arm as I'm shooting it. Pow, pow.
there's no justification for that shift in the character, even knowing what the leap they're trying to make.
Yeah.
Just have something. Give me something. There's no in between with anything.
yeah. So he's doing all this stuff, and basically there's a whole setup for them subduing him. They essentially like, oh, he also said he killed the dogs, so we get to see a couple of axes and some dog necks. And what's his name? Hang on.
I
All right,
forgot
quick
that
pop quiz before I bring up the cast name. What was the dog trainer's name?
Clark.
I thought it was Clyde. Let me see. It's Clark. All right.
It is Clark.
You
It is
got
Clark.
it.
I
It's
at least
Clark.
remember that one because it was brought up more than the others.
Shot by
Maul
Shark 3D when attacking.
was never brought up.
I think at this point I know everyone's name.
All right. All right.
Now I do, but I did not know during the movie.
Yeah, same.
During the movie,
And
I
also-
knew who Palmer was. I hated him.
And also, we've been calling him Bennett, but it's Bennings the whole time.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
saying Bennings.
I
Jared
was
started
saying
Bennett.
Bennett. Anyways.
okay.
I might have started saying Bennett just because
Yeah.
Jared.
I got it. I got
Just
it.
gaslit
infected.
everyone.
Yeah,
I was
I-
imitating.
Oh, I'm not actually human.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Um,
I did like that sound.
So, yeah, he's still like knocking some shit up, and they have a table ready for his axe, and they essentially wait for him to. Okay, he's like, "Come on, man, you don't want to hurt anybody." Blair, no hesitation, turns around.
I do want to hurt somebody.
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna hurt you, bitch.
The moment he runs out of ammo, he just
absolutely has
chucks
the
his
intention
gun.
to kill.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And then they bring out the table. The axe goes through the table, and they manage to subdue him from that. Oh, this
you wanna know why
is where
the
I hear
reason-
the fucking sound, the fucking punch sound
Yeah, it's
effect.
when they're punching Blair,
it
like
sounded
knock him
so
out.
bad.
Oh yeah, because it's just it's never a good thing to just have just a punch sound effect, let alone
No.
the same exact one happen a couple times in a row.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, Andrew?
I was just pointing out again, the reason that I can't believe Blair's character is doing this is because it's a rational decision to decide I have to basically stop us from leaving here so that I can save the human race. That's an extremely rational thing.
Yeah.
But he's behaving extremely irrationally and erratically. There's no mesh between those two actions.
Yeah.
If it was purely rational, we are to believe that Blair saw that information and was like, shit, I have to save the world. I have to keep us from leaving. You would imagine he would be just as rational and methodical, using all the same type of level-headedness that got him to that point.
Yep.
But instead, he switches to being a suicidal or a homicidal maniac, which does not line up with the rational conclusion he had just made that led him there.
And if he like didn't trust his team to like have the same priorities as him and understand like the gravity of the situation, he would try to do this stuff like, you know, behind the scenes and do these like little sabotaging things.
He would work more covertly.
He would work a lot more
knowing.
like how the Thing operates to try and stay under wraps
It would almost,
as well.
it would
And
almost
isn't
be
that
as
an
if he were on the
interesting
same
dilemma?
side as the. Yeah,
Like, oh
exactly.
God, is he human or is he a thing trying to trick us?
Because they would come
on.
across two different bodies and they would see two dead bodies, but they were killed in different ways.
Uh-huh.
And then you would think to yourself, whoa, what's going on here?
And this person who is completely human is committing the same atrocities as this alien creature, and now you 100% cannot tell the difference between friend and foe. That's horrifying. That's a theme and a premise that is engaging and interesting.
That's a commitment to a central theme, right? But it didn't have that sort of commitment to something that was driving the story. The only thing that mattered was alien kill now.
Damn it.
Oh, the Thing.
God damn it. I just
And
saw
then
that
just
scene.
comical sound effects.
Yep, so they get Blair. Clark sees his little dead dogs. He's all upset because that's the only thing that he cares about in this world.
Oh, that's his only job.
Clark is a very simple man.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And he loves those dogs. Almost a little too much.
You think he fucks those dogs?
I think he fucks those dogs.
So they sedate Blair with some morphine, and then it's like, all right, here's a bottle of Smirnoff. Peace.
No, you can't. And then on his way out, when
out
McCready's
for
leaving,
Clark.
Blair says, "Watch out for Clark. Do you hear we?
Keep your eye on him." You know what? I'm
Do
actually
you
I
hear we?
have the subtitles up, so I'm gonna see.
Well, the
See if it
subtitles
says. See if it
might
says
lie.
we. See if it says
Yeah.
we.
I said, watch Clark, and watch him close. Do you hear me? It says me.
Okay, but then just listen. to
Let
it.
me turn on
The
the
audio.
actual audio. All right.
I said, watch.
Let me turn it up.
Watch Clark.
Oh, fucking Christ. There we go.
Clark. And watch him close. Do you hear me?
Whoa.
Do you hear me?
Do you hear? It sounds like he has a stroke a little bit, but do you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Oh no! Let's
Maybe
get a
it's the
little replay of
diabetes.
that.
I don't know.
I said,
It might be
watch
the diabetes.
Clark, and watch him close. Do you hear me?
Wilford Brimley.
Do you hear me?
That could be a sign of the morphine hitting him system, but that does sound pretty ridiculous.
Do you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Why do you keep this tape?
Maybe that was him trying to come off as intoxicated by like the painkillers.
But why only the me changed to a we and not the other words? The other words are clear. Like watch him closely. Do you hear me? Like he breaks right on the last word. Weird place to break.
I don't know.
To me, that it's undeniably just a bad take, right? That they kept.
Wilford
Brimley. I mean, he ran out of insulin for the day. He had to go.
You do not ask Wilford Brimley to take 2 takes. He's a
one take man.
One take
man. One take Brimley. Will help you act a better life.
So let's see here.
I actually didn't know Wilford Brimley was an actor, if I'm being honest.
I honestly, I only knew him from those diabetes commercials.
Yeah, I thought that's what his whole thing was just selling diabetes.
But then after I watched this movie, like Amazon like suggests things, and it's like, oh, other movies. And I'm like, man, there's one with like Kevin Bacon. I'm like, this movie looks like it was made like on like a Hallmark budget.
Oh, really cheap.
And, yeah, like it just looked like, I'm like, this movie looks boring. I like just from the cover.
I can't imagine Wilford Brimley being in a lot of well-known movies. This has to be the most well-known, right?
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Because then he died.
He was alive for a while.
Was he in movies? If he was in movies, it couldn't have been deep into the 90s and beyond. This had to have been his heyday.
As far as potential souvenirs for this movie,
yes,
I did just search up Wilford Brimley.
Oh no!
And there is a photo of him.
Died in 2020.
Just
what? For real? He only recently died.
August
straight
1st.
up in a cowboy hat.
Oh, just a picture of Wilford Brimley.
Or we can just go with the straight up classic diabetes. We got
Wilford
some
Brimley
options.
See, there's a lot of material. I want to see if we can find the hat.
Absolutely. So McCready comes out of the cabin.
Oh yeah, put Mac's hat on top of Wilford Brimley.
Oh. If I can get some sort of isolated picture of that hat, that'd be
The Firm.
He was in Walker.
I rented The Firm, and I plan on watching The Client next.
Yeah, honestly, he was not in a lot of like well-known.
Not surprising. Not surprising.
So McCready walks out of the cabin. He goes back to the crew, and he said, like, they're discussing. He was like, choppers down, tractors are out, cut out the radios. We're basically stuck here until, like, the support team comes in the spring when they're expected to, or whatever. So I guess we just have to.
How do we know who's human?
Pull up and wait. And McCready's like, we can't do that. Someone in this camp ain't what he appears to be.
I know I'm human, which means one of you ain't. Or is this when McCready gives that speech,
no,
basically logicking? Okay.
It was he's torching something. I forget what.
Oh, is this when they're burning the bodies
blood. No, it's the
Venning?
blood bags. So here's around the time where they're talking about how they can figure out who's infected. And one guy suggests doing a blood serum test.
Dr. Kappa.
Yep. So they.
I'm pretty sure it would work. Doctor, shouldn't you just know? Why are you?
So they go to the blood samples and they realize they're all cut open. Again, a little moment of inspiration. I'm just like, oh, smart fish! Like this thing
it's learning.
Knows what it's doing. It's spooky. And then they're starting
because it was ahead of them. It didn't need to hear the plan to go take out the blood.
And it seems like so they're starting to like narrow things down because they narrow down who has access to these blood bags and who could have potentially done this. So they narrow it down to Copper and what's his name? David? Not David.
Gary,
yeah.
Deadeye
They narrowed
Gary.
it down to the 2 people who were not infected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But did have
Congratulations.
but the only two people who
The
were
only
the only
ones
ones
who
with
had
access. So okay.
Who knows?
Yeah. So there's that.
Did we ever find out who messed with the blood?
Nope.
No.
It never explains this.
I guess you're never supposed to know. Like, it's just
Not
like,
to my
the
knowledge.
thing did it. But yeah, they never like actually say like who did it or like anything like that.
I don't like that.
I don't know. Yeah, not to my knowledge, not to my memory.
It's literally just like
That's what I thought, but I assumed I missed something when I watched the movie.
Like that whole scene is like thorough, like concern on the doctor and
How did Dr.
Gary.
Copper die again?
He's the one who got his arms chopped off.
Haha, that's right. Yeah.
But does that kill him?
I think it does. Yeah.
I think it does. I mean, he loses a lot of blood there.
Okay, I didn't know if something else happened because you would assume
We don't get a scene of him
but
going like, but
No.
like all we get is like his arms chopping off and him falling over, and I think that's literally when we last see him.
I think so.
I mean that's fine. That's fine and all. I just assume that's kind of a thing you could be saved. I mean it's just traumatic.
Yeah.
He's the only doctor there.
But
so.
if he's the only doctor,
What's he gonna do? Suture himself up?
Suture the hell out of him.
He's all good now. So as they're
He's still got a mouth.
True. As they're discussing this stuff and narrowing it down to like Gary and Copper, Windows is freaking out. He's like, oh shit.
Backing out of the room. I gotta go get a gun.
I think I can see someone behaving like this. Especially one of the more panicky,
reasonable.
flighty kind of dudes.
It's fine.
Who like I can see this happening. Even if you're in like a group situation where like it would be disadvantageous to reveal yourself, somebody would probably freak out and try to run off to defend themselves.
Yeah.
He is definitely like the you fucking idiot of horror movies. Like that character is always there.
Yeah.
So he's running down. Wait, hang on. Let me see him break this glass. Get the shotgun here. Ooh. Oh, this guy doesn't give a fuck. He puts his leg right through that shit and bare hand punches it.
It looks like actual shards of shot glass.
Even if it is like
real.
even if it is, he is not taking any precautions.
He ain't holding back.
Yeah, he is going
Not
for
like
it.
Gary was. The way Gary sort of, and he was wincing every time he tapped on it.
Yeah.
But then immediately blew a guy's head off.
Yeah.
Well, of course, that's
And he's
headshot Gary.
He's about to blow off Windows' head. And we get this little confrontation here.
He's hacker style, right in the face.
This is, man, this is one of those moments where like it's not very effective in the context of this movie, but it's kind of the emotion and the sort of tone and tension that I expected this movie to be in terms of people essentially just pointing guns at each other, not knowing who to trust, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this is basically just a scene of just like no alien shit, just a bunch of suspicious humans trying to like defend themselves, even though they're not sure if they're in danger or not. But I know what this movie is now. I'm not feeling that intense of an emotion from it in this scene. But Gary...
Yeah, this movie has lost my good faith.
Yeah. But Gary somehow recognizes his position. Oh my god. He recognizes his position and like turns down the gun. It's like, if somebody else wants to take the leadership role, you're more than welcome. He sets the gun down. This fucking exchange here, I remember kind of chuckling when I saw it as well. It was like, there's like a moment of silence where everyone's like looking at the gun. And then Child's like, I'll take it. Immediately it's like, Clark's like, the hell you will. And then McCree's like, no, this is mine. I'm just like, Jesus. All right then.
But yeah, it's also like, oh, I don't think anyone would object to you, Norris, being the leader. And like, wait, what?
Why Norris?
Yeah, why him?
Of all the people, the person who has spoken the least.
He has
And
not shown
clearly
any
has
leadership qualities.
Zero. But maybe that's why they choose Norris, because he has zero impact on the group. He has no dog in the race.
Well, there's no dogs in the whole
like at the
complex
beginning.
now.
Yeah,
They're all dead to Clark's dismay. My dog.
My damn dogs.
Also, hello, Jitspo.
Yeah.
Jitspo, you ever seen the movie The Thing?
If you like it, you're about to hate us.
You will not enjoy us talking about it.
It should be somebody a little more even-tempered, Childs, says McCready.
Yep.
I mean, Childs is a loose. You don't make Child. You don't give Childs a gun.
I would not give Childs a gun.
You give him a flamethrower.
Well,
It's not one of the 4 that we own on this scientist station.
Do I have to like in order to be able to
Antarctica.
hate you? Probably.
It's not exclusive. You can hate us any way you want.
Or just listen to our intelligent breakdown of the movie and side with everything that we say.
Aha.
Okay, yeah. So here, it's one of those things where like on a rewatch of the movie, I would expect to be rewarded for paying attention to certain things. But what I just see here is they take those blood bags out, and blood bags that were, you know, theoretically cut open by the thing.
Yeah.
And this guy takes them out with his gloves. He puts them in the pit, and he just goes. He's like, "All right, I'm good," and that's it.
Yeah.
You should burn everything that those blood bags fucking touch.
Yes.
But no. So
They don't do that.
And then we have this little scene where McCready just like torches this stuff with the flamethrower. And when I first saw this scene, I thought it was kind of effective where like, this is where he gives his monologue of just like, I know I'm human. Like, I know I'm human. And I know some of you guys are human too, because if you were all those things,
Otherwise,
I'd be
you'd
dead.
attack me. Yeah.
Logical thing to come to.
No, I actually appreciate that moment in the movie where that's good logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's the first and probably only
made
time.
sense.
But then I think about this fact that this thing can just spawn mass and tentacles as much as it fucking wants and just eviscerate things immediately. It doesn't need to hide. It doesn't.
What could it possibly be scared of? Especially considering at this point it was most likely consuming more than one person.
Yeah. I really wish that this thing was just like a ridiculously delicate creature that required itself to assimilate, like hide amongst its prey.
It was actually
like
it's actually fragile.
Yes.
Now when it takes over something, it can use that body to kill things or hurt things. And that's why it wants to be human. It's got more dexterity to use tools and ways to kill things.
Yeah.
That's why the dog was an effective way to hide and get around, but humans are how you actually defend yourself.
Yeah.
See, because the reality is with the powers that it has, if it had not been an idiot in the dog room, if it had actually just turned all those dogs, instead of weirdly aciding one and like killing another and then forcing the others to run, if it had done it the subtle way and just turned all those other dogs into more of itself, they could have easily taken out that station 5 minutes into the movie. Game over.
It would have been done so fast. As soon
It
as
can spray acid.
Or just be a dog and lick every motherfucker in the station.
And then that is true.
Done.
Just if your whole
Done.
angle is spreading your genetic material around, just go and lick everything.
See, that's the worst thing they could have done is what they did, and they're like, oh, any particle
Infection.
infected. Like, well, but that just ruins everything because clearly that isn't the rule always.
Yeah. So
It's
Pomo, you say like you
anymore.
think it did have a reason to hide. Every time it showed up, it died almost immediately. You're kind of correct, but at the same time, every time it showed up, it got its giblets
killed at least
all
one
over the
person.
place.
Yeah.
It
also,
killed at least one
like,
person.
I
It
think,
got
like,
its giblets just everywhere.
And it can only be killed with fire. Like, otherwise, you're doing nothing to it. Like,
And it's not. And again, it's weak. Well, its strength is that it's not. It's got kind of the Voldemort strength of you may take out a piece of me, but you haven't killed all of me. So it's not this delicate thing that shows itself and it's like, oh no, I have to go back into hiding. It doesn't matter. When it reveals itself knowing that it can easily be disposed of. That's the only times that it reveals itself is because it can be disposed of, because it's got another form somewhere else.
yeah, but I feel like as soon as it has at least like 2 people at a time, it could just go ham.
Dude, with 2, game over. When it actually wants to do damage with the things that we've seen it do, it could take out everyone. It's being coy when it allows itself to be killed.
Oh yeah, it's like ooh,
when it turns into the spider, the spider turns around and goes, "Huh? What? You gonna burn me?" And then it gets torched instead of actually just getting away.
Well, and the dog thing is like starting to climb into the ceiling, and that just stops and just hangs there.
It's
like,
choosing to be killed. When Palmer gets changed into the crocodile head thing, it stays in the room and it's not going after other people. It spends all day holding one guy up in the air and flailing him around,
which I thought was funny.
I mean, it is
so
hilarious.
upset that was funny.
So much jiggling.
I'm so upset about that blood test
dying.
scene.
Oh, it was funny.
It was such a great setup, and then I'm just like,
everything up until his everything up until his change was cool. Like the test, I'm like that's a cool test, and then the blood like flying out, and then him just like sitting there, just like kind of
convulsing,
jiggling a little bit.
Like it's a horrific premise to have all these people tied up, knowing that they're tied up next to this thing that could just destroy them. Like that's a great setup. And then you have like a fucking scarecrow getting thrown around and like screaming comically like it's a goddamn cartoon while this dude is trying to get this flamethrower working.
Yeah.
It was too comical, and it killed everything for me in that scene.
I was about to ask a question, but I realized we were talking about we've skipped a bunch of stuff to get here. So
sorry. Yeah, we're still in the I know I'm a human thing. There's a storm coming in 6 hours. We're gonna find out who's who. Gary Clark, move over there.
Was a lie.
Yep. So
and then after this big speech, what do?
They split up.
They all split up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even McCready, who just delivered this speech, goes off to be alone.
Go and do some tape recorder stuff for no reason.
Why does he need to do the tape recorder?
He's the guy with the gun, so he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Oh my goodness. It's incomprehensible. It makes no sense.
The moment you leave anybody out of your sight, even if that person is with a group of people, you don't know.
They're all imitated. They're all taken. They're all the thing now.
You can't just go off to get a drink and record some shit in your tape recorder.
The casualness with which McCready is he sitting with like his legs up too? He's really laid back.
Yeah.
When he goes off, it's as if that none of this is actually happening. He's taking a break from it all.
So they separate Doc Clark and Gary, and they morphine him up. They sedate him and tie him up because they are the top 3 like suspected people to be the thing.
Most likely to succeed.
And the doctor's like, oh, let me do it. You're just gonna break the needle. He's like, no. He's doing a fine job. Says the child's holding a fucking flamethrower at them. So now we're at the scene with McCready talking into the tape recorder. He is not.
Whoa! What? Really glad he didn't get the gun.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He does not have his feet up on the desk like crossing his arms, but he is like kind of like slouched over and just like.
He's very relaxed.
Yeah.
He's very relaxed. There is no urgency.
I think what the movie was trying to convey is that he's very relaxed, but he's very tired, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Oh.
Storm's been hitting us hard now for 48 hours, he says. We still have nothing to go on. Takes a sip of whiskey. Nothing sharpens your senses like intoxication.
Listen, I have never understood this. And especially when people introduce alcohol into their work stream, I've never understood this. But people before they do something that requires focus, taking a shot or drinking I do not understand.
Yeah,
I don't get even the cultural relevance of this.
In a situation where you're like, all right, anyone could be an imposter, and I need to find out who it is. I'll make it nice and drunk first, and
better
then
lower my inhibitions.
Yeah, like what the hell?
This is in every movie. Whenever there's a break away from an imminent threat, they're being hunted. They're like, this is the time to start. I need a drink. What? Are you serious? This is the last time that I want to even be lightly buzzed.
Yeah.
Drinking clears your head. You're lying.
Drinking makes your head feel like it's clear.
There's
no way.
Pomo, No, it's not different for that. I'm sorry. Alcohol is the same for everyone. You can have different emotional response to alcohol. That is true.
I would say that maybe that's the only thing.
Head.
It doesn't. I feel like it doesn't clear your head, but it probably calms your nerves because it lowers your fucking inhibitions and you stop worrying about shit. And that's the last kind of mindset that you want to be in a situation like this.
Yeah, no, you need to be on edge. You being on edge is your animal instinct. It's your response to a threat. If you remove that from your body by dulling your brain's receptors to those kinds of triggers,
your stress and anxiety is what is keeping you alive right now.
Boats.
I just wrote that as you were talking.
Boats.
But after that whole tape recorder scene, we cut to McCready entering a room with Fuchs, who is also alone, just in a dark room with no lights on.
Fuchs. Come on.
Dark room, no lights on, back to the door. Cool.
Well, okay. There are lights on at first.
In his desk. At his desk.
I
am looking at it right now, Steven. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm saying it gets walking more dark.
It does get more dark later, but it is already
in this room. The only
dark,
lights in this room are his desk lights. It is dark in this room.
It's a mostly dark room.
Yes. The hallway is lit. I can see the hallway lit. Inside the room, the walls are dark and his desk is lit. That's it.
I also like how when McCready walks in, he's like trying to hide the beaker of whatever the fuck that was, like he's embarrassed or something. Like
I was reading some trivia or something. I think that was meant to be acid or something. He's like, you hear somebody's like ready to defend himself or something. It's not made clear in the movie. I had to read IMDb for that.
No. Oh, IMDb is explaining that?
IMDb is something. I think there's a continuity error here where like the color of the liquid changes or something.
Wow.
But I think they describe it as like a beaker of acid or something.
A beaker of acid.
But
could have been acid?
It could have been water for all we fucking knew.
This is another, because it just doesn't say, but he grips it immediately. But this is another moment in the movie where I'm just like, okay, all right, let me just get it here. It says, McCready, I've been thinking, if a small particle is enough to take over an entire organism, then everyone should prepare their own meals, and I suggest we only eat out of cans. Only. A small particle. And I was like, this alien wins. It already wins.
There's nothing you can do.
There's human particles in their breath.
Everything.
That's how viruses spread. Like
you just cough on someone, breathe on someone, it's over. If this thing is actually just an infection, they're all in an enclosed space together. It's already over.
They didn't know about masks back then, Andrew.
It's like the air being recirculated around the station. It's over.
Why did that have to be how it worked? Why? Because I
don't know why. They broke it themselves.
That's the worst thing they could have done is say that.
No, honestly, this is my biggest issue with this movie is it tried to explain things. This movie they should have left all of it ambiguous.
Yeah.
Because then I'm not looking for it. They're at least in that way they're consistent about being withholding.
Yeah. And I also feel like the mystery behind the monster is what makes it scary. As soon as I know all the facts about it, like it's just like all right.
Now I can think of ways to avoid it.
You think you kind of know how it works, but like there's a very real possibility that you're wrong and like shit gets fucked because you're making assumptions about this thing and you don't know for sure. Like that's part of the horror of it. Because like I can see a premise like this being kind of horrific. It's like even if a small particle gets out, like it can take over an entire organism. It's like
sure,
that's pretty fucked. But that also means that y'all are already fucked. Like none of you should be alive right now.
You're already
this
changed.
Thing is
some state of imitation.
Absurdly powerful, and there is no stopping it.
Yeah, I think the problem is like I really like the idea that the blood is like also like alive, but the fact that it can infect things is the bullshit.
That is the issue. The issue is the way that it spreads its influence around.
But I feel like if you take away like it's spreading its influence, like can the blood still be like a a separate organism. I don't know.
I think it could. See, to me, it's not. Well, after they show
You
that
could
image
argue
on the
maybe it
computer of
reacts
a cell
differently to
touching
human
another
blood.
cell and converting that cell, that's the problem. If you take all of that out, you can still say you don't know how people are changing. Leave that completely unknown, and just show that everything that this thing is, if it's human, it's normal. If it's not human, even down to the blood, it's this crazy monster. That's fine. You leave out the detail of it being an infection. Leave all of that out.
Yeah.
Man, I really didn't want this thing to operate on zombie rules.
And
Beyond
honestly, zombie rules would
too.
be better, because at least zombie rules, they usually say you have to be bitten. It has to be from the saliva, almost like rabies.
Basically.
It's not just if a zombie grabs your arm, you're a zombie. It has to scratch you. You have to be exposed. It's a bloodborne or like saliva-borne illness.
Yeah.
It's just any genetic material whatsoever.
So if I
A single cell.
If you have sex with
if
what?
I'm a zombie, like what happens?
You have sex with a zombie?
I use a condom.
Ooh, okay. If you use a condom.
Sometimes well, are you kissing during it, or are you
That's
one of
true.
those like? Is it just penetration?
No kissing.
It's just penetration.
As long as you make sure that you don't have any like cuts on your body that could make contact with any of the.
No open sores.
The
No
zombie
open
is
sores.
also on birth control.
Okay.
That's. Wash your hands before and after.
So if every living like cell in the thing is a living organism,
right,
and it assimilates a female, are all of her eggs already living organisms?
Oh,
they definitely were. But does that? Well, what does it?
What
it wouldn't.
Life, Jared?
Let's get into a deep topic about abortion right now.
We're talking about abortion.
I think we're talking about abortion right now. Actually, it's funny when we're thinking about this thing imitating into different things.
Mm-hmm.
When Blair was messing with the helicopter, I know that this isn't what the movie intended, but I started laughing. I started laughing because I thought it was trying to turn into a helicopter.
So here's another.
This thing is so stupid. It just tries to turn into a machine.
It still had a little bit of the dog brain, and its dog brain said, "Want to go fast? Fast equal helicopter. Become helicopter."
Here's another interesting little tidbit from the 2011 prequel. A major plot point of the 2011 prequel is that the thing cannot replicate inorganic matter, and
they make it deliberate. They go out of their way to tell you this.
Yes, so the way that they would tell how some people are like the thing or not is they would like hold a flashlight up to their mouth and check for fillings. And there was one time where a guy got caught out because the earring that he was wearing the whole movie suddenly disappeared. So like,
see, those are actually neat little details.
Yeah.
Those are neat little details.
So yeah, all of this to say, it could not have turned into a helicopter.
It could have tried though. It could have tried.
You don't know that.
Maybe it could have very easily turned into like a flesh helicopter and just thrown the tarp over itself.
Honestly, if they really want to just go like balls to the wall, complete bonkers, just be a flesh helicopter. That's what it means.
If they really went there, they really went there.
Easy.
10 I mean, 10 out of 10 movie. If this movie suddenly had vehicles made out of body parts that were active and working,
it would turn into a movie that I watch religiously.
So
because it fuels my spirits.
Rook, it sounds to me like you are actually pretty familiar with the 2011 The Thing, but we are currently discussing the John Carpenter 1982 Thing. Have you seen that? And as you answer that question, I am going to take a piss. So I'll be back.
Fleshcopter.
That's just Transformers then? Yeah, but can you imagine a more fleshy Transformers?
Yeah, imagine Transformers, but everything is human skin and organs.
Although, did you see the new trailer for the new Transformers movie where it's like...
What? There's another Transformers movie? I didn't know that.
Well, it's gonna be like completely like new characters and stuff.
It's not Mark Wahlberg.
No Mark
do you mean
Wahlberg,
it's not even Optimus Prime anymore?
Well, yeah, it's obviously still Optimus Prime, but
Okay.
it has the like Beast Transformer, like Beast Mode or whatever the fuck, where like
I'm sorry.
it turns into like this like metal gorilla thing. Is like
Hold on. I'm gonna go look up the trailer right now. Actually,
instead of a car, one of the Transformers could turn into a gorilla.
Rise of the Beast. I'm assuming it's Rise of the Beast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the thumbnail is literally a gorilla.
It's literally a Transformer gorilla. Yeah.
What?
Maximals. Is that what they're called? I have no idea.
Man.
I'm not really up on the Transformers lore. I've only seen the movies.
Yeah, you'll have to give me some space here.
Based off Beast Wars.
Now, you want to know something that I thought was a real missed opportunity in this movie? Do they not point out that, oh, this thing must have replicated millions of other organisms from other planets, right?
Oh, they never talk about what it did before it came to Earth at all.
Do they not? I swear they talk about, or they say it could turn into anything. Do they not say this? I have a very distinct memory of this.
Say that, but I don't think they ever distinctly say like anything about
from other planets. They talk. That's part of it when they say it. I'm forgetting when it happens. Hold on. Now I want to find it.
I don't remember.
Because if that's the case, if they're even aware of this, even just saying it out loud or knowing that this is how the alien works in general and can turn into anything, wouldn't this thing just turn into, if that's really the case, couldn't this turn into like the craziest shit ever? Maybe it does have something that can actually fly, like a space pterodactyl.
Also, it's not super clear how it works. Like, does it have like a form memory where it could just be like, hey, I turned
can it on demand switch to another organism?
Like a different organism? I don't know. I don't think it can.
But doesn't it though? Because when we reach the defibrillator scene, it turns into a spider, and these don't seem like just permutations of a human. They seem like they're their own organism kind of a thing.
It really seems like that this thing can just generate as much mass of itself as it wants.
Well, so Jared, I was bringing up, and do you remember this part where they bring up the idea of it must have copied millions of other species from other planets? Okay,
I remember
so that is something that gets said. That is sort of world breaking as well, assuming that this thing can just literally turn into anything.
I'm sure it can turn into something that could fuck up the entire human race.
Yeah, I'll just turn into one of these other alien species that I came across millions of years ago, and then just literally destroy the world in one go. I'll turn into
but then also, if its goal is to go infect the world, just turn into something like they're infected. Let them deal with it. Now fly off and go start infecting other things.
Yeah.
There's got to be something flying in there.
Yup. God damn it.
Steven got me on this Transformers. Apparently, there's a new Transformers movie.
There is. Beast Wars, I think it is.
There's a gorilla now.
Rise of the Beast. Oh, there's a gorilla. It's like a jaguar, like a bunch of like animal shit or something.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been pretty excited about Beast Wars stuff. Like people have been very familiar with like Beast Wars. It's like, oh, they're going into Beast Wars things, and yeah.
Oh, was this part of the animated series?
Either the animated series or the toy line, I forget. But I think I do
because I'm seeing there's like a cheetah, there's an eagle. Yeah. Oh, there's a Volkswagen bus. Oh, look at all these cool things that it knows that I like. Wow.
My favorite part of the trailer is when the Porsche like makes little like clones of itself. But
wait, like what? Oh, I didn't watch it straight through. I've been just sort of clicking around. When does that happen? Oh, I found it in the very center.
Like illusion.
What? Why?
Like that's
dude. I mean, that's basically just a My Hero Academia power.
Yeah, like I could get behind like the big like Transformers battles and then turning into animals. Like that's cool. As soon as you start making like weird hologram cars and stuff that like.
You're not allowed to have magic.
At least visually, it looked stupid.
For some reason, in the trailer I'm watching, they have the same opening scene as the ending scene. It's the same shot of the kid getting out of the Porsche mid-ride. Oh. It starts and ends with that same scene. All right,
boys.
Is it still Michael Bay these days?
I doubt it.
Okay.
But what I do know is that we have 40 minutes of movie left and 20 minutes of stream left.
Okay,
so...
okay. We're gonna pick up the pace. We're gonna pick up the pace.
Fuchs finds McCready's clothes all ripped up and bloody, which would suggest that he's a thing. I don't think it's ever really explained why those things are there, other than the thing is super smart and it planted that stuff.
That I'm okay with. I'm okay with the assumption that, McCready is a threat. We got to get rid of McCready. And McCready was on record as saying, this thing kills things by ripping through their clothes, and then someone overheard. Fine.
Yep.
Whatever.
And
what I have an issue with
like
is
that
later.
Theory. I would like to be able to explore that theory until the point in the end where he is the only one left and there's this giant thing about to just like annihilate everything, and he still goes in for the kill, which basically confirms he's still human.
Obviously the movie thinks it's clever by getting you to think
he should have just like bowed down to it. That would have been sick.
No, it should have ended with him never having to confront the monster.
Yeah.
Because now you know he's fine. He wouldn't ever do that. No, okay, my biggest issue with the McCready bad storyline is what the hell happens out in the snow when he goes to check the shack and they come back? What happened?
Child says that he like cut the line or something.
Knowles, it was Knowles.
Okay, which leads me to which would lead you to believe that they were like climbing up a mountain or something, because that's when you cut someone's safety line.
There's a storm outside. They have like a tow line, so they can basically like attach their cable to that,
and
so they can go
see
from
where
one
they're
building
going.
to the other. Because they can't see.
They're just following the rope.
Gotcha.
They're just following the rope
Yeah.
from one building to the other. So Knowles cut that so he couldn't find his way back, and he would just get lost outside of each
But why did Knowles do that?
Because he thought
he found McCready's clothes in the furnace.
Without McCready noticing, he's like, oh, he was trying to hide these because he changed and he didn't want me to see.
So the whole thing was Knowles intentionally ditched McCready out there.
Yes,
because he thought McCready was a thing because he found
okay.
And if you want to get a sense of how intense Antarctic storms can be, I remember finding this in my little YouTube rabbit hole.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is it something real or is it a joke?
Yeah, it's Antarctic blizzard. Let's see. Oh wait, no, this isn't the one I want. Here we go. Antarctica condition 1 weather. This is it.
Condition 1.
Yes.
Highest or lowest?
I'll show you what it's really like, what a condition 1 in Antarctica is really like.
You can't use your terms and expect me to get it. I don't know what knots are either. Speak my language.
Less than 30 meters.
Meters.
Wind chill.
Everything they're doing is wrong.
Celsius.
Check this out.
What is this? Condition 1.
This is the entryway to our dorm. Normally this has carpet on the ground and the walls are just normally walls, you know. But we're gonna open the door right now. It's a little bit like opening up the door to another world. Are you ready?
So excited. You seem pretty chill about it.
Oh God.
That's pretty fucked.
It's a little bit blowy out there right now.
But she's being pretty chill about it. So.
Well, I mean, to be working in like one of these places, you gotta be gung ho about the whole Antarctic.
I love snow.
Really?
I really love snow.
I can't wait to go skiing.
Yeah, do it.
I can handle it.
I grew up I'm from Michigan. That
wasn't worth saying.
But yeah,
it's probably not actually that bad.
So before Fuchs finds McCready's clothes, this is because like the lights got cut, and he goes out there. We get a little cheap jump scare of this thing that, from my perspective, was like inches from his face as it goes across the hall. It's
it looks like it's right there.
Who's there?
Dude, you could see him.
Trusty candle.
But then after Fuchs finds McCready's clothes, it cuts to McCready talking, and apparently an hour has passed and the power is back on, which is what McCready established, like that lights were off for an hour. It could have gotten any of us. Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah. So, and at this point, it's like, anybody seen Fuchs? Where's Fuchs? It's like, let's look outside for Fuchs. So now they're looking for him. And also at this point, I didn't remember who Fuchs was.
Fair enough. He wasn't important until he started
more of just like I still didn't have like named a face.
Who was who.
Yeah. He was just like glasses beard guy. All right, I got him. Cool. I feel like they didn't say his name enough for me to remember what his name was.
Not really.
So yep, they're making plans for this stuff. Whoever you're with.
Well, this is when they would find his body. They found his body like right after I thought it was when the power was still out.
So they didn't find his body yet. First, they go up to Blair, which was when we get the most hilarious smash cut of the movie of just the noose and Wilford.
It really does stand out there.
It's so
it's the oddest thing for them to not
comedic.
Draw attention to.
It's so
don't talk about it at all.
It's so good for all the wrong reasons. I love
shouldn't
shot.
McCready or someone have been like, hey, what's
what you doing there, bud?
Because they didn't say anything, I assumed that McCready or someone had left the noose there for him. To just
just in case you want to wait.
Just in case you want to waste yourself, this is how you do it.
Yeah. Although that noose, now that I'm looking at it, is like basically at the same height as the table he's eating off of as he's sitting down.
It wouldn't be a very useful noose.
No. But I just love the way it's framed in this, man. It's so funny.
Maybe it's like if they want to come to the room, they're like, "Hey, put your hands in the noose and tie yourself up just in case, so we can come inside." I don't know.
If they were to explain that, sure.
I still prefer the theory of like, oh, he was trying to commit suicide.
That's fine.
Because this is about the point when he's starting to negotiate. He's like, "I'm not going to hurt anybody. Just let me out." Blah blah blah.
I'm good. I'm good now. I want to leave.
He is
weird
definitely
for them to not
different
notice
demeanor.
it though. That's something that's cool to show as they're letting Blair out or something, and then the camera shows from a perspective through a noose that's hanging there unused as he's walking out. And they're like, whoa, what's that noose there for? You know, that must mean he was gonna kill himself but didn't. Instead of just being the first frame of cutting to Blair, he's like sitting there eating a sandwich or something, and there's just a noose dangling right next to him. Oh, hey guys! Hey!
Very bright, like light-colored noose in like a fairly dark
weird
room.
Weird setting. Very odd for them to not say anything about it.
It is like such an excellent shot for like a dark comedy. Like,
This feels like a Spaceballs or a Blazing Saddles moment.
But also, unfortunately, somebody could also make the argument that he's acting more calm now because they injected him with fucking morphine before they left him there.
That calmed me down.
Guys, I'm fine.
So,
I had plenty of morphine. I'm good.
Yeah. But after that is when they find Fuchs' clothes all burned up.
Okay, that's when they find his burned body. And apparently
I think they just find his clothes is the thing. Let me
No, there's a burned body. There's a burned body because this is the only time the thing doesn't leave bodies.
Yeah. It just looks small, I guess, when I saw it.
It's awkward.
It almost looked like a pile of clothes.
The prop body is kind of
half buried. I don't know.
So they speculate as to whether or not
did he burn himself before the thing could get to him?
Yeah. I'm kind of fine with leaving that up to speculation, just because it's one of those things that would add to anxiety or questioning of unknown, of just like, how did this happen? Why did that happen? Who can we trust? Like, that kind of ambiguity is fine, but only if the rest of the movie leaned into that. So I wasn't that upset by this off-screen death, but like,
I think one of the does one of the characters say like, oh, maybe he was trying to burn something and he accidentally caught himself on fire or something?
Someone does say that.
Yeah, I was like, man, that would suck.
Yeah. I also
but they do say that he burned himself alive, and that's what we're meant to conclude, right?
That's all we have.
He was burned alive. Whether or not he did it to himself or
we're meant to. It's most likely concluded though that he did it intentionally, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, like if the thing would have just consumed him, and
even if
it wouldn't make any sense.
I also like the theory that like maybe something happened where he knew for a fact he was infected, but he was still in control of his body, so he's like, fuck this, sort of thing.
Maybe.
But we'll never know. Nope. And I'm just watching through this again, I'm just like, damn it, the movie got me again, where I'm just like, ooh. Like there was a very brief moment where I'm just like, oh, sort of thing. Because he says like, you go inside, tell the others we found Fuchs. We'll be in as soon as we can. What's the chef's name again?
The chef's name?
Chef?
Oh, Knowles, the other black guy.
Yeah. Knowles is like, where are we going? He's like, up to my shack. What the hell for? He's like, because yesterday I turned the lights off. Cuts to the shack with the lights on. It's like,
that's kind of a neat moment. The way he delivers that is kind of neat.
Yeah, it was a good moment. I'm just like, and there was like a brief couple of seconds. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And then I remembered what this movie was, and then all my excitement kind of drained away. So we go. Oh, why is this not playing? So for some reason that guy just walks off on his own. They go up there, and then basically. Oh yeah, so I forgot they originally established that it's like no matter what happens, be back here in 20 minutes. And then it cuts to them after they go up to the shack, and 40 minutes have already passed. So
in like 45 minutes, what the hell are you doing out there?
Starting to barricade the doors, which is admittedly smart, and we get some painfully obvious foreshadowing that. Sorry, I have to look up the name real quick. Norris. Norris is like,
Sir Norris.
sort of thing.
I'm feeling weird, guys.
I'm feeling infected.
There's something happening to me.
Something.
Thing on the wing.
Man, and they're not subtle about it all. He's like looking out the window. He's just like, It's like, all right, movie, come on.
But this is what, don't they find another McCready shirt? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they find two separate.
Knowles finds a McCready shirt up at the shack, which is why he cuts McCready's safety line.
But there's a second McCready shirt reveal.
I think
there are two different McCready shirt reveals.
Fuchs finds the first one, and I'm pretty sure the second reveal is him saying it.
Same shirt.
No, the shirt is different unless it's dry in one and not in the other.
I will keep an eye out for a second McCready shirt, but my only memory of it being brought up again was right here when Knowles is like, I found his shirt in the furnace all ripped up. Like, so I cut his line or whatever.
Yeah, the only time I feel like I remember Fuchs like picking up and looking at it, but that's the extent of what happened. Could be wrong.
Hold on, this is something that was perplexing me, so I need to look into it.
Oh, nope, here it is. He so when Knowles is talking about why he cut McCready's line, he pulls McCready's shirt out of his suit and shows it to people.
Well, yeah,
and
but
he says he found it in the furnace.
Right?
Okay,
yes.
so the shot that I'm thinking of must be.
Yep, and he pulls it up and it's totally dry. So that's the other time where they see it.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay.
Yep.
Man, this movie had me so thrown. I didn't even know where we were at times. I didn't know that I was in Knowles' hands the first time we saw McCready's shirt.
No, the first time we saw McCready's shirt was Fuchs.
It was Fuchs looking at it.
The second
outside.
time was when Knowles pulls it out after he cut McCready's line.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Man, dude. Oh,
but yeah, the only time it's actually like talked about is when Knowles like brings it up.
Yes.
Okay, but Fuchs. Okay, so Fuchs is the one that finds it. That's why I felt.
Because Fuchs sees it, but he dies like the next scene.
Fuchs sees it, and I think immediately after that or before it, we discuss like when somebody's turned, it like their clothes get ripped off or something.
Their clothes probably get ripped off, and I think McCready's the one who says that.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we get a kind of a comical scene of McCready trying to get into the Antarctic base by like turning the knob in a really unnaturally looking way. Then he breaks through the window, and he has some dynamite ready to blow this whole place to kingdom come.
Damn.
I'll do it.
I kind of did like this aspect of McCready's character, like from this scene onwards, where he's just like, I don't give a fuck which one of you dies. I'm gonna try and stay alive no matter what I can. This is
I know I'm human. Fuck everyone else.
This is a turning point for him where he's done trying to make sure everyone survives. He's like, I'm the only one who needs to survive, and I'm just gonna try and do whatever it takes to make sure that whoever I'm with is not infected, essentially.
Yeah.
So he's ready to literally just blow himself up and everyone else in it. And we'll see that later when he just does not hesitate to just shoot a man in the head when he comes for him.
Why would you?
Yeah. Norris goes to try and sneak attack McCready, but his fat ass is not able to actually subdue him, so he throws him into a shelf, and he just...
basically just dies on the spot.
Yeah.
Like he just like stops breathing. It's like, well, shit.
Yeah. Which looked very Thing-like, as he's just like...
Yeah.
Torch him. He's gone. Torch him. Like...
Just kill him. Anyone acts slightly weird, you kill him.
Yes.
Easy. It's just easy as that.
And now we get to the best scene of the movie. The defibrillator hospital scene.
Fuck yeah.
Where everyone's
the best scene.
Where everyone's trying to like revive Norris and like doing a little CPR thing.
CPR.
And so like we kind of get a glimpse into like what McCready is kind of like now. He's kind of a little manic, but he's got the flamethrower now, and he's just basically letting everyone know, it's like, I'll kill every fucking one of you if it means I live. And as he's saying this, I think Clark is the one who's slowly grabbing a scalpel and like holding it up,
like hiding it.
Yeah. Ready to fuck shit up. Yeah, he is. Okay. So as all this stuff's going down, it's kind of like chaotic, which is why you don't really expect Norris's chest to just open up. Just
a giant fucking mouth and just chop Dr. Copper's arms off.
Damn.
Like,
that did get me. I did not expect that.
No
I did not expect that.
It was the quickest transition to like Thing mode.
Yeah.
In the whole movie.
Absolutely. And then shit just goes wild from there.
Oh, it just goes nuts after that.
Now it's the valve is open and it's just spewing flesh any direction it feels.
God.
Oh yeah, when the head comes out and starts screaming, that's where it started looking a little like puppety. I was like, oh.
It looked a little puppety, but I still thought it looked pretty good.
Other stuff, like other parts of it, were still like cool.
I love the shot of like the head hanging over the table and like slowly falling off there.
Oh yeah,
like
like
goose
squirting out of it and shit. Like
while the head was still mechanically moving, like the mouth and head. So that was impressive.
It looked like from from what was shown in the movie, it looked sufficiently detached from the body. So I couldn't see like any sort of wires for how this thing was still writhing around. It's like that was pretty good.
That was one of the parts where I was like, holy shit! Back in the '80s, this was like insane. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
It was one of the more crazy, like, cool looking, like, scene.
And then you still
I was actually into it, you know.
And you still have the shot of just like this head, which is just laying on the ground now, pretty much detached, and it's still shooting out like a tentacle tongue and wrapping around it. Like, it looks really good. Like, in my opinion, it's like.
They do a good job of hiding the seams so you don't question it. You can watch it and be like, wow, that's actually just a detached head. They're good at that.
But here's the thing, though. We see this great looking scene of this detached head. It's like its eyes are twerking, its mouth's moving, tongue's going out and wrapping around a chair. We see all of this stuff happening, and then it cuts to a shot of McCready looking in shock at something on the ground, and he turns to the people who are coming in and he's like, no, wait, wait. It totally looks like he watched this head do this thing. And he's preventing other people from seeing it. And he's like, just wait. And he looks back towards the ground, like presumably at this head, because the next shot we see is this head slowly using its tongue to pull itself under a desk, which, goddamn, that still looks so good. Fuck.
It does look pretty good.
Like the weird, like, anguished pain emotions that this head seems like it's able to convey, despite being completely looking believably detached from anything else. That's impressive.
Yeah.
And then he's like, all right, go! After this thing is, like, fully, like, concealed. I don't know what that scene was trying to accomplish. What was that?
I don't know. It just...
Was this a scene that was meant to try to be like, he could be the thing. I'll never know, though.
I mean, we all thought it at least.
Why else would he do that, though?
It just seems like a confusing scene.
Yeah.
An oddly placed scene.
Especially since there was no payoff for it later. Like, if there was payoff for it, it would have been a cool, like, smart scene, but it wasn't.
Right, like it drops a hint, and then later that hint equals something.
Yeah. But as everyone's extinguishing the flames here, we get the fucking spider legs coming out of this thing and the eyes coming out of it.
That's pretty cool.
It's so cool. Like, it's
turns this weird like crab creature thing.
Yeah. It sounds weird to call something so disgusting and horrific like cool, but it is creatively inspired and well executed. I'm just like, damn.
Right?
We're past the point of feeling the anguish of the characters or the fear of dealing with something like this or the pain of what that would feel like to happen. None of that matters anymore. And because we've basically turned these characters into animated characters, anything can happen to them. Acne rules apply.
Yeah.
And then this thing somehow tries to sneak out the door in the most unsubtle way possible, and nobody notices until one guy slowly turns around and just casually like, over there? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, the reaction is
McCready turns around. He's like, all right, well, I guess I'll torch it.
All right, it's dead.
They're treating it as if they're exasperated.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like,
of course.
Same shit, different day. Like, fuck. And then at this point, I think that was meant to sort of signal to McCready, just like, this organism can exist from any sort of like body part or part of it.
Yeah.
Which is why he goes to. We basically immediately go into like the blood scene.
This, right?
Well, before that, he says like, all right, everybody get tied up, and Child's like, no fucking way. He's like, all right, I'll just kill you then. Which he is 100% serious about, because when Clark goes in for the kill with the scalpel, no scope headshot, like,
right in the
fucking
fucking head,
and he's not like shaking up about it or anything. He is in
no remorse.
He is in go mode. I'm just like, I will kill every one of y'all motherfuckers if I need to. So
you want to know something? Sorry, because I was looking at the spider scene again.
Yeah.
You want to know who points out that the spider is getting away?
Do not tell me it's fucking what's his name? Starts with a P.
Palmer.
It's Palmer.
Is it Palmer?
It's fucking Palmer.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The one person who actually is the thing is the one who alerts them to the thing getting away.
What?
Oh.
So he was the McCready all along.
So it's Steven, not only is it not what you thought it was, it's the opposite of what you thought it was.
The opposite of what I wanted it to be. Yikes.
That's not a good call there.
Yikes, I definitely didn't pick up on that when like watching, because obviously I didn't know he was a thing yet.
But also the spider just stands there ready to get blasted. Because it almost looks like the spider and Palmer, both entities of the thing, working together to get killed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which maybe was its strategy for some reason.
Nice plan. Good plan.
It worked out to where he was able to eat windows, so.
I mean, they ultimately got it done.
So yeah, they tie up everything, or they tie up everyone, and they draw a little bit of everyone's blood by cutting their thumbs with the same scalpel. And I'm pretty sure on the line of people, Palmer's the first one to get his blood drawn.
Is he?
I think so.
No.
Let me see.
Yeah, who's the first thumb to get cut? I want to
say like Windows is
the last. Windows is absolutely the last, because he's the one who slits everyone's thumbs. He's the one who's untied first, and they test him first.
I feel like they only show him cutting like nulls and windows, like everyone else.
They don't show a lot of the thumbs.
They show
in the
nulls
petri
first.
dish,
You're right. They show
so it's
nulls.
nulls first, and then Windows is next, and then I think it's the rest.
Yeah, it's just nulls first. Okay, so here's how it goes.
Nulls and then Windows.
Everyone is tied up. Nulls is the first person that we see get their blood drawn, but he's the last one in the line of people on the couch. And then it goes to Windows. Like it.
Oh, I see what you mean now.
It cuts him standing up from Nulls and going up to McCree. He's like, "You next." And Windows cuts his thumb after rubbing his scalpel off.
So we're seeing the end of it all.
We're seeing the end of it all, which presumably means that Palmer was the first person to get his thumb slit, and they used the same scalpel to cut everyone else's thumb.
Yeah. Probably. I mean,
why
based
did it
on the way
have to
it's
be
shot,
spread by
correct.
particles? That's just.
Well, no, if you wipe it off, there's no more particles. If you just wipe it off on your jeans, it's good.
Yeah. Windows. That's why Windows cleans it off on his leg to get rid of that exact issue.
God damn
it also makes it look like that's the first time he wiped it off when he does it.
It does.
Oh, that thing was covered in blood.
But damn it, the whole setup for this scene and the whole anticipation of it, of him, like the meticulous process of for each person slowly lighting the wire, poking it in the blood. Like, this scene takes a while and builds up a lot of tension, and it's a cool setup.
Right.
And at this point, I would argue that, like, at this point, with the people in this room, you don't really know for sure who it is. Like,
oh no, you don't know for sure.
So you genuinely are just like, every time that wire goes into the blood, you're just like,
could be.
All right,
could be you.
All right.
Now let me show you something I do know.
I already knew. Yeah, like it's all this. All of this is great until Palmer finishes his transformation. Like even him, going into his transformation, some of it looked a little jank.
Fine.
But like
Fine.
the moment he escapes, then it just turns into a comedy.
It just turns
sucks.
into like
such a joke.
Oh, that
it's
sucks.
such a joke at the end.
Because they also
it's
even before all of this stuff, he's testing the blood of the corpses on the table, and they come to the realizations like, those guys were human, and now they're dead.
Mark was human, you murderer.
Yeah. So like,
yeah, we really kind of glide over
stuff.
the fact that McCready had to shoot Clark in the face.
Well, Clark deserved it.
Yeah. But this is like, this is all good stuff. All this setup is like, this stuff has weight, in my opinion. And then like, it gets to Palmer's blood, and like, there's a neat little effect.
Palmer fucking flies into the ceiling. Okay.
Well,
So
hang on. Let me see this blood
it-
effect real quick. Oh, it's cool how that thing is like sort of thing.
It's not a I'm fine with that.
He probably shouldn't have been like holding it because it just splashed everywhere. But
goodness.
like, whatever.
Oh, it got blood everywhere.
And it freaked him out, so like he like busted up the flame, or like the flamethrower got messed up.
Because now
he,
for like the
jumped
next
from it.
3 minutes, this dude just cannot get this flamethrower to blow, which is
Nope.
some dumbass shit.
Unfortunate. Sorry, Windows.
Some of the effects for his transformation look okay, but there's that one shot where it looks where it like blood's just like running down his face, and it's like bright red.
Oh, it's very Indiana Jones Lost Ark.
Yeah. And that like so it cuts to him. There's 2 different shots of him mid transformation that look okay, like his eyes are like popping out and like blood's starting to come out of some orifices, and then it cuts to another shot of him just like bubbling around and just like bright red food dye just going around. It's like, it did look good.
And then you
Not
switched
anymore.
it.
Why'd you do that?
Again, these directors want to show everything. They're so proud of every little detail that they want to show everything from a distance.
He literally just flies up to the ceiling like gravity just reversed for him or something.
Yeah, it wasn't like before where the arms come out and raise it to the ceiling. He actually flies up and then holds on the ceiling.
He doesn't even hold on the ceiling. It looks like he fell onto the ceiling because that's the way gravity was going.
Well, because that's actually the way they did the effect,
yeah,
right?
it doesn't look great. It doesn't
look good. It looks like an Exorcist sort of moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's a supernatural thing. It no longer is it alien science. It's supernatural.
Hovering. Yeah.
So he's like, Windows, blast him! And like Windows is like pointing. He's on the ceiling.
Son.
He's on the ceiling and he's pointing the thing at it. Okay. All right. Hang on. Let me see how long Windows has to blast this thing. So buffering. All right, he does his little stupid anti-gravity thing. Go up. Okay. He says Windows blasted at 31 seconds. Okay. Hang on.
He's sitting there just watching it happen.
He had 10 full seconds to roast this thing with his flamethrower already pointed at it, hand on the trigger, But instead, he
Watching
watches
the
this
transformation
thing
happen.
fall down the ceiling, split its head open, wrap its tongue around him, and then just pull his head in. He had so much time before any of that shit happened.
To do anything. I mean, he was like paralyzed by fear or whatever, but in 10 seconds
I
isn't
hate that
long.
trope though. I hate that trope of paralyzed by fear. You like in a situation.
All right, don't tell me that you would be like blasting flamethrower in this situation.
In
Jared.
a situation like this, where you have for several minutes meticulously grabbed everyone's blood and have been testing it, you have your finger on the trigger ready for any abnormality.
This isn't coming out of nowhere.
You blitz it. This isn't like instinct, oh no, what do I do? You are ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice because of the situation you've set yourself up for. And the moment shit starts going fucking foobar.
All of these guys have seen what happens when they turn, and they've seen the damage and like the threat of it.
There's
So
no way,
it's-
like even
this
for the
didn't come out of
slightest
nowhere.
abnormality, you should just be like, at least like, sorry, I thought that was like somebody sneezes, you're still like, sort of thing. But when this dude
I
is
got
like,
a little fire on you.
when
Oops.
when the blood splurts out and fucking what's his name? Palmer. When fucking Palmer's going like, ugh, and he's like bleeding out the face. Roast
It's not
that
human
bitch.
anymore.
Roast him. You're not just like,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't expect this. Because McCready's got the right idea. He's definitely trying to do it, but for stupid movie reasons, he can't. The fuck are you doing, Windows? This is literally the moment you've been waiting for.
Windows was the one grabbing a gun earlier.
He wouldn't have been able to use that either.
In this situation, like I can understand that being paralyzed by fear, like fight, flight, or freeze is now kind of what it's called. But when you are preparing yourself for this moment and you are literally looking for the one person that you know is a creature, those are the moments that you have like a hair trigger. Like if anything, you're accidentally roasting an
Windows
innocent.
we're talking about, and he's the one like freaking out the most
Panicky.
about any of this shit. Like
dumb.
he's panicky. Sure. I'm just saying there.
I know.
There is some reasoning.
Yeah.
That like I guess.
Yeah.
Now
I just wish they hadn't included the part where he jumps under it. Like he's not actually frozen the whole time.
No,
during
he
this
goes up. He's
session.
ready to go. He runs up and points at it.
I would have liked this better because I thought his gun was broken when I watched this yesterday. But now that we're looking at it again, it wasn't broken.
it's not.
He just
It's
wasn't.
only McCready. It's
shooting
only
it.
McCready's. I guess that's true.
So
He does jump.
He jumps under and points up.
goes
to go,
action mode.
and then just doesn't
do anything.
It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's just really badly shot. The directing is terrible. Whoever directed this movie didn't know.
John Carpenter.
John Carpenter is not a good director.
And then we just see ragdolls are always funny, man.
This
and that's
is-
what this
are.
was. Like he's just
this
flopping
this
them
one is-
around.
Extra
very in
floppy.
your face.
It's so ridiculous looking. Everything, like I
It
said,
reminds
everything
Reminds me of those
after
like
he gets
Halloween
off.
costumes where it's just like half of a person, but you could tell that the other half is just like this like floppy thing, like just like fabric
It
and shit.
looks
They're just flinging it around.
goofy.
Yeah,
It looks like something you're meant to laugh at.
exactly.
I could not take it. I was definitely laughing at this scene.
Which is so unfortunate because everything leading up to this I thought was great. And then literally the moment Palmer gets out of his roped restraints, it's over. It's suddenly stupid.
Yeah.
And then but that's what the rest of this scene is. For like several minutes, it's a lot of action and blood and gore and visual effects. And like, sure, they look fine, but it also just it looks fucking silly, and I can tell that that's not what you were going for.
I mean, to be like honestly, this is like one of the last like normal
big
encounters.
set pieces.
Yeah.
Aside from like the big giant version of it that we see later,
ending.
like this is like the last like thing that we see that's
Yeah.
just like one.
So
of
they
the
wanted to be
turning.
over the top. I know.
And it,
Well,
and
what I'm
it's
saying
honest-
is like they ruined it as being like they started off as it being like something really cool with
Okay.
like the blood testing and everything, but then they really just like stumbled hard on it and just like
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
because I do think they were trying to make it like crazy and wild,
They-
but
they definitely
in doing
were.
that is just like chicken with its head cut off, just like running around, just like.
I did
Well,
find
'cause again-
it. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, like I pointed out earlier, they really cornered themselves by opening up with insanity.
Yeah.
And they forced themselves to make scenes like
nowhere
this.
to go.
Nowhere else to go. They had to top the craziness that they had just shown us.
I already saw a dog shooting butthole juices out of its face.
It's
like,
yes.
Top that?
Because imagine if like 90% of this movie was like super subtle hints and paranoia and anxiety, and then this fucking happens.
Out
You're just
of
like,
nowhere.
oh shit! Oh my! And if they just made it look a little bit less ridiculous and ragdoll-y, that'd be nice. But like, I feel like the scene would have a lot more impact if like it wasn't just.
You know what they should have done there?
What's up?
They should have bit Windows' head off and leave it at that. Just bite his head off.
Yes.
And then just drop a corpse to the ground with a head missing. Not this like flinging a limp doughy body around.
Limp Windows around. So I guess like one reason why they didn't just have him chomp is because they already did like just a quick chomp. Just a few seconds ago. So they wanted it to be different enough, like distinct.
Be creative then be more creative.
They chose the wrong thing to do.
They did.
I did find it.
John Carpenter chose the
I don't have so much have a problem of him like starting to devour him and then like maybe like lifting him up and he's just like kind of like pulling him into his body.
It's the
running around and flailing. That's
while he's still somehow screaming the whole time. And McCready's
oh yeah, and then he like spits him out and Windows is like basically whole. He's just covered in blood or something.
Yeah, what?
He's still dead, but he's like still a human form. I was like, all right.
Well, he's not dead, right? Because he starts to turn into.
Oh, that's true. And then they torch him.
Yep.
It's the first time we actually see the premise of he's infected now.
Oh,
I did. There was another little like eyebrow raising moment of like, during this scene because I was kind of impressed how they did the guy running outside like completely covered in flames.
Oh, in the fire, the fire
like,
suit.
I mean, like I'm used to seeing people on like fire in movies, but it's normally just like their backs. Like you can kind of see where like
you're not seeing an actual full human buried in flame.
Yeah, you can kind of see like the flammable material and where it stops and like the professional doing it. But this guy was engulfed, and I don't know how they did that. I was like, damn, that looks
actually
pretty real.
On fire.
I mean, you can see the suit, and they have the benefit of this thing had turned, so it had creature head, so it's got a really big head covering on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's head to toe out in the snow, covered in this flammable suit.
Out in the snow.
I guess it's just still just. It's always kind
of still impressive.
I think it's just always crazy for me to see people on fire in movies, just because like
it's a crazy stunt.
From what I have heard, it is still incredibly like miserable to go through because like
I'm sure.
As with most fires, it's not the fire that kills you; it's the smoke, and that doesn't go away with a suit.
That's
you
true.
Still,
that's true.
From what I've heard from stunt people, you still have to contend with that, and it is a just grueling experience.
Yeah, I feel like it's not a stunt you see a lot these days.
No,
but it was something you saw in all the action movies.
Any sort of fire.
Just look at
like
our
mist
souvenir.
I mean,
that's a great example.
Oh.
Man on Fire.
Man on Fire, good movie.
So he comes back, he torches windows. Just another like good little just effect there of like it doesn't really cut to. It basically goes. What am I saying?
They blow up Palmer, which is hilarious.
They blow up.
McCready blows up Palmer.
Blow up Palmer
with
and
a stick of dynamite.
Spread the thing's giblets just everywhere. That's fine.
Yeah,
cool.
the particles are now everywhere, even maybe meters away now.
Yeah, but I liked him going up to torch windows because like at least from the visual effects standpoint, he still looks fairly. It looks fine. He still looks fairly like a person.
Burning windows in the corner there is pretty good.
If you pay too much attention to it, you can kind of see like the little stiff animatronic movements, but I thought it looked pretty good.
If you just look at the legs are good. The legs are pretty good.
Yeah. Then he tests the rest of the people. They're all good. Danny, what's his name? Gary has his little moment of just like, get me off this fucking couch.
Shut up, Gary. You're useless.
I think from here on out, we just basically speed run to the end.
Yeah,
because
then it's just dumb
honestly,
climax.
that's what the movie does. That's what the movie does. The movie doesn't even give a shit at the end. They're like, we got to get rid of some of these characters so we can have McCready have his showdown.
Yep. So they for some reason need to go up to test Blair, which at this point I say fuck them.
Why even care, dude? Just kill Blair.
We're in survival
leave him.
mode.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Although they do realize that the door has already been broken into. I was very confused by this part because I'm just like, okay, either A, this tunnel underneath the shed has always existed,
yes.
or B, Blair was able to dig out this tunnel and start building a spaceship.
As a human.
Yeah.
Not as a monster, not as some special powered thing, as a human.
It wasn't a human anymore.
Even as a monster, I just didn't find it that believable. I'm just like, what?
Well, no,
it was a big tunnel.
Even assuming he could like dig the tunnel, what's he doing with the ice? That it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, it was a big, very smoothly carved tunnel, and I think that's where I got all of my knowledge about that from, Roko. I might have to bring that up later. I think that's where I learned it from because I used to watch Corridor Digital, but like I didn't. This confused me of just like this tunnel existing and he's building a goofy ass looking spaceship down there. Nothing that has anything to do with the spaceship should be
remove this from the movie.
Just cut it out. I want to make our director's cut.
We need to make our own cut of this movie,
and we just cut out like, all the alien shit.
If you want Blair to be a thing like creature, if you want Blair to be a creature thing, fine. Like, all you need to do is have the three of these guys go up to the shed, realize the door is open, just be like, oh, shit. And then immediately cut to seeing Childs running out mysteriously from the bunker.
Immediately.
That's it.
Immediately.
That's it. That's all you need. If you really want Blair to be a thing creature, you do not need this multi-minute long reveal that does not make sense.
That only opens up weird questions about the entirety of your movie.
Yeah, like, first of all, that spaceship did not look even big enough to carry a man.
No, what
was its what was its plan? Like,
it was getting out of the tunnel.
It was just like a shell of just like a bunch of like scrap metal
this thing out of
shit.
like helicopter parts that it was finding and stuff.
Yeah,
not alien space parts.
Where's it getting like these like jet turbines that it's supposed to take off with?
It's dumb. I don't like it.
It's really stupid. Listen, how is it even getting out of the tunnel? He's building something bigger than the size of the hole that led him down there, and it's underground.
Well, yeah. Well, he built like there's like a roof that kind of just
was there?
No.
I mean, listen, that's actually not outlandish compared to what he'd already done to get up to that point.
Yeah.
So
and this only a few hours have passed.
Yes.
So this is around the time where they notice that Childs was like, or no, I don't think the characters noticed yet, but that cuts to a door of just like it open, and the door that Childs was watching is open now.
Ajar, and Childs is quietly running out.
Yep, I think Gary sees Childs walking out, which to me is a surefire sign of kill that motherfucker.
Kill him.
Kill Childs.
Yeah. Kill him.
Kill him.
But instead,
you just kill him.
But instead, he's
or
like,
you just don't leave a man alone anymore.
On?
You just all four of you can just go check on.
There was no reason. Did the movie give any justification to this? What was the reason?
They did give a justification for Child staying behind.
What was it? Hold on.
It was
I need to know this.
They definitely said like, and then Child, you got to stay and do this or something.
They definitely did. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
It's actually a really funny scene watching Childs run out. Because Knowles like calls them over.
He's like, yeah, I think I just saw Childs run out there. Okay.
Hold on. When did they split up?
I'm at the scene here. 126:40 is when it cuts to the scene of Childs just like looking out the window. And I think McCready comes in. I think McCready comes in and like starts explaining some things. So he's just standing there. And he says, we're going out to give Blair the test. If he tries to make it back here and we're not with him, burn him. And then he just leaves.
He just left?
Huh? So they don't give a reason for why he's staying?
Nope. It's just, I guess it's just like, hey, in case we don't, like, just so he can kill Blair if Blair comes back. But it's like, well, what if there's other things in here that you don't know about?
What?
Fucking idiots.
That's so dumb.
Yep. So they see Childs running out of the bunker, and then mysteriously the generator goes down after that. And then they basically conclude of just like, what is it, like 6 hours? It's going to be like 100 below or something. Like they basically consign themselves to the fact that nobody's getting out of this alive.
Without power, so we're gonna all die.
Yep.
They're fucked.
There's no way of getting out of here. So like, I think it's all right. Hang on. Let me. This is a pretty crucial scene here. It's so McCready says he got back inside and blew the generator. In 6 hours, it'll be 100 below down here. Gary says, well, that's suicide. Not for that thing. It wants to freeze now. It's got no way out of here. It just wants to go to sleep in the cold until the rescue team finds it. So that's kind of what they sort of conclude with this. I think there is some very tenuous. I think there's some very
every time
tenuous,
they try to rationalize.
There's some very tenuous credit to be given to Steven's theory of just like this thing wants to go into hibernation, but also be found, so it can go to other places.
That's what my thinking. The movie doesn't do a good, but that's clear. That's my headcanon at least.
That's the only way that I can think of that would make sense.
But they said that it doesn't die, right?
Right.
Like only fire kills it. So just have it. Why does it need to be found out there? Why not just literally walk forever?
Because it will just freeze. Like it won't be able to move. So it wants to be frozen in a place where something will take it to a place where it can infect more things. Because if it just goes off into the middle of nowhere, it'll just be frozen forever and nothing will find it again.
I think my issue with that is like, okay, that level of logic implies that this thing really is extremely intelligent. And
it has a goal other than just survival.
But if it is really that intelligent, it makes some really dumb moves before that.
Dog brain. We already explained that.
It's beyond dog brain now, Steven.
It has dog brain. It had dog brain, okay?
Sometimes the dog brain just comes out. You just can't help it.
I get that it wants to, and it's not so Huey. At least the way I'm seeing this, it's not merging with other organs. Like it's just taking over their bodies, right? So, or it's infecting other bodies. It's not merging. It's spreading its virus. It's spreading its cells around. So if that's all that it wants to do, then it just needs to touch other organisms. It never needs to show itself ever. It never needs to show itself. It could when it shows up as a dog.
It's already out of the bag, so you know.
When it showed up as the dog, the movie was over.
Yeah,
it was done.
It already licked someone in the face the moment it found that crew.
You're all infected, and once it's changed, why does it doesn't need to turn into monsters killing people, obviously, because it can walk around as a normal human. So if it just wants to then go and then infect the rest of the world, stay hidden the rest of the time. Never reveal yourself. No one will have any reason to kill you.
Yeah.
It only gets to the point where they're doing the blood tests because of choices the dumb organism made at the beginning.
If it was really smart, it would have just been like, oh, I'll infect one human and then I'll just wait it out until they go home.
That's it. That's literally it.
All of this stems from the same core problem that I had with this movie the moment it was introduced. And it's the fact that this thing can spread from the smallest particle. The smallest particle, they said that.
Shouldn't have done that.
And that just fucks the whole movie in the premise.
That ruined a lot,
everything.
Unfortunately.
It should have been the way that it kills things and then imitates them.
Yeah.
So then it had to hide bodies and then this idea of it was caught.
But would that mean there'd be only one though? If it's just like kill and
it would be only.
I would honestly prefer that.
But I would
I guess like that would make it to where like if you find it and you kill it, it's easier to win.
It's over.
Yeah. Whereas like the idea that anyone can be like everyone but like two people could be the thing and you wouldn't know it sort of.
It needs to be then that it deposits a piece of itself. Almost it sends a little spider or something down your throat and latches onto your brainstem. I don't know. Something tangible
something
know.
Something that's not just like I cough and now you're fucked.
Yeah, it needs to be bigger than just a particulate from it.
Yeah.
Just any sort of cell that stems from this thing could just.
So, and this is all sort of under the umbrella of the larger argument, which is they should have never tried to explain any of it.
Nah.
They should have left all of this ambiguous. You don't know what it takes to turn. You don't know how this thing transmits and how any of this works, what it wants, and what it's trying to do.
That's
all of
assuming
that is impossible to explain.
That's assuming Wilford Brimley didn't have the most advanced computer ever made. So that's
yeah. Well, unfortunately,
the smartest mind of a generation.
Have that. Yeah. So.
But imagine how
unopen that jar.
Imagine how much more engaging it would be if like it was like it kills a thing and can like imitate it, but it doesn't like infect it or whatever, so it has to like hide bodies and things. And
it actually is fragile and
well, I don't know about fragile because threat. Like imagine like the Antarctic crew's numbers are slowly dwindling, and they know that there's an imposter among them.
Off.
And the likelihood of that being someone else keeps going up as these numbers start thinning down. Like,
right.
That's stressful.
The percentage
and that's
chance
how you
of it
escalate
being
a plot.
someone else in the room with you.
Yeah.
Well, it actually turns into an Agatha Christie sci-fi novel where the murderer is slowly taking out people in the room.
Yeah. I think that's neat. It's certainly
I think that would be interesting for sure.
Oh, we've already established that the defibrillator scene is the best scene in the movie.
We love we love the defibrillator scene.
Absolutely.
I think like top scenes are defib scene and then the scene with Bennings just like screaming.
Yeah.
So my favorite entertainment scene is the defibrillator scene. My favorite sci-fi horror moment is Benning.
Bennett's thing was probably the scariest thing, successfully scariest thing.
Successfully, that was the only successful horror moment of the entire movie.
Actually good. And then entertainment value by far defib scene.
Yes, for sure.
Just instant chop with the R. Oh man. And then you get the spider.
It had it all.
I think
all the goo coming out of it.
That's when they bring all their most creative effects.
Yeah,
in that scene right there.
I think so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we get to the point now where there's fuck it, we're gonna die anyway. Let's explode the whole place. So they throw 5 sticks of dynamite down that little tunnel, and the whole thing just blows up in a goddamn fireball.
It's not only that it blows, it's that it rolls completely perfectly all the way down the tunnel.
Down the tunnel.
Which I believe had a 90-degree turn.
Yeah. So I'm impressed.
In a cylinder, not a ball, a cylinder of dynamite.
Very impressed.
They drive the caterpillar through the walls of the facility, slash its little gas tank, and start lighting that thing up.
Which won't do much if you empty out all the gas out of the tank. It won't have any explosive. It'll just be. You might as well just pour gas.
It's just gonna catch on fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're hucking a bunch of Molotov cocktails. This is truly we are fucked and fuck this sort of thing.
We're just burning the place down.
Yep. When they were doing this, I was still under the impression of just this still ain't gonna be enough. No way.
That's how I felt too. There's no guarantee you're taking, because again, if this organism is smart at all, we'll be like, oh, they're lighting everything on fire. I guess I'll just stand 20 feet away from all of this.
You don't even know if it's even in here right now.
You don't know that. It could have already left. It could have, honestly, for all they know,
spaceship and left before you blew it up.
Honestly, for all they know, this thing has been gone for hours, and they're just seeing other versions of it still there. What are they really accomplishing?
Yeah. But then they go down into the generator room. There's another eyebrow-raising scene for me here of when they're walking down the stairs to the generator room. It's that's a pretty nice shot. That looks pretty good. As they're going down the stairs, and it's a orangish reddish thing. You see all these frozen pipes and everything's iced over. They're
the
moving the flare around. It's
that
looks like a pretty good set. That's cool.
This was good. Okay, I see what you're talking about.
Just that one shot, and then they're
it's not bad.
They find the generator, and Garrick's it's gone.
I don't know what to do.
What do you mean? Is there any way to fix it? Oh, it's gone.
I said it's gone.
And then these are the last 3 people alive. Their plan is to blow this place up so this thing cannot get out or whatever. And they
So that's
know
part of their
that
plan.
if they split up, that's at their most dangerous. It's like, all right, you take your dynamite, go over there. You take your dynamite, go over there. I'm gonna set this stuff up here. And nothing's gonna go wrong with that, even though...
Y'all come back human, you hear?
Even though we know for a fact that this creature came down into this area to destroy this generator, and this is the most likely spot that it will still be. You go there,
Y'all split up.
you go there, I'll stay here. I'm just like,
Cool.
all right, who am I
And then
gonna
I'll
see
just,
die
like,
next? Like,
I'll call over in a few minutes when it gets really quiet and ask you how it's coming.
So they're setting all this stuff up. We get David getting jump scared by Thing Blair. And hang on, let me see this scene again because I wasn't.
That's putting his fingers into his face.
Did you just call him David? Also,
it's Gary,
Did I
by
call
the
him
way.
David? For some reason that has always
looks like
been
a
on the tip
David.
of my tongue is calling him like David or something like that.
David.
I'm trying.
David.
Let me see what he's doing with his mouth here because that looks.
Wait,
It looks strange, but like.
it's weird, but
It's weird, but
okay.
it looks alien. So I'm just like,
Listen.
ugh, that looks kind of.
Yeah, we're just like putting his
merging into his face.
Yeah, merging into his skin.
I at the very least can't really like see the seams of like how this is getting done. It's obviously not a human face, but I'm just like, he's really stretching that. It was
Pretty decent.
effective, yeah.
They do a good job there. It's
I
fun.
honestly would have liked more kills like this rather than like sort of stuff.
Just things that you could imagine how freaky that would be to be around.
Make
without
assimilating
it
and
turning into a
impersonating
cartoon.
somebody be a process that looks like this. It's quiet, it looks horrific, and it takes time. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
That's why it can't get caught in the middle of it, so it has to be sneaky.
yeah, like that's kind of how I wanted it to operate.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we get a scene, like a little quick
Nulls.
cut of the final effects of it, where it's like
the full stretch.
his
it's
face
just
is
like-
just
yeah.
gone, and just like a part of its arm now, he's just pulling it away.
Yeah, just
Pretty good.
dragging it along.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Spooky stuff. And then Nulls is like, I think he has like a little like grin or something, and he says he goes down into this empty corridor.
Why do this? Why
I
do
just-
this?
And the most
Why do you do this?
It's the last we see of him too, so we can only assume that he's
I know.
dead. That's
Well, yeah, and this is why it's funny to me that the movie's just okay. Got to get rid of these people, so it's just McCready left.
Yep. So he just walks off into this.
And he disappears into the darkness.
Yep, and we never see him again. And so
probably
McCready
alive.
just like gets suspicious because like he hears some noises and nobody's around him anymore, so he sets the detonator stuff ready. And then we get to our big Hollywood moment scene where this thing is literally like the size of a motorcycle.
Why didn't it just do this from the get-go?
Seriously?
This is what it was. Again, you're not
What,
allowed
did
to
it
show what a
need
monster's
to
capable
assimilate
of at
more
the end.
like things or like how?
I mean,
What?
yeah, unless
what
it took
prevented it from
assimilating
getting
of
this
what,
big?
this maybe like this thing was always down here, and it was
putting animals and people
more
together.
shit into it.
I would
so it was
hope
getting
so,
bigger.
because if this is the same creature from the beginning of the movie that they've established has been absorbing creatures for hundreds of thousands of years, it should already be able to be this big.
It should already be massive.
yeah,
They literally say, I mean, that's just them assuming, but they were right about everything else, that this thing has been copying other creatures from other planets for millions and millions of other creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, I love when it pulls the TNT down. I just watched that.
Yeah. just-
yeah. No, you can't.
And then we just
big
have
monster.
We just have this gigantic Muppet ass looking thing.
Oh, this is the worst effect, and it's the one they're closing on.
Yeah.
It's not great.
It looks fine, but it looks 1,000,000% 80s. Like,
It was so much more menacing earlier. Don't do this.
yeah.
Oh,
And then so he
dude.
throws one stick of dynamite at it, and then
Kurt
like
Russell's somersault, amazing.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
But like, okay, so he throws one stick of dynamite. You could make an
One.
argument that this ignites all of the other sticks of dynamite out there, but that was like a dozen or so, and this thing
Look what it
fucking
does. The whole station.
erupts. Like,
There's a leak in the gas line. So
this
it
takes
blew it,
this
you know.
is like
It takes the whole
Terminator
station out.
semi-truck times like 10. This thing is
It's massive.
gigantic. It looks really
And
dope
yet-
and very like, I'm pretty sure like those are like
They look real and full scale.
Actual explosions. So I'm just like, fuck, that looks cool. Dynamite
really
doesn't do that though.
Well, really large explosion, and yet somehow
he
Kurt
makes
Russell
it out
is
of
just
there.
like, fine.
He was in the fucking basement when he chucked that shit, man.
There was no way he got all the way out by the
There
time.
were a lot of turns he had to make to get out of there.
And I think that's why some people are just like, he's probably the Thing then.
He's gotta be.
He's out here.
Even though he actively harmed the Thing with no one around to prove it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's extremely damning unless the movie's stupid, which it kind of is. But there's no evidence whatsoever to support him being the Thing at the end.
And then we get to this kind of like contrived cliffhanger ending where Child's just out of nowhere. He's just like, hey,
what's up, man?
I saw Blair running out, so I chased him and then got lost in the storm. That's why I'm still alive.
Yeah.
And so like it.
Well, I guess
here's the thing. Ha. So this movie is trying to have an ending where like you don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know who's the Thing and who's human. But
you do.
If you just like run a quick little like prisoner's dilemma sort of like situation here. If both of them are the Thing, then they're not going to be acting like suspicious of each other.
They'll know because they'll know.
Yeah. If both of them are human, that's the only way that I can see this playing out. Well, no. If both of them are human, then they should know that they're not the Thing. Because if one of them's the Thing, it has no reason to pretend it's anything else and just fucking kill this Thing.
It's 1v1.
Yeah.
It literally does not matter.
They should know for a fact that they are both alive and suspicious of each other, that they're both human. There's no other option, I would say. The Thing at this point has no incentive to pretend to be anything else. A lot of people have been touting this ending. A lot of people have been touting this ending. I'm just like, oh man, like there's so much speculation and theorizing about like
what? No,
because people are saying it's like you can see McCready's breath, which means he's human. You can't see Child's breath, so he's like the Thing.
Yes, and I just saw a Child's breath, so shut up.
It's like, and then another thing, like he offers the whiskey to Childs and he drinks it. I think I remember hearing some theories of like, and then McCready's like, like he ends on a laugh or something, and people are speculating what that means. But if you just like try and logically like suss this out, there's only one option. If one of them is not immediately killing the other, then they're both human. Like.
Yeah, so when you break it down, McCready is not the Thing.
No.
So the only thing left is it's a 50-50 of if Child is the Thing.
Yeah.
And
if Child is the Thing,
if Child is the Thing, then
he fucks up McCready. That's it.
Then he fucks up McCready.
Yeah.
His only reason.
Honestly, if Child's his Thing, there's no reason for him to like walk up to McCready. He could just be like, right, I'm gonna freeze here anyways. That's the plan. I'll just chill. Like McCready will die.
It makes zero sense so the only possible ending is that Childs could be the Thing, but it makes zero sense. There is no justification for it. You have to kind of bend over and come up with a lot of false story to get it to fit.
Yeah.
So this idea that the ending is somehow speculative is wishful thinking by cult followers that love this movie.
It would have been so cool if this movie did have the sort of material and plot development to end on a note like that.
I wish I didn't know McCready was.
None of the stuff leading up to that point would lead me to believe that it's anything like
because we know exactly how this thing operates and what its goals are, and the moment it's one-on-one, it wins. Like. So
that's what it was. That's kind of what it was hoping for. That's what it was working on. The whole movie was to break them down and get rid of them.
Yeah, because
it wasn't trying to hide.
The first thing that it established was like it attacks when it's alone with somebody.
Huh?
Seems like you're pretty alone now.
There's literally nobody left. And
secretly, Knowles is watching them talk. And
McCready said during his little like logic speech at the fires, like, I know I'm human, and I know some of you are human too, because if you were all the Thing, you would kill me.
Right.
Yeah. So
it's setting up rules. If you believe the rules of the movie, the logic that it put in place, there's only one ending of this movie. It's not speculative.
No. they're both human, and they have no reason to be suspicious of each other because both of them are still alive after they confront each other.
Yes.
The end.
And then it just kind of ends. Like, oh.
Man.
Now, granted, I don't think it should end with. I think it should end with you not knowing. They just didn't do a good job.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
mean, this actually is how it should end. They just didn't do a good job.
Yeah.
Yep. Which, man, I really wanted to like this movie. I thought for sure. I thought for sure
I was
that
prepared
this movie
to
was
hold this
so
up
down
in
my
the-
alley.
Oh yeah.
In the
And it's
pantheon of Alien.
It's a movie that I've heard so many good things about. I'm just like,
I'm
all right,
starting to
hell yeah.
understand why I've heard those good things though after watching
Yeah.
it.
Man. Or are they both a thing and they're
No,
That would be
shut
funny.
up, Boats. Shut up,
I
Boats.
mean, that would be funny, but that's why he laughs because he's like, haha, I know we're both a thing.
I
but
actually
That'd be great if
would
they just like
enjoy
both went
version
in
of
for a
this.
handshake and then it's just a close up of two fucked up tentacle
Tentacles.
things just
and then it's a freeze frame, and then
Oh,
"Don't You
good.
Forget About Me" starts playing.
come
Come here often. Now, I think it actually would be cool if the thing had a personality, and when you finally cornered it,
It was, like,
could
playful.
speak to you.
Yeah.
It would mess with you a little bit because
Yeah,
it was
like,
so
it would-
intelligent.
it would
And
shift,
it's this-
be like,
And it
so
knew
I
that it
win.
was so beyond. It could
it,
kill you in an
it
instant.
knows that it's a god compared to you, so
Yeah.
it can talk to you in certain ways. That would actually be kind of cool. And then you have that ending. Fine, that would be pretty culty and interesting.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 ending.
Using the faces and voices of your friends too, similar to the Terminator, one might say.
The pooped panties. What do you?
The ripped up long johns that Kurt Russell kept sniffing.
those were some dirty drawers.
Yeah.
Hey, I wouldn't touch them. I wouldn't put them anywhere
like,
near my face. either.
immediately, I think Knowles is just like, which one of y'all dirty motherfuckers like left these like soiled long johns in here? And immediately McCree's just like,
Like, oh, McCready, are those yours? No.
There's some-
Whoa,
I got-
wait.
Jesus
with you?
Christ. We are already 45
Right,
minutes off schedule.
45 minutes over. Time to give some
let's
scores.
get some scores. All right. Man, I
Oh, bummer.
really wanted to like this one. So here's the thing. I think I approach the concept of wasted potential a lot different from Andrew, and the fact that
Yeah.
like when I see a concept that I think is engaging and unique, that automatically kind of gets some like points from me in terms of like, man, that was interesting. I wish they did this a lot differently and better, but I liked what they were trying to go for here. And I do also give credit to some admittedly very effective visual effects that I can see myself coming back to like randomly. I'm just like, you know those moments where you're just like, you randomly remember a movie and you're just like, oh yeah, that one scene kicked ass. You just look up that specific scene on YouTube just to watch it because you like it. I can see
Yeah.
myself going back to some scenes from this movie to do that. So there are some definitely very effective scenes in here that I really enjoyed. But if you think about anything too much, everything just falls apart, which sucks because I went into this movie thinking that like this is a movie that rewards you paying attention to subtle details and noticing things on like second watch through. Just like, oh shit, like this, like they set all this kind of stuff up. This was not that kind of movie. It was a gore fest meant to show off their very impressive like visual effects and things like that, which were admittedly very entertaining, but it wasn't what I was looking for. I can still, however, see myself like watching this again at some point. Probably not by myself, but maybe I think I would enjoy watching this with somebody else who hasn't
group
seen it
setting.
before, or either a group setting to either like clown on the parts that we already think are
You would
stupid.
like to introduce someone to this movie.
But if I were to introduce someone to it,
date.
Nothing gets a girl warm like body splitting in half.
it would be kind of fun to introduce somebody to this movie
You
just to
split
see
her
their
in
reactions of like some of
Yeah,
the
you
crazy
see that
shit that
scene?
happens in
You
here.
like that?
But other than that, I don't see myself like rewatching this by myself.
Yeah.
So all that in consideration, plugging it into my very biased, nebulous algorithm here.
Put it into your Blair computer.
My Blair computer. I'm gonna have to give this one a 5 out of 10.
Very average.
Yes, it was enjoyable, but also severely disappointing for me.
Yeah.
But I didn't hate it. I was never bored. I was just upset at what I wanted the movie to be, which I don't think is damning enough to give it a 4 in my opinion.
That's fair.
How about you, Jerry?
Jerry.
I really liked it. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10.
How about you, Steven?
Yeah, for this movie kind of fell in the realm of Terminator 1 for me, where it's just kind of like I expected it to be good and it wasn't. But the unfortunate thing is this does not have my good memories of Terminator 2 to fall back on. There's no
it doesn't turn into anything into a world that you like.
There's no real like world building, which is like one of the few things that could have saved this. And the quote unquote world building they tried to do with the alien shit was completely stupid and pointless, and that did nothing for me.
Yeah.
I agree that like, yeah, some parts of the visuals were a little bit bonkers and wonky, but for the most part, it was like really interesting and like fun to look at.
Yeah.
I wasn't like crazy like bored during the movie or anything. Like I was still like plugged in watching it, but it was definitely not something where I was like. Usually by like at the end of a movie, if I liked it, I was like, oh, that was a good movie. When this movie ended, I was like, all right. And I just kind of went along and started doing something else. Like I just stopped thinking about it, which is probably not great. But like I had fun watching it. I wish it was a movie that felt like it needed a rewatch, but it just doesn't. It really needed more mystery in it, and like just really, they really need to, I guess a slower pace to kind of draw it out. Don't tell me all the information like 30
immediately
minutes, and then expect me to be invested in like, oh, who's the thing? It's like, well, I don't care who the thing is. I'm just waiting for the next jump
that scene.
So pretty unfortunate. Like again, like it's cool concept, very poor execution. It's just one of those things. Like there's only so much. Like it was fun to kind of think of, oh, like what could they have meant, like headcanon sort of things. But even that didn't go super deep. So yeah, I think I would probably give the movie I'm gonna give the movie a 4 out of 10. I'm just gonna match it with Terminator because I felt like it equaled that sort of enjoyment where I was like, this kind of sucks, but I don't like hate it.
Yeah.
But I probably won't rewatch it.
I'm not hateful. I'm just disappointed.
It's like, yeah, like it's an average movie that disappointed me. So it just, like, I wanted it to be better, but it just wasn't.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, unfortunately.
That's the sort of thing that bums me out.
I think this is the number one movie that has disappointed me. Out of all the ones that we've watched.
This would definitely go on the overrated.
The disappointment rating.
Man.
Yeah. Overrated. This movie is officially overrated.
It's the eternal darkness of movies.
Oh, damn.
Brutal.
When's the last time you watched the thing?
Well, it doesn't matter anymore. The initial response is ingrained in their brain.
I will maybe watch the 2011 version. Just like, why not?
I honestly think
I don't know
what they.
I don't know when. Like, it's one of those things where like I don't know when I would watch it. It would just be like somewhere down the line because I'm definitely not like jonesing for some more Thing action right now.
No.
So better than Flipped. Oh, there you go.
Final review. Better than Flipped.
Wait, what did you get? Flipped again?
I think I gave Flipped a 2.
Whew, that's right.
Flipped was just bad.
Very much just did not like that one. But that's okay. It's not for everyone.
All right, you're up, Andrew.
All right, Andrew.
Okay. I also have a similar. I treat this a lot like Terminator. I think I'm probably giving it the same score that I gave Terminator. Actually, it's a 3 out of 10, and honestly, the only reason it's not a 2 out of 10 is because of the effects. The effects are the only thing saving it.
Yeah.
And
in the same way that Arnold Schwarzenegger was the only thing that saved the Terminator.
Yeah, honestly. So these movies that we go through that are definitely overrated,
there's always something endearing.
There's always
like,
something that I can point to and say, you know what, that was actually pretty cool, or I will always remember that. But I can never look at the movie as a whole and say that was a good movie. That's just impossible to say. I don't think anyone could objectively look at this. And I'd like to hear it if anyone's out there, that this is an actual good movie end to end. It's not original. I give it a 3 out of 10, and I feel like that's kind of generous. It's a sci-fi horror movie where people are being hunted. Wow. Yeah. That's every fucking movie.
But that's all in the 80s. Maybe?
I mean, Predator. It's just this stuff is not new. This unknown threat that somehow came a threat from space that is really good at killing, and it's a scary thing. Oh no. So yes, they have some different ways of executing, but their execution and their creativity is where they get some points that save it. And that's where I give it a 5 out of 10. I want to give it more points for creativity, but they couldn't even be creative end to end. There were just moments where they were creative. Yeah. So it doesn't give me a lot of faith in the creators of the movie that they really knew what they were doing. They just had some cool ideas, but the ideas were all aesthetics. No theme. I honestly want to give it a 1 out of 10, but I don't think that it at least didn't create any confusing things where it had different themes. It just couldn't latch on to anything. So only a 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10 with story. This movie was somehow shallow and confusing, which is a hard thing to pull off, but this movie does it. For only tepidly dipping into some ideas of the concept of this alien, where it comes from, what it wants, and how these people act and how they react to things, for only lightly touching into it, I would get lost and not know where we were or what was happening. And that made me mad. Because it would even explicitly tell you what the plot was, and then I'd still be confused. And I don't think that's my fault. I think that's the movie's fault. So 2 out of 10. And presentation, this movie is locked in the 80s. It is not like Alien, where you could almost watch and be like, hey, that's a current movie. No. This is an 80s movie forever.
Yep.
The score, did either of you realize how bad the score was of this movie?
Honestly, I didn't even register any music. I don't remember anything about it. So
you keep hearing the same 2 synth notes the whole movie, and the same bass notes the whole movie, and then it just plays that at the end in the credits, and it expects you to feel a sense of dread, like you're stuck in the middle of the ice with this sound forever. Terrible.
The credits started, I was just like, all right.
Yeah, it again, as far as presentation, they had, again, some cool ideas, but man, just mostly overall poorly executed. I don't think John Carpenter is a good director, even in his time, even with the technology at his fingertips. I think he's another James Cameron, where they think they have the coolest ideas and you should see all of it at once, even if that means seeing all the cracks. And what that makes is a 3 out of 10 movie, super overrated.
Fair enough.
Well, Chad thinks it's a 5 to 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
75%, only 3 votes, but you know that's.
Oh, I didn't even see that was only 3 votes.
Yeah,
y'all definitely like it.
For our souvenir, I opted to just get a Among Us character with a gigantic cowboy hat.
I want you to Photoshop Mac's hat.
I want you to get me an isolated image of Mac's hat, and then I will do that. Otherwise, this is the souvenir.
If you cannot find,
you think?
Wait, what's the souvenir right now?
It's
just
right
Among Us
next to you.
Between you and Jake.
Mogus.
Oh man, it was really hidden. Okay.
There was an imposter among us.
It's at least close. It's close to the hat.
There was another hat that was closer, but I got baited by one of those fake PNG files with the checkerboard background.
Oh, those are the worst. Those are the worst.
Whoever invented those should be killed.
I'm happy with this memento. That'll serve us well.
But now we have a
It's
wheel.
time to spin.
Did you happen to put R.I.P.D. on there?
No.
Mostly because Rook forgot, he did not put it in the thread, but he posted it in movies.
Okay, all right, I got you.
I don't want to reward that sort of behavior, but you know, I like Rook, so.
Well, because this is a last-minute edition, that means it's going to win.
That's what I'm worried about. My movie's never going to get picked.
It's pink.
Yes. All right.
It really is standing out right now.
Currently on the list.
Just start the spin when it's on RPD, and then it won't land on it.
Yes.
Currently on the list is Parasite, Fifth Element, Coco, Whiplash, Jurassic Park, A Knight's Tale, Boondock Saints, Drive, Internal Affairs, Memento, and R.I.P.D.
R.I.P.D.
I'm going to scream.
I'm already screaming. Roka,
right,
you and I are in this together.
I'm spinning the wheel once it hits the dead center of R.I.P.D.
Oh my goodness, this is biased. It's like we're making R.I.P.D. happen.
Not in fact, minus 2 to watch size. Oh god. Boondock Saints.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with Boondock
Diesel
Saints.
gets his first movie.
Diesel's?
Yeah.
Oh, this is Diesel's first one.
First movie.
First movie. Congratulations, Diesel.
Like 3.
I think he went to bed, but
I'm pretty sure
he will be pleased as punch when we announce the winner.
I'm just glad this is the first one and not the second one.
Yeah. Well, this one's first one's definitely like the iconic one anyway. So
I think Boondock Saints falls under the list of these are movies you should watch.
So I've been told.
I mean, that is like a movie.
It's a real movie.
It's cinema.
Now, does R.I.P.D. fall under that list?
Maybe. Maybe.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
I'm not one to.
I do like Jeff Bridges.
I have not seen it, and Ryan Reynolds.
Sometimes.
Oh dear, I need to recalibrate this. Whee!
Every of the times.
Calibrate.
Let's go somewhere. We will be back tomorrow at our usual time, but I still need to decide what we're doing because we're done with I'm on observation.
I have no
duty.
idea.
There's always plenty of options that I can pick from. I just forget what's on my list. So I'll just have to look at that list, and we will be back at our usual time, doing our usual shenanigans. Always on deck
We're gonna spin the game wheel.
Martian Gothic, unification.
Listen, I want to finish that game.
We will see. Right now,
no, that's probably not going to happen.
I will not
always on deck gaming.
Not
Michael
get your hopes
Jordan, Windy City.
Michael Jordan
in
Windy City Chaos.
Stephen Ben
in
real
Chicago.
Quick LL Train.
LL Train.
Also, I noticed that Twitch added like a suspicious user activity thing.
Oh,
I'm wondering if Roka,
don't do it then.
I know. I'm just thinking like, I wonder if Twitch will just automatically see that Roka's been banned so many times.
Multiple bans.
And on other people's streams when he like goes like chat, it'll like
marked as a suspicious user.
A suspicious user. Watch out for this one.
Oh no! Wait, hold on.
Might be a ban-evader.
Wait, it should show up now when we click on Roka. It doesn't show up for us, and we're the one.
I think it would show on other like things because like
is it similar to like a first-time chatter sort of flag that we see in chat sometimes?
I think so. Yeah, it's like when they first like chat. It's like this could be a ban-evader or suspicious user.
I sincerely hope that is not the case.
About that one person that Andrew banned earlier.
Oh, really?
I saw it on theirs as well.
I really hope that's not the case. If it is, I'm sorry.
No, if it is, let that be a lesson to you, Roka.
We'll cool a little bit, but we also have a couple seconds left. Always on Deck Gaming is playing Mario Party 4. Saturday, we'll figure out what we're doing. Same time, same place. Love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch! Let's go to this scene real quick. Oh, Jesus.
And then just go here and then enjoy that.
Oh, God. It's so big.
Yeah,
Bodhi.
Oh, shit, man.